Chapter 507. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian breathed a sigh of relief. After 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, he has almost reached his limit. Although the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic can quickly restore his soul, the power of the 5th thunder tribulation is too terrifying, and every thunder can destroy more than 30% of his soul. Just one blow can seriously injure his soul, and 2 thunderbolts can make him dying. The 5th thunder calamity was so terrifying, and when he passed the 6th thunder calamity, wouldn't it be possible to damage his soul by more than 50% with a single blow? At that time, he had passed out, and he didn't even have a chance to recover by reciting the Hongmeng Enlightenment scripture silently. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxian naturally did not dare to take risks. Although he didn't know how the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, Chen Daoxian knew that his accumulation in the creation realm was actually not deep. He was able to survive 5 thunder tribulations in a row, all relying on the 2 trump cards of Zilei Tianhua and Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic. Of course, Chen Daoxian also has a stronger whole card, Astral Technique. However, the execution of the Astral Technique requires the star's kendo map. This technique is very likely to conflict with the thunder tribulation, and it will be self-defeating at that time. Besides, after 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, he can be regarded as equaling the record of the first celestial venerable of the human race. Chen Daoxian can foresee how much sensation his current behavior will cause to the outside world, which is undoubtedly contrary to Wu Tianzhen's low-key behavior. However, Chen Daoxian was not too worried. According to Wu Tianzuan, when his strength reaches the level of Silver Wing Tianzuan, there is no need to worry anymore. But he didn't know that Chen Daoxian's real strength was no less than Silver Wing Tianzuan. The top of Tianzuan Mountain. Wu Tianzuan exhaled slightly. It's over. Ended. Gujian Tianzuan was overjoyed. Wu Tianzuan heard the joy in his old friend's words, and also smiled. This is a rare event for my human race in hundreds of thousands of years. Gu Jian, tell me, how should I train him? Naturally, it has to be cultivated well. Gu Jian Tianzuan thought for a while. I will hold a Tianzuan meeting later to discuss this matter together. Heavenly Venerate Conference. Wu Tianzuan was slightly startled. Isn't it too much to hold a Tianzuan meeting for a 5 tribulations Tianzuan? Gu Jian Tianzuan waved his hand. Wu, you don't have to worry about some criticism from the outside world. Whoever wants to get this kind of treatment will go through 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, heard. Wu Tianzuan was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Haha, what you said is very true, not far away. Seeing that Chen Daoxian had survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, Ran Lingxi almost jumped up with joy. Sister Luo Li, have you seen it? He actually survived countless thunderstorms in a row. It's incredible. Seeing Ran Lingxi's excited appearance, Luo Li finally let go of the heart that Luo Li had been carrying. Compared to outsiders who care about Chen Daoxian's achievements, only Luo Li can really care about Chen Daoxian's safety. At this time, when Luo Li saw that Chen Daoxian finally passed the thunder tribulation safely, his joy was second, and no longer worried was the biggest feeling of Luo Li at this time. All this is thanks to Wu Tianzhen's efforts to cultivate my husband. Luo Li said to Ran Lingxi with a smile. Hearing this, the joy on Ran Lingxi's face became even stronger. For the human race, every immortal city in the extraterritorial battlefield is not only a battlefield for the human race monks, but also an examination room for the heavenly venerates to select outstanding juniors. This is how Chen Daoxian was picked by Wu Tianzuan and sent to Tianzuan Mansion for training. However, when Wu Tianzuan chose Chen Daoxian, it was not because of his talent, but because of his immortal merits for Yaoguang City. Who knows, by mistake, Wu Tianzuan actually picked a peerless genius. In the Sea of Thunder. Chen Daoxian looked at the pavilion owner of the Chuanbao Pavilion wearing a black robe in front of him, and asked, Senior, what do you mean by the great gift? Seeing Chen Daoxian's eager appearance, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion said with a faint smile on his face, Didn't you say that you don't want the big gift from the old man, and only learn the method of refining fairy weapons from the old man? This. Chen Daoxian looked embarrassed. Seeing Chen Daoxian's embarrassed appearance, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion stroked his beard and smiled. "Don't worry, I will teach you the method of refining immortal weapons, and the old man will give you the gift that I promised you, but—" Chen Daoxian looked at him quietly. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion continued, "But this matter has to be discussed at the Tianzuan meeting." Heavenly Venerate Conference? Chen Daoxian was slightly startled. Even as a cultivator in the Fengyun world, Chen Daoxian had heard of the name of the Heavenly Venerate Conference. This meeting can be said to be the highest meeting that decides the important affairs of the human race. The minimum cultivation level of the participants must be the Daojun level of creation realm. Of course, with Chen Daoxian's cultivation at this time, it is more than enough to participate in the Tianzuan meeting. However, it is said that the participants of the Tianzuan meeting only need to be at the level of Daojun in the creation realm, but those who are truly qualified to speak at the Tianzuan meeting must be high-level Tianzuan. In other words, the rest of the middle-level and low-level heavenly venerates and the Daojun of creation realm are all foils. However, Daojun of creation realm is the reserve for the Terran celestial lord, and the middle and low-level celestial lord is the top powerhouse of the Terran. They must know the situation of the Terran as soon as possible. In this way, the human monks can work together to fight the demons. Otherwise, the human race can't even unite internally, so don't talk about fighting the demons. Okay, let's go out first. You've been here for so long, I guess it's going to be a mess outside. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian nodded. In this case, the junior will retire first. Go. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion waved his hand. Chen Daoxian also cupped his hands towards him, turned into a flash of light, and flew out towards Lei Haiwei. Fly out of the Sea of Thunder. Chen Daoxian rushed to Wuhe Tianzuan immediately and bowed to the other party and Gujian Tianzuan. I have seen Wuhe Tianzuan and Gujian Tianzuan. When Wuhe Tianzuan saw Chen Daoxian, the joy on his face could not be restrained. You must know that this is the arrogance of the human race that he personally selected. Isn't he honored? Gujian Tianzuan smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Daoist Chen, don't be polite. Now you are also the Tianzuan of the human race, just call me and Guha Daohao directly. Speaking of which, Dao Yu Chen, you haven't given yourself a Dao name, have you? Give yourself a name. Chen Daoxian was stunned. Seeing that Chen Daoxian didn't seem to know anything about this, Gujian Tianzuan explained with a smile, my human race Tianzan's Dao name, rather than a Dao name, might as well be called a nickname, an honorable name. Just like Wuha, his Dao name is related to his practice, and my Dao name Ancient Sword is related to my fairy weapon. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian unconsciously glanced at the immortal sword that Gujian Tianzuan was carrying. Of course, there are also some people's Dao names, which are related to the names they have made, such as killing the emperor. Chen Daoxian couldn't help laughing bitterly when he heard the mention of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan again. He knew that in the future, more people would compare himself with the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate because he, like the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate, was also a cultivator who had survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations. However, although Chen Daoxian is not comparable to the strength of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan at the peak of the time, he asks himself that he is much stronger than the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan when he was also the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. In other words, Chen Daoxian does not believe that at the level of the 5 tribulations Heavenly Venerate, there are still people who can be stronger than him. After 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, Chen Daoxian had no time to feel how much stronger his strength had become. After all, although his mana, body and soul have undergone a transformation, his secret techniques and instruments have not been further cultivated. Chen Daoxian is not sure how much his strength can be improved. If he didn't use astral technique, Chen Daoxian felt that his strength had indeed crossed a large level. But if he used the astral technique, he felt that his strength would not be improved significantly. Because the power of astral technique has little to do with cultivation. In the past, his strength was his own creation realm Daojun strength plus 1,806 star worm soldiers, but now, it is only the strength of Wuji Tianzuan plus 1,806 star Dao soldiers. The increase in strength is actually not an exaggeration. Of course, astral technique is the strongest trump card in Chen Daoxian's hands, and he won't use it unless he has to. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, Chen Daoxian has survived 5 thunder tribulations in a row, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a leap to the sky. It is foreseeable that next, it is estimated that the threshold of the Wuhe Tianzuan mansion will be stepped on by the congratulatory people. Seeing Chen Daoxian's expression of contemplation, the two of them did not rush. Half an hour. Chen Daoxian raised his head and said, "Senior Gujian, this junior hasn't figured out what kind of Dao name he should call." Wuhe Tianzuan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, you can think about the Taoist name slowly, maybe someone else will give it to you in the future." After speaking, he paused. "Compared to the Dao name, Daoxian, your mansion on Tianzuan Mountain needs to be established as soon as possible." That's right, the Tianzuan Mountain Mansion, even if it's a symbol of status, is an excellent place to practice. I believe you have experienced it. Gujian Tianzuan echoed, "Early build a mansion, and let your relatives behind you enjoy the help these treasures bring to your practice." Hearing this, Chen Daoxian's eyes lit up. Not to mention, the abyss of Wuhe Tianzuan Mansion has made Chen Daoxian jealous for a long time. He himself does not covet the land of the abyss, but his Chen family and the disciples of Qianyuan Jianzong need this treasure land. In the future, Chen Daoxian will even be able to reward the best disciples of the Northern Immortal League with the cultivation quota of Tianzuan Mansion. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but have a look of longing on his face. Anzuan Huangji. Now that he has been promoted to the realm of Tianzuan, the Xianhuang realm has officially become the realm of Tianzuan. Although compared with the creation realm, this Tianzuan realm has not changed much, but the potential of the Tianzuan realm is incomparable to that of Chen Daoxian when he created the realm. In other words, his heavenly venerate realm can expand again. You must know that his Xianhuang realm has been stuck in a diameter of more than 300,000 miles for a long time. After saying goodbye to the two heavenly venerates, Chen Daoxian immediately flew to Luo Li's side and looked at each other gently. Who knew this scene was interrupted by Ran Lingxi, who had no vision. "Cough, stop looking at you two like that, you're going to be numb." Ran Lingxi said carelessly, "That's right, Chen Daoxian, you should build Tianzan's mansion next, right? Also, are you going to be a guardian of Xianqing City, or stay in Tianzuan Mountain to continue to practice, and in the future be an inspector of Tianzuan?" Chen Daoxian knew that Xianqing guarding and inspecting Tianzuan in Ran Lingxi's mouth was like the difference between Wuhe Tianzuan and Ini Tianzuan. Generally, Tianzuan is naturally not qualified to be a patrol Tianzuan, because if you want to be a patrol Tianzuan, the most basic thing is that your strength must reach the level of an ordinary true immortal. With the cultivation base of Tianzuan, how can ordinary Tianzuan do it? Even if the human race has the high-grade fairy artifacts left by the ancient real fairy, it is difficult for a few Tianzuan to do it. However, this does not include Chen Daoxian. Because with the experience of the human race, the heavenly venerate who can survive 5 thunder tribulations in a row, the future strength is comparable to the true immortal is a sure thing. In fact, the heavenly venerate who can survive 2 thunder tribulations in a row will have the opportunity to become a patrol heavenly venerate in the future. You must know that the ancient sword Tianzuan, who is currently the strongest in the human race, only survived 3 thunder tribulations in a row. Ran Lingxi's question stopped Chen Daoxian. Judging from Chen Daoxian's wishes, he definitely wanted to be an inspector of Tianzuan. The fairy town guardian sounds very tall, but in fact, being a fairy town guardian is very boring. For example, Wuhe Tianzuan, for convenience, is guarding Yaoguang City all year round. If he wants to accompany his wife and children on weekdays, he can only send mana incarnations. As for the deity, he must sit in Yaoguang City all the time. The immortal cities on the battlefield outside the territory are not so much defensive immortal cities, but more like the cages of each human race. But for the stability of the human race, the heavenly venerates guarded these cages day and night, never retreating. Based on this alone, Chen Daoxian was in awe of the heavenly venerates of Liangjian. Compared with the low-level monks in Fengyun realm, these tribulation-transcending monks of the human race are worthy of the name of heavenly venerate. Facing Ran Lingxi's expectant gaze, Chen Daoxian shook his head and said, "I haven't thought about it yet." "It's okay, it's not urgent, you can think about it slowly, and you can ask my father, he has experience," Ran Lingxi said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian and Luo Li looked at each other and laughed.
For several days, the hustle and bustle of Tianzuan Mountain gradually ceased. Inner world. In an unknown heavenly venerate world. A monk in a white robe is sitting in a palace in this world, talking to a dark shadow. "Why are you calling me now?" Dark Shadow's tone was flat. Who knows that this human race Tianzuan wearing a white Taoist robe saw the shadow, and knelt down to the other side and said, "Emperor, I want to report something." After a while, the shadow spit out a word, "Speak." Yes, the heavenly venerate wearing a white robe raised his head and said word by word, "The human race has given birth to a heavenly venerate who has survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations." Heavenly Venerable who has survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations. He Ying's voice couldn't help raising a level, then calmed down again, and said indifferently, "Oh, is it another emperor slaughtering Heavenly Venerate? Only this time, can he get this honorable title again?" Emperor calm down, Bai Pao Tianzuan knelt down, "This son is only a 5 robbery Tianzuan now, how can he be compared with an emperor? What do you know?" The black figure was furious. After a long while, the black figure said faintly, "The emperor, this time, I won't give you any chance again." Seeing the appearance of the emperor, Tianzuan Bai Pao buried his head even lower. 7017K Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP.
Chapter 508. Guangyuan Realm. On Tianzuan Mountain, a figure quickly flew towards the mountainside from the top of the mountain. Soon, the figure stopped in front of a Tianzuan mansion on the mountainside. Ran Lingxi glanced at the Tianzuan mansion, which covers a small area, and quickly walked inside. Stepping into Tianzuan mansion, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. Like other Tianzuan mansions on Tianzuan Mountain, the newly built Tianzuan mansion by Chen Daoxian also contains a complete cave inside. Not only that, compared with other newly promoted heavenly venerates, Chen Daoxian's cave in this heavenly venerate mansion was made by Jia Yuanzhu, who belonged to the Jinpeng general of the demon court. In terms of the area of the cave, it is no less than Wuhe Tianzuan mansion. Wow! Approaching Chen Daoxian's Tianzuan mansion, Ran Lingxi suddenly exclaimed. As the owner of Tianzuan mansion, Chen Daoxian naturally learned of Ran Lingxi's arrival at the first time. During the period of breaking through to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, Chen Daoxian was extremely busy. Build Tianzuan Mansion, lead the Chen clan of Fengyun Realm to run Xianhuang Realm and Tianzuan Mansion, receive all Tianzuan who come to congratulate, etc. During this period of time, the complicated things that followed made Chen Daoxian feel more tired than cultivation. Speaking of which, he has indeed been the boss for too long. Since the Chen family has been on the right track, he has been completely taken care of by Chen Daoyan. As for the Northern Immortal League, concubine Chen Xue helps him handle various affairs. It was because someone helped him with his miscellaneous matters that Chen Daoxian could focus more on his cultivation. But during this period, Fei Chen Xue was not around, and Chen Daoyan knew nothing about the Guangyuan realm. Chen Daoxian could only let her and Luo Li arrange for the Chen clan to run the Xianhuang realm. As for the affairs on the side of Tianzuan Mansion, Chen Daoxian was handling it all by himself. Especially the construction of Tianzuan Mansion and the reception of Tianzuan from all sides who came to congratulate. Of course, busy is busy, and Chen Daoxian has indeed been reluctant to receive gifts during this time. Heavenly venerates from all sides congratulated him on 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, and naturally he would not come empty-handed. In fact, Chen Daoxian had received more than 10 pieces of the light immortal artifact during this period of time, and one of them was a mid-grade immortal artifact, which was higher than the heaven-shaking axe in his hand. This fairy weapon is called the Xuanwu Shield, which is an ancient fairy weapon with a tortoise shell-like appearance. I heard that this fairy artifact was made from the tortoise shell of a real fairy after beheading a real fairy monster in the ancient times, during the war between humans and monsters. As for why the name of Xuanwu was named, of course, it was just for the sake of listening. The real Xuanwu is not something that the human race of Fengyan realm can provoke. Ran Lingxi was amazed when Chen Daoxian suddenly appeared in front of her, which shocked her. Ah! Why are you so elusive? Ran Lingxi patted her chest in shock. Seeing that she was still so carefree, Chen Daoxian shook his head and said without defending, "Tell me, why did you come to see me? I've been very busy these days, and I don't have time to hang out with you." When Ran Lingxi heard this, she immediately shook her little head. "I didn't come to play with you, it was my father looking for you." 5 Rivers Tianzuan. Chen Daoxian became serious, and he vaguely guessed why Wuhe Tianzuan was looking for him. The top of Tianzuan Mountain. Wuhe Tianzuan Mansion. Chen Daoxian and Luoli entered the gate of Wuhe Tianzuan Mansion together. The two were familiar with the road, and soon arrived in front of Wuhe Tianzan's cave. Immediately, a figure appeared in front of Chen Daoxian. It was Wuhe Tianzuan. 5 Rivers Tianzuan. Chen Daoxian saluted respectfully. Although it has been corrected many times, Chen Daoxian will still respectfully salute every time he sees Wuhe Tianzuan. Over time, the 5 Rivers Tianzuan will just let it go. Although Wuhe Tianzuan said nothing, he was very satisfied with Chen Daoxian's way of respecting his predecessors. "Daoxian, don't be too polite." Wuhe Tianzuan stepped forward and helped Chen Daoxian, and said, "I called you over this time, you should guess why." Chen Daoxian nodded and said, "Is it because of the Tianzuan meeting?" "Exactly." Wuhe Tianzuan nodded. It took 3 years for Gu Jian and his parties to adjust for so long, and finally there is a chance to hold a Tianzuan meeting in Tianzuan City. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian knew that Gu Jian Tianzuan must have paid a lot for his own business in the past 3 years. There is no way, the Terran Heavenly Venerate is distributed in the entire outer battlefield. And the extraterritorial battlefield is extremely vast, and it takes a long time to inform the group of Heavenly Venerates in the extraterritorial battlefield. As for the communication talisman, it has no effect in the extraterritorial battlefield. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there are 2 fastest ways. The first is world teleportation. The second is to take the light boat between the major immortal cities. Although the speed of world teleportation is the fastest, it is impossible for any Tianzuan to anchor so many Xianqing coordinates. For every cultivator above the 5th floor of the world coordinates are limited. For example, Chen Daoxian's Xianhuang realm, whose world scope has expanded to nearly 400,000 miles in diameter, can only anchor 3 world coordinates at the same time. The Tianzuan realm of other Tianzuan may have a larger scope and more world coordinates anchored, but it is not much more than the Xianhuang realm. Therefore, it is difficult to rely on the world transmission of Tianzuan realm to quickly deliver messages. In general, world teleportation combined with light boats is the most efficient way of communication. One can imagine how much Gu Jian Tianzuan has put in for him in the past 3 years. Wuhe Tianzuan said, "For you, Gu Jian has made a lot of effort, you must remember his kindness." Chen Daoxian nodded quickly, "Yes, Tianzuan." Wuhe Tianzuan smiled and said, let's go to Tianzuan City together." "Go to Tianzuan City?" Before Chen Daoxian could answer, Ran Lingxi became excited. "Daddy, Chen Daoxian, take me with you." Seeing Ran Lingxi clamoring to go, Wuhe Tianzuan spoiled, "Since you want to go so much, call your mother and sister, this time let's go together." Ran Lingxi's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately ran away without caring about anything. This child. Watching Ran Lingxi's passing away, Wuhe Tianzuan smiled and shook his head. Chen Daoxian said with a smile, "Fairy Lingxi has a straightforward personality, but I am very envious of you, Tianzuan." With no one left or right, Wuhe Tianzuan said with a slight joke, "Since you are so envious, you and your 2 Dao companions have not given birth to many more children. If you think that it is difficult for me to give birth to offspring, I can help you to give me a few children." A friend asked for some elixir. Chen Daoxian didn't expect Wuhe Tianzuan to give birth to him, and was stunned for a while. Wuhe Tianzuan sighed, "Don't think I'm joking with you, the direct descendants of Tianzuan have a high probability of having excellent cultivation geniuses. The descendants of the Heavenly Venerate you saw in Tianzuan Mountain are all very poor in talent. Qin Daoxian, you are the most talented cultivator I have ever seen. Even if the offspring you give birth to are less talented than you, there is a great possibility that they will become heavenly venerate. Given the situation of my human race, do you still think that giving birth to a child is your personal matter? These words made Qin Daoxian unable to utter a single rebuttal. In fact, it is not the first time that Qin Daoxian has been spawned. Every time he returns to Chen's house, as long as he meets Uncle 13, he will be spawned by him. Therefore, Qin Daoxian avoided Qin Xianhe several times in the Hui family, for fear that the other party would urge him to give birth to a child. Qin Daoxian is not against having children, but the current environment of the human race is too desperate, and he does not want his children to be born in a desperate environment. Qin Daoxian can go shopping with the world demon alone without hesitation, but he does not want his children to follow this path in the future. If he did this, he would be extremely irresponsible for his unborn child. Seeing that Qin Daoxian did not speak, Wu He Tianzuan did not say more. After all, his relationship with Qin Daoxian was not close enough to interfere with each other's private affairs. Wu He Tianzuan said these words, but he didn't want Qin Daoxian's amazing talent to be buried. Just like the emperor slaughtered Tianzuan, he did not leave any descendants. Between the two talking, the three escaped lights flew towards the two of them. It was Wu He Tianzan's Taoist companion and his pair of daughters. Seeing the three, Wu He Tianzan's eyes softened. He nodded to the crowd, "Let's go." This time, Wu He Tianzuan directly used world teleportation to move everyone from Wu He Tianzuan mansion to Tianzuan city. Obviously, the Tianzuan realm of Wu He Tianzuan has the coordinates of Tianzuan city. In fact, most Tianzuan will anchor Tianzuan city as world coordinates. Because Tianzuan city is the core of the giant formation under the ancient real immortals. Its importance is not even under the Guanyuan realm, and it is also known as the last portal of the human race. After crossing Tianzuan city, it is the inner domain world, and after passing through the inner domain world, it enters the Phoenix meteor realm. It can be said that as long as the world monster breaks through Tianzuan city, it will be a smooth river, and the human race will no longer have any defensive power. Whether it is Guanyuan realm or other heavenly venerate realms, they do not have any ability to resist the true immortal level demons. Of course, as the last portal of the human race, the defense of Tianzuan city is also extremely powerful. If it is said that the main cities of other war zones in the extraterritorial battlefield, under the guard of the human race, can erupt with the combat power comparable to a powerful true immortal, and can only return with a feather. This does not mean that the human race can sit back and relax when they own Tianzuan city. In fact, the reason why Tianzuan city can burst out such a powerful force is all based on the giant formation arranged by the ancient real immortals. And the composition of this giant formation is the large and small immortal cities in the entire extraterritorial battlefield. As long as the world monsters pull out all these immortal cities, the Tianzuan city of the human race will be like a tiger whose claws have been pulled out, and there will be no more threats. This is also the reason why the human race established the inspection system of Tianzuan. The immortal city on the battlefield outside the territory must not be lost. Every time an immortal city is lost, the human race's defensive formation loses part of its power. Since the end of the ancient times, for 470,000 years, the human race has only completely mastered all the fairy cities in the era of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. Before or after the era of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, the human race never mastered all immortal cities. Especially now, a considerable part of the human race has fallen into the hands of the world demon. On the eve of the last Yaoguang city battle, an acropolis near Yaoguang city fell into the hands of the world demon. The only thing that is fortunate is that after the world monster captured the human race immortal city, it could not exert the power of the immortal city, otherwise the situation of the human race would be even more desperate. Wow, Tianzuan city is so majestic. As soon as Ran Lingxi came to Tianzuan city, all the buildings in the city attracted all her attention. Not only her, but even Qin Daoxian, who came here for the first time, was stunned for a moment after seeing the scene of Tianzuan city. This is the most majestic fairy city he has ever seen, no one. What is even more terrifying is that this immortal city is actually a super-large immortal artifact. It is hard for Chen Daoxian to imagine what price the true immortals of the ancient human race paid for refining these immortal cities. However, Chen Daoxian was relieved when he thought that immortal Guang Yuan had even abandoned the Dao fruit of longevity for the sake of the continuation of the human race. No matter how much you pay, how can you compare to immortal venerable Guang Yuan? Sighing slightly, Chen Daoxian looked at Wu He Tianzuan. Wu He Tianzuan nodded knowingly, and said to his wife and children, "You guys go shopping in the city first, Daoxian and I still have important things to do." Hearing this, the Taoist companion Wu He Tianzuan said warmly, "You all go to work, don't worry about us." Chen Daoxian and Wu He Tianzuan nodded, and then the two figures disappeared in front of the three in an instant. Tianzuan City. In a hidden cave, a majestic palace, like a terrifying beast, crawls on the ground. Around the palace, there are various formation restrictions, and what is even more terrifying is that these formation restrictions are all connected to Tianzuan City. At this moment, even if a true immortal came to break in, he would be instantly banned by these formations and turned into fly ash. Chen Daoxian followed Wu He Tianzuan, past all the formation restrictions, and entered this giant palace. Entering the palace, Chen Daoxian saw rows of well-defined seats of different sizes. The seats at the top were the most massive. These seats were jet black, made of unknown metal, and had a width of 12 feet. Further down, the width of the seat is 9 zhang, 6 zhang, 30 zhang, and the largest number is 1 zhang. Wu He Tianzuan explained, the 12 zhang seat is prepared for the inspection of Tianzuan, and the 9 zhang seat below is prepared for the high-level Tianzuan. Chen Daoxian nodded. The status of a monk in the human race is also determined by the level of strength. In the human race, the status of inspecting Tianzuan is the highest. Chen Daoxian noticed that there are only 27 seats in the entire human race. That is to say, the human race has only 27 heavenly venerates with true immortal combat power. This number is pitifully small compared to the demons in the real demon world. But this is the real heritage of the human race. If it weren't for this, the top human race would not be so desperate. Even in the era of slaughtering heavenly venerate, there were no more than 50 inspectors of the human race. It is very difficult to be a true immortal in the cultivation base of Tianzuan. Either the cultivator has mastered an incredible secret technique, or he has a powerful immortal weapon. In short, only if the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate has a very outstanding achievement, it is possible to have the combat power of a true immortal in the heavenly venerate cultivation base. The higher the level of battle, the more difficult it is to cultivate. From this point of view, it is already commendable that the human race can give birth to 27 inspectors. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 509. Soon, figures appeared on the seats in the palace. Chen Daoxian felt a little and found that most of the figures that appeared were incarnations of mana. Also, most of the heavenly venerates are sitting in the major immortal cities on the battlefield outside the territory, and their true bodies cannot return. If they want to participate in the heavenly venerate meeting, they can only use their magic power to incarnate. Chen Daoxian swept his consciousness and quickly found his own seat. He moved and sat down on a seat that was 6 feet wide. He is the heavenly venerate of the 5 tribulations, and these cultivations are among the heavenly venerates of the human race, belonging to the middle and upper reaches. After all, the high-level celestial beings are a minority, and the most numerous among the human race celestial beings are the low-level celestial beings who have not survived 3 thunder tribulations. As soon as Chen Daoxian took his seat, his eyes fixed on the 27 thrones that symbolized the highest status in the palace. Soon, the inspectors of the human race took their seats one by one. The one in the center is naturally the ancient sword heavenly venerate, who is known as the first heavenly venerate of the human race. Later, Chen Daoxian also saw the old acquaintance Silver Wing heavenly venerate. What surprised him the most was the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion is actually a patrol Tianzuan with combat power comparable to a true immortal. Chen Daoxian was surprised. As for the other human race inspectors, Chen Daoxian didn't know any of them. There is no way, he has just crossed the tribulation, even if he has crossed 5 thunder tribulations in a row, and is famous in the circle of the human race, but there will be no inspection Tianzuan to come to congratulate him. At least the current Chen Daoxian does not have this qualification. He just equalized the record of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, and he is not a new Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. With all the seats in the palace, the voice of the ancient sword Tianzuan resounded in the palace like a big bell. It's rare that our human race heavenly venerates can gather together. Why did I ask everyone to come here today, and everyone must know the reason? Gu Jian Tianzuan paused, 2 things, a happy event and a bad event. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion sighed, is there anything worse now? Gu Jian Tianzuan glanced at him, and then his voice became cold, of course there is. Everyone knows that the crisis that my human race is facing now, and at this critical moment, there are still some people who are hollowing out the defense line that my human race has set up in the extraterritorial battlefield. Who is so bold? Hearing this, a burly and hot-tempered high-ranking heavenly venerate stood up, I gave birth to him. Heavenly exalted fire, let go of his anger, Gu Jian Tianzuan waved his hand. Everyone knows that since most of the resources of the Phoenix Meteor Realm are occupied by the monks in the inner domain, the recruiting order for the outer battlefield is only aimed at the Yuanshan Daojun of the Phoenix Meteor Realm. But not long ago, I discovered that there were actually people who dared to blatantly cover up the Yuanshan Daojun of Fengyun Realm and avoid the summons of Tianzuan City. Boom! This sentence immediately caused an uproar in the entire palace. Who is it? Who dares to be so bold? The summoning order from the Phoenix Meteor Realm is only aimed at Yuanshan Daojun, and they are still evading the recruiting. It's too bold. Are they not willing to pay for the human race at all? Who shielded them? As far as I know, the recruitment is personally issued by Tianzuan City. Unless there is a high-level Tianzuan doing the tricks, how can other people help the Daojun of Fengyun Realm to escape the recruitment? In the palace, doubts about the high-ranking heavenly venerate of the human race began to appear. Gu Jian Tianzuan saw that the heat was enough, waved his hand, and 2 figures were released from his sleeves. It was Xiao Yuhua and He Yinyan. Although the 2 were under the control of the ban, their mouths were not sealed. The first time He Yinyan was released, he looked towards the seating area of the high-level heavenly venerate. When he saw a familiar figure, he was overjoyed. Father, save me! Save me! When Zhouyu Tianzuan saw He Yinyan who was captured by the ancient sword Tianzuan, his face sank immediately. At this moment, he was very angry. It is not that Tianzuan Zhouyu suspected that Gu Jian Tianzuan had made a mistake and wronged his son. What made him angry was that Gu Jian Tianzuan didn't tell him anything in advance. Until now, he didn't know that it was his son who shielded the Yuanshan Daojun of Fengyun Realm and helped them escape from military service. For his son with poor talent, Zhouyu Tianzuan does not have much affection. All along, he has kept it in Tianzuan Mountain. Unexpectedly, the other party actually stabbed him in such a big basket this time, making him lose face in front of all the celestial venerables. What made him even more embarrassed was that this was still begging him for help. Shut up, Nizi! Zhouyu Tianzuan was burning with anger. At this moment, a mocking voice came, who am I to be so daring? It turns out to be your son, brother Zhouyu, as expected. If there is a father, there must be a son. The speaker is the previous heavenly venerate Fire. Yuehua, are you looking for death? Heavenly venerate Zhouyu said in a cold voice. Enough! Gu Jian Tianzuan shouted, you two have so much strength, why don't you kill some monsters on the battlefield outside the territory? Gu Jian Tianzuan, as the first Tianzuan of the human race, is much stronger than the ordinary 8th tribulation Tianzuan such as Zhouyu and Yinhua, and the 2 did not dare to refute his reprimand. 9 domains exist. Zhouyu lowered his head slightly. Gu Jian Tianzuan continued, He Yinyan is your son. He has helped Fenjianji Wuji Xianmen evade the recruitment of Tianzuan City to make huge profits. The evidence is conclusive, what should you do? Kill. Zhou Tianzhen's eyes turned cold, and He Yinyan, who was restrained and controlled in midair, was still begging for mercy, but his body was beaten into nothingness by Zhou Tianzhen's palm. God is dead. A mere mana incarnation can actually kill a primordial spirit Daoist with one palm. Below, Chen Daoxuan's eyes were slightly condensed when he looked at Zhou Tianzuan. The strength of this Zhou Tianzuan was probably very close to the level of a true immortal. What is even more frightening is the ruthlessness of this 9 regions heavenly venerate. You know, He Yinyan was his own flesh and blood, but he was killed by the 9 regions heavenly venerate without blinking an eye. Seeing this scene, Tianzuan Yunhua, who was originally going to choke with him, opened his mouth, but in the end he just bowed his hands to Tianzuan Zhouyu without saying anything. The other party has achieved this level, what else can he say? Can't Zhouyu Tianzuan collude with He Yinyan just to covet the money of Wuji Xianmen? I am afraid that any cultivator in the palace will not believe this kind of words, and he is the first one who does not believe it. As a celestial venerable with the same cultivation base as the 9 regions heavenly venerate, Yunhua knows better than anyone what the 9 regions celestial venerable really wants. For the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate, their biggest dream is naturally to survive the 9th thunder tribulation and break through to the realm of the Mahayana true immortal. But the chances of this dream coming true are almost nil. In addition, for the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate, the most tempting thing is to go further and reach the level of human race inspection heavenly venerate. This idea is plausible. Whether it is with the help of top-grade high-grade fairy tools or with the help of fairy magic secret methods, there is always the possibility of realization. In fact, both Meteor Fire and Zhouyu are stuck on this last step. Once the 2 of them can take this step, the Terran will add 2 more inspectors. For this kind of existence, how does the mere promise immortal sect buy it? Not to mention bribing, that is, the entire Wuji Xianmen was packaged and placed in front of his Zhouyu Tianzuan, and he didn't even take a look at it. The 2 are not the same level at all. Only his son, who is not very talented and incompetent, would do such a thing that made the soldiers on the front line angry for this little money. Beside He Yinyan, Xiao Yuhua was shocked when he saw that He Yinyan was slapped into nothingness by the 9 regions heavenly venerate. He knew very well that He Yinyan was the son of the 9 regions heavenly venerate. Kill your own son. What does he count? At this moment, he knew that he might be doomed this time. Sure enough, Gujian Tianzuan said, Zhouyu, you can kill your relatives righteously, I admire very much. As he spoke, he changed his words, everyone, now that the bribe recipient is dead, what should the bribe giver do? Kill! 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 For a time, the screams of killing in the palace shook the sky. These people are fighting the front line, and there are still people in the back who dare to do such a cowardly thing. If this is not killed, once it spreads, the morale of the front line will be destroyed, and the human race will be in danger. It is good. Gujian Tianzuan nodded, in that case, pass on my decree order. Wow! In the palace, all the monks sat upright. Order! Immediately, everyone involved in the Wuji Immortal sect will be killed, and the Wuji Immortal sect will be dissolved. With the voice of the ancient sword Tianzuan fell. In the middle of the palace, a golden decree appeared in the sky, and a line of words was written. In the end, a seal flew out from the hands of the ancient sword Tianzuan and was placed on top of the decree. Chen Daoxian looked at this decree, and he knew that Wuji Xianmen was completely finished. Originally, he planned to personally find an opportunity to demolish the Wuji Immortal Gate after breaking through the cultivation base of Tianzuan. Now that he thinks about it, he probably doesn't have to bother. As for the Situ family, the vassal family of Wuji Xianmen, Chen Daoxian was not worried at all. Compared with Wuji Xianmen, the Situ family has only one world realm 5th layer Taoist. Don't say that Chen Daoxian doesn't take this kind of opponent into his eyes. Even if he doesn't take the initiative, whether the opponent can resist the danger of the destruction of Wuji Xianmen is 2 things. You must know that Wuji Xianmen can occupy the most fertile land in Zhongzhou. In the past, when Wuji Xianmen was there, the Situ family naturally had to experience the wind and the rain. Now that the Wuji Immortal sect has been destroyed, the Situ family has such a huge interest, and there is no backing, there is no guarantee that other forces will not take advantage of the fire. With the strength of the Sidhu family, it may not be able to withstand this catastrophe. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the Sidhu family survived this disaster, wouldn't Chen Daoxian still be there? With Chen Daoxuan's current strength, crushing the Sidhu family is not as simple as crushing an ant. After the decree was written, Gu Jian Tianzuan waved his hand. Xiao Yuhua, who was on the third floor of the world realm, turned into nothingness and died. So far, the case of He Yinyan accepting bribes has come to an end. After dealing with this matter, the chill on Gu Jian Tianzun's face also dissipated. He smiled, "Okay, the bad things are over, let's talk about the good things now." Seeing Gu Jian Tianzuan like this, everyone's expressions all relaxed. After all, no one does not want to hear good news. Everyone sits on the front line all year round, and the nerves are already tense enough. If you hear bad news, will you still be alive? This is also the reason why everyone was so angry when they heard the He Yinyan case. 3 years ago, my human race gave birth to a peerless genius. He actually survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations when he broke through the tribulation period, and directly tied the record of 200,000 years maintained by Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. What? 5 lightning tribulations in a row? How is it possible? When we crossed the calamity, we all passed through 1 thunder calamity. How can anyone survive 5 thunder tribulations in a row? Inhuman. Inhuman. It's right that my human race is immortal. In the palace, some people were amazed, some people were crying on their backs, all kinds of emotions, and so on. But in general, everyone is excited that the human race has given birth to a peerless genius who has survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations. Because everyone knows that the era of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan was the most stable and harmonious era for the human race. No cultivator wants to live in trembling all day long, even Tianzuan. Doesn't Wuhe Tianzuan really want to accompany his wife and children? The other heavenly venerates have a lot of descendants and disciples. Do they just want to sit in the immortal city outside the realm all day, and have nothing to return to the inner realm? Nobody wants this. Although the birth of an Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate will not change the weak situation of the human race. But at least, with this existence, the human race can protect itself. Even if the demon court unifies the real demon world, it is helpless in the face of the human race with the existence of the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate. This is the deterrent force that a strong man who suppresses ethnic movements can bring. Although Gu Jian Tianzuan is known as the first Tianzuan of the human race in the current era, he is far from such a deterrent. Not to mention other things, one-on-one, he is not the opponent of the current demon court emperor at all. Not to mention that there are still many old antiques in the holy ancient demon realm whose strength is not under the demon court emperor. If the human race had the giant formations and immortal cities left by the ancient real immortals, they would have been slaughtered by the world demons long ago. A long time. The chatter in the palace slowly stopped. Seeing that everyone's emotions were calmed down, Gu Jian Tianzuan continued, "This kind of arrogance, my human race should try my best to cultivate it. This is also the biggest purpose of my meeting of Tianzuan this time." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, such a strong aptitude, coupled with the cultivation of the human race, no matter how bad it is, the future achievements will also be above the ancient sword Tianzuan. If the other party can really compete with the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate in the future, then the human race will turn over. Therefore, I propose to open the immortal tomb and let him accept the inheritance left by the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate. The inheritance of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan? When did Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan leave the inheritance? Yeah, didn't Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan leave no inheritance? At this moment, everyone asked questions. The inheritance of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan has always been a thorn in the hearts of the human race. The other party can be so powerful in the cultivation base of Tianzuan, in the eyes of everyone, it is simply an incredible thing. But what makes it even more difficult for everyone to accept is that there is no inheritance left until death. Now, Gu Jian Tianzuan actually told them that Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan actually left a legacy, which makes everyone not angry. Everyone, listen to me. Gujian Tianzuan said loudly, "It is true that Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan did not leave any inheritance, but he left a sentence before his death. In the future, there are those who want to follow my path, and my corpse will be impressive." This. Has Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan said this? I don't know. The only records recorded in the Zongman's books are that Tianzuan killing Di has not left any specific inheritance, but what the other party said before he sat down is not recorded in the books. Looking at a corpse, what can you see by looking at a corpse? All the gods shook their heads. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 510. The discussion stopped, and needles could be heard in the huge palace. Half an hour. On the inspection of the Tianzuan seat, a Tianzuan wearing a white robe said, "It is rare for the human race to give birth to a peerless genius who has survived 5 thunder tribulations in a row, and this seat agrees to open the immortal tomb." Hearing this, Chen Daoxian looked at this strange heavenly venerate quite unexpectedly. The Tianzuan wearing a white Taoist robe felt Chen Daoxian's gaze and nodded and smiled at him. This is Lingyu Tianzuan. Lingyu Tianzuan is the leader of the heavenly sect. Just when Chen Daoxian was puzzled, Wuhe Tianzan's voice appeared in his sea of consciousness. Heavenly sect. Chen Daoxian's mind immediately appeared in this top force named after the Taiyin sect. In comparison, the Jiang family, which was once unattainable in Chen Daoxian's eyes, was not worth mentioning when compared with Zhangtian sect and Taiyin sect. Because the strongest ancestor of the Jiang family was sitting 3 seats away from Chen Daoxian. During the Tianzuan meeting, the strongest contemporary Jiang family saw Chen Daoxian looking at him, and nodded friendly to him. Nowadays, among the people who are well informed, who does not know that Chen Daoxian is the peerless genius who has survived 5 thunder tribulations in a row? The strongest heavenly venerate of the Jiang family is only a heavenly venerate of 6 tribulations. Although the other party has gone through one more thunder calamity than Chen Daoxian, the potential of the two sides is 108,000 miles away. How dare the Jiang family neglect this existence who is destined to stand at the peak of the entire human race in the future? If it wasn't for Chen Daoxian who had been closing the door to thank guests for the past few years after completing the thunder tribulation, Chen Daoxian would only meet the other party unless the heavenly venerate with a great background visited him. A family like the Jiang family, which is not ranked among all the top forces, is very self-aware and does not move up. Because the Jiang family knew that even if they came to visit Chen Daoxian, they would definitely not be able to see this arrogant human race, so they simply didn't make fun of themselves. With Lingyu Tianzuan speaking, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion said, "I also agree to open the immortal tomb." Originally, Lingyu Tianzuan agreed to open the fairy tomb, and everyone didn't feel anything, but when they heard that even the pavilion owner of Chuanbao Pavilion agreed to open the fairy tomb, everyone's complexion finally changed. Even Chuanbao Pavilion has agreed to open the immortal tomb. It seems that the top heavenly venerates of my human race are indeed very optimistic about this human race heavenly chosen. Nonsense. A peerless genius who has survived 5 thunder tribulations in a row, no matter how bad the future is, he is no worse than inspecting the heavenly Lord. If the other party can really get the inheritance of the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate, it will be amazing. Inside the palace, everyone whispered. I also agree to open the fairy tomb. Heavenly Venerate Jiuyu said coldly. Seeing that Tianzuan Jiuyu agreed to open the immortal tomb, Tianzuan Yinhua immediately said, this seat also agrees. Humph. Jiuyu Tianzuan snorted coldly, unwilling to pay attention to him. I also agree to open the fairy tomb. This is the voice of Wuhe Tianzuan. With the opening of many inspectors and high-ranking gods, gradually, there were more and more voices in the palace agreeing to open the immortal tomb. In the end, the voices all joined together. That is to agree to open the fairy tomb. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxian couldn't help being touched. The immortal tomb is the cemetery where the monks who died in war or those who had great military exploits sat down. You must know that human monks die in battles outside the territory, and it is generally difficult to find bodies. Because the moment the monks were killed by the world monsters, most of them were swallowed by the world monsters. As for the monks who had great military exploits and died, there were very few monks in the history of the human race. As a certain Terran heavenly venerate said, the ultimate fate of the Terran strong is to die on the battlefield outside the territory. Speaking of which, there are very few people who can live to the limit of lifespan. When a cultivator reaches the transcending tribulation stage, every time he passes through a thunder calamity, he can gain an extra 10,000 years of lifespan. It is reasonable to say that the heavenly venerate of 8 tribulations has a full 90,000 years of lifespan. But since the end of the ancient times, in the history of the human race, there is only one person who can live to 90,000 years of lifespan. Good. Looking at the rising and falling voices in the palace, Gu Jian Tianzuan nodded, then opened the fairy tomb. Say it. In the void of the palace, another golden decree appeared. After the decree was condensed, the golden seal flew out from the hands of the ancient sword Tianzuan and was printed on the decree. So far, the decree is complete. After the two things were said, in the palace, one after another mana incarnation dissipated directly, leaving only a few real bodies of Tianzuan. Among them, there was the Zhang Tianjiao sect who was the first to speak out in support of Chen Daoxian. Lingyu Tianzuan nodded kindly to Chen Daoxian, and then disappeared into the palace. With the disappearance of one after another, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion suddenly appeared in front of Chen Daoxian. Follow me. After the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion left such a sentence, he waved his sleeves and took Chen Daoxian away from the human race discussion palace. Tianzuan City. The main pavilion of Chuanbao Pavilion. Different from what Chen Daoxian imagined, the main pavilion of Chuanbao Pavilion is not in Guangyuan realm, nor is it in the Tianzuan realm of the pavilion owner of Chuanbao Pavilion, it is just set up in Tianzuan City. This also means that, in the eyes of the pavilion owner of Chuanbao Pavilion, Tianzuan City is the safest place for the human race. If Tianzuan City is broken, there will only be a countdown to the destruction of the human race. Along the way, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion said nothing. Chen Daoxian didn't ask any questions. The first humanoid refiner had promised him a great gift, and he also promised him to teach him how to refine immortal weapons, but all these promises were not fulfilled. Chen Daoxian wanted to come. This time, did this person come to fulfill his promise? I didn't expect that Gu Jian actually thought the same as I thought. Walking into the Chuanbao Pavilion, it took a long time for the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion to say such a sentence. The main pavilion of the Chuanbao Pavilion is the same as the major sub-pavilions, and its interior is also a cave world. The only difference from other sub-pavilions is that this cave world seems to be huge and somewhat unexpected by Chen Daoxian. Do you think it's big? The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion turned his head and looked at Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian nodded. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion smiled and said, "It was created by the Jia Yuanzhu left over by a true immortal level world demon who was beheaded by Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan." True immortal level Jiuanzu. Chen Daoxian exclaimed. This is the second true fairyland that Chen Daoxian has ever seen. Unlike the true immortal origin realm he first saw in the true demon realm, the true immortal origin realm was obviously left over from the ancient times. However, the real immortal source realm in front of him was left by the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan who killed the world demon, which is undoubtedly much closer in time. What's more, it was a celestial venerable who killed the true immortal level world demon. It is rumored that the inspection Tianzuan can match the true immortals, and the ancient sword Tianzuan has the combat power to kill the real immortal level world demon. But these are all rumors of the human race. The inspection Tianzuan can match the true immortal level Tianzuan. Chen Daoxian has witnessed it with his own eyes, and it is true. But Gu Jian Tianzuan can kill the real immortal world monster, he has never seen it. Besides, there is a huge gap between the true immortal level world demons. Can the old antiques of the ancient demon domain and the real immortal level demons who have just broken through have the same level of strength? Obviously not. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion asked, "Do you know who created Chuanbao Pavilion?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxian had a faint guess in his heart, and he tried to reply, Could it be that this pavilion was created by Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan? Exactly. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion nodded. Chuanbao Pavilion, Chuanbao Pavilion. For so many years, the meaning of our Chuanbao Pavilion's existence is for it, talking. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion waved his hand. I saw the whole cave began to shake violently. You must know that as a real fairy-level Jiuanzu, the world of the cave has shrunk a little compared with the original Riaoxianyuan, but compared to Qindaoxuan's Shenhuang realm, I don't know how many times larger. Such a cave world shakes, one can imagine how terrifying it is. But Qindaoxian and the pavilion owner of Chuanbao Pavilion are extraordinary people, let alone a cave world shaking. Even if this cave world explodes in front of him, it won't hurt them both. Coming. Qindaoxian said silently. In his consciousness perception, deep in the core of this cave world, there is a piece of debris that is tumbling and rushing out of the formation deep in the core. Boom! With a loud bang, a white light rushed out from the depths of the ground. As soon as Bai Guang rushed out, he was about to break through the air, but unfortunately, in this cave world, the formation arranged by the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan was left. Immediately, the entire cave world became extremely dim, and the golden crow fragments in the sky also became bleak. Next moment, a chain of chains stretched out from the void, directly binding the white light in place. It was only then that Qindaoxian could see exactly what this white light was. This is a fragment. Qindaoxian murmured, his tone full of disbelief. It is the magic weapon used by the Emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate in the world. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion didn't use the word utensils, but used magic weapons. Qindaoxian once again looked at the fragment in the void that was entangled by countless chains. It was still difficult for him to imagine that this thing was actually the weapon of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. It's not that Qindaoxian thinks this treasure is of low rank. In fact, in Qindaoxuan's consciousness, this treasure is of higher rank than all immortal tools he has ever seen, including his star sword Dao map. In other words, the rank of this treasure is higher than that of the top-grade immortal artifact. But here comes the problem: even if it is very difficult for the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate to use the high-grade immortal artifact, now he can't use the higher-rank immortal artifact for Qindaoxian. Seemingly seeing Qindaoxuan's doubts, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion continued to explain, you don't have to worry about not being able to use it. As long as you can get the inheritance of Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate, you can definitely use it. The pavilion owner of Chuanbao Pavilion is very determined. But thinking that this is also a disciple of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, Qindaoxian was relieved. That Emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate is so fierce, maybe it is because of this treasure. Qindaoxian was thinking that the fragments in the void had a new change. I saw that under the suppression of the entire cave world formation, the violently trembling fragments gradually quieted down and turned into a giant axe, lying across the void. This is... Qindaoxian felt the breath from the giant axe, and his heart trembled suddenly. This is not a fairy weapon, it is a spiritual treasure. In the Wan Xinghai inheritance space, under the laurel tree, a Taoist man in white was holding a black piece in the forehand, and there was no one on the other side of the chessboard. He was actually playing chess with himself. This step, Muran, the white-robed Taoist, raised his head abruptly. He stretched out his fingers and pinched it, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Have you finally got it? Immediately, the white-robed Taoist shook his head, and with a pop, he dropped the black chess piece. Tianzuan City. The main pavilion of Chuanbao Pavilion. Qindaoxian escaped with a flash of light and flew to the side of the giant axe trapped by the chains. He stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the giant axe in his palm. Qindaoxian looked at the giant axe carefully, but did not find any pattern on the giant axe, as if the giant axe was born from nature. Qindaoxian tried to inject his magical power into the giant axe, but no matter how much mana Qindaoxian injected, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, and the giant axe did not respond at all. This. Qindaoxian was stunned. Even if this giant axe is a spiritual treasure, he will not move at all if he injects mana so desperately. After all, he is now a 5 tribulations heavenly venerate. At this time, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion also flew over and said, "If you want to motivate it, you must obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate." "What's its name?" Chen Daoxian couldn't help asking. "I only know that Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan calls it the heaven opening axe." "Open the axe? Pangu axe? Bullshit." Chen Daoxuan's first reaction was nonsense, and besides, the Pangu axe was the first divine weapon to open the sky, and it was broken into 3 innate spiritual treasures as early as after the Pangu opened the sky. "Wait, the Pangu axe is broken." Faintly, Chen Daoxian had some guesses about the origin of this fragment.
Could it be that the Pangu axe not only shattered into 3 pieces, which also explained why the emperor-killing heavenly venerate called it the opening heaven axe? Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan wouldn't give a random name to a lingbao, even though this lingbao is only a low-grade lingbao. As Chen Daoxian held the handle of the giant axe, all the chains in the void shrank back. At this moment, the opening axe was quietly held by Chen Daoxian and no longer struggled. But Chen Daoxian was also unable to drive the other party. Inheritance of Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate. For the first time, Chen Daoxian became very interested in a Tianzuan inheritance. Originally, in Chen Daoxuan's view, no matter how amazing and brilliant the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan was, his inheritance could not be compared with the inheritance of the upper realm. Chen Daoxian mastered the astral art. I don't know how big the background is, how can he see the inheritance of a Tianzuan? Even if this heavenly venerate is called the first heavenly venerate of the human race. But this so-called human race's first heavenly venerate is only the human race's first heavenly venerate in the Fengyun realm. Looking at the heavens and the world, what is the emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate? But now, Chen Daoxian doesn't think so. If this axe is really a fragment of the Pangu axe, then the inheritance of this emperor slaughter heavenly venerate is no trivial matter. If he can use this Pangu axe, his inheritance must be unique. Of course, what is unique is what is unique. If it is said that the inheritance of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan can be compared with the inheritance of Wan Xinghai, Chen Daoxian still does not believe it. After all, the Emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate cultivation base is there, and the limitation of the heavenly venerate cultivation base is destined to not be too high for this inheritance. Unless Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, like Chen Daoxian, also obtained the inheritance of the upper realm. But as far as Chen Daoxian knew, the only known inheritance of the upper realm in Fengyun realm was Wan Xinghai. Moreover, the human race has also sent many human race talents to Wangxinghai for hundreds of thousands of years to receive inheritance. Among them, there are many like Chen Daoxian who have obtained the astral technique or other supreme inheritance, but without exception, these people are not allowed to enter. Even Chen Daoxian, with the help of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic, exhausted 3 inheritance opportunities before he started to practice astrology. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP.
Chapter 511. Inner Domain. A world that exudes loneliness and desolation. Looking from a distance, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but say, "Is this the tomb of the immortal?" The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion nodded, "Go in." Hearing this, Chen Daoxian took a deep breath and flew towards the lonely world in front of him. If you are not mistaken, the world in front of you should be the real fairy world left by an ancient real immortal after the fall. Unlike Guanyuan realm, which is full of vitality, this real immortal realm has been completely deserted. The monks cannot cultivate and can only become the cemetery of the dead. Just before Chen Daoxian was about to enter the immortal tomb, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Daoxian knew that this old man was the tomb keeper who was explained by the pavilion owner of Chuanbao Pavilion along the way. He took out the decree issued by the ancient sword Tianzuan from the storage ring and handed it over. The old man took the golden decree, checked it, and nodded, "Go in." "Thank you, senior." Chen Daoxian bowed his hands to the opponent. Although he knew that the immortal tomb had a tomb keeper, he did not expect that the old man in front of him was actually a heavenly venerator of 8 tribulations. Just as Chen Daoxian entered the cemetery, the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion suddenly appeared beside the old man. "Isn't this the person you chose, junior brother?" The old man said calmly. "Hey, I don't know if this move will hurt him. He is so talented, maybe there are other hopes. The path of the ancestor is a dead end after all." "Other hope? With the situation of my human race, there is no other hope." The old man glanced at the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion. "Junior brother, it's not your style to be hesitant." The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion sighed. "How can such a thing be decisive?" Hearing this, the old man looked impatient and waved his hand. "This is the matter, I should go to the battlefield outside the territory to fight. I don't know what to guard this broken tomb. And dare not obey the orders of the ancestors." When the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion complained to the old man, he only smiled bitterly. Hearing this, the old man said nothing and disappeared in front of the pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion. Entering the immortal tomb was decidedly different from what Chen Daoxian imagined. Although there are many cemeteries here, in front of most of the tombs, there are only inscriptions and burial mounds, and there are no monks' bodies. Moreover, these tombs are all old, at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. In other words, this immortal tomb has not been opened for a long time. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but think that in the 470,000 years of the human race's struggle against the demons, the human race's blood from the beginning to the exhaustion at the end can be seen from the tomb of this fairy tomb. In the early years, the human race monks also had the idea of building an inscription grave for the war-dead Peos, but later, more and more human race monks died, and the human race gradually became numb, and no longer built tombs for these heroic spirits. Despair shrouded every high-level human race. The monuments with no inscriptions and no words silently confided the cruelty of the war between the human race and the demons over the past 470,000 years. Chen Daoxian fully expanded his consciousness and carefully searched this real fairyland. After a long time, he finally found several graves with bodies. There! Chen Daoxian opened his eyes suddenly, and he found the cemetery of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. The figure was blurred for a while, and Chen Daoxian disappeared in place. Emperor Slaughter Tianzun's cemetery is not as luxurious as Chen Daoxian imagined. On the contrary, the other party's cemetery is very simple. There was only one cave that was modeled after the residence in front of him, and the other's body was placed in the cave. Chen Daoxian took a deep breath and walked into the cave step by step. Emperor Slaughter Tianzun's cave was not deep, and Chen Daoxian quickly walked to the body of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. How can that be? The first time Chen Daoxian saw the opponent's body, he felt extremely shocked. Because the corpse of the other party has gone through 200,000 years, and it is actually lifelike, as if it had just died. You must know that Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan is not a real immortal, he is just a Tianzuan. Without immortals, the corpse will slowly decay with the passage of time, and this process is only a matter of time. 200,000 years, enough to make the body of any Tianzuan rot. But the body of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan in front of him still maintains a lifelike appearance, which proves that the body of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan is much stronger than the ordinary Tianzuan, even not inferior to the Mahayana true immortal. This inference shocked Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian had seen the corpse of a true immortal. You must know that Qin Zhan had a corpse of a true immortal from the upper realm in his hands. After the cultivator broke through to the Mahayana true immortal, the immortal body transformed into the immortal body. At this point, the cultivator's body was completely freed from the shackles of time. But what happened to this Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan? Chen Daoxian couldn't help but fell into contemplation. Look at the corpse. Chen Daoxian muttered the words of the ancient sword Tianzuan. The meaning of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan is that his inheritance secret is hidden in his corpse. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxian knelt down towards the corpse of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, bowed his head respectfully, and said, "Senior, I am offended." "Say it." Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged in front of Emperor Slaughter Tianzun's corpse, and his consciousness invaded the other's corpse. The first position he probed was the sea of consciousness of the Emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate. When Chen Daoxian ventured into the sea of consciousness of the corpse of a true immortal, his cultivation base was still very weak, and his spiritual consciousness was also very weak. If it wasn't for the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic, he might have been lost in the sea of consciousness of the true immortal. But now it's different. Chen Daoxuan's consciousness is already many times stronger than in the past, and now it is effortless to investigate the sea of consciousness of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. But the result surprised Chen Daoxian. This. Where is the sea of consciousness of the Emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate? Chen Daoxian was stunned. He found that the sea of consciousness of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan actually disappeared, or that the other party did not have the sea of consciousness at all. However, how is this possible? How could the cultivator not have a sea of consciousness? Seemingly thinking of something, Chen Daoxian couldn't wait to check the other party's dantian again. The result was exactly as he guessed, and the other party was not angry. There is no sea of consciousness, no sea of qi. This is still a monk, this is still a cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxian began to carefully investigate the body of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. This time, he finally found the difference between the other's body and his own. His physical body is not only pure flesh and blood, but also contains changes in divine soul and mana, which makes his physical body into a very special state. Chen Daoxian said silently. He didn't know how to describe the change. Cultivators cultivate immortals, and what they cultivate is mana, spirit, and flesh. But Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan has completely mixed the three together, regardless of each other. No wonder, they all said that Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan has taken a different path from all monks. Now, a serious problem is in front of Chen Daoxian. Does he want to go this route? At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's heart was beating violently, and for the first time he felt a little diffuse. When people face a major choice, they will have this kind of emotion similar to Chen Daoxian, especially what he has to make is a choice related to the road. I do not know how long it has been. Chen Daoxian suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes regained firmness. He decided to choose this path. The reason is very simple, because this road is strong enough. Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan alone can suppress the world monsters for tens of thousands of years and dare not invade the frontier of the human race, which shows the horror of his strength. Besides, although the path of immortality is taken by many monks, it is not the only path of cultivation. Cultivation of monks is essentially a way of comprehension. Who can say that the path taken by Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan is not the great way to heaven? Besides, what really made Chen Daoxian decide to take this path was the Pangu axe in his hand. If Chen Daoxian guessed correctly, the Pangu axe passed down to him by Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan should be a small fragment of the real Pangu axe from the Great Pangu. But the key point is that Chen Daoxian can't use his mana at all, but Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan can use it, which proves that the Pangu axe recognizes the power of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan more than mana. A word suddenly appeared in Chen Daoxuan's heart to prove the Tao with strength. Don't cultivate mana, spirit, and flesh, but only cultivate the divine body that combines the three. The more Chen Daoxian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and naturally he made up his mind. Besides, even if you follow the path of immortality, with the environment of the Phoenix meteor realm, it is hopeless to pass the ninth thunder tribulation and become a Mahayana true immortal. Although Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan failed, it did not mean that Chen Daoxian would also fail. After all, he is the only one who has traveled the path of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, while the immortal Tao has been proved by countless monks that he cannot continue. How to choose in this situation is self-evident. Thinking of this, the comprehension stars in Chen Daoxuan's sea of knowledge ignited again, and his comprehension also soared. 10 times, 100 times, 300 times. Chen Daoxian didn't stop until his comprehension was increased to 300 times. With the blessing of 300 times of comprehension, Chen Daoxuan's analysis of the divine body of slaughtering Emperor Tianzuan became faster in an instant. He found that the divine body of the Emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate was not a simple combination of fleshly body, mana, and divine soul, but that the three were combined according to special rules. And this rule is the avenue. Realizing this level, Chen Daoxuan's excited soul trembled. For the first time, he knew, Chao Wendao, what it was like to die in Shiku. Flesh, mana, soul, the avenue. Chen Daoxuan's eyes became brighter and brighter, more and more. This is the divine body, my way is nothing but a request. That's what it means. Just when Chen Daoxian was struggling to realize the divine body of the emperor killing heavenly venerate, the outside world quietly changed. Tianzuan City. Gujian Tianzuan is sitting in the fairy city. For countless years, Gujian Tianzuan has been sitting in Tianzuan City, and he has hardly left. In fact, with the geographical location of Tianzuan City, Gujian Tianzuan does not have to be so careful. Because Tianzuan City is located in the innermost part of the extraterritorial battlefield, the world monster wants to invade Tianzuan City on a large scale. Only by removing the outermost immortal city in the extraterritorial battlefield can they attack Tianzuan City step by step. The outermost war zone of the extraterritorial battlefield is precisely the Jiu war zone where Fei Chenxua served. The Garrison war zone is also the war zone most frequently invaded by world monsters on the battlefield outside the territory. In comparison, the B3 war zone where Chen Daoxian had stayed before was considered relatively peaceful. On this day, when Gujian Tianzuan closed his eyes and meditated, a mana avatar quickly appeared in front of him. Gujian opened his eyes and quickly stood up. Lu Feng, why are you here? This Rufeng Tianzuan is not someone else, but the guardian Tianzuan of the main city of the 9 war zone. Seeing Gujian Tianzuan, Rufeng Tianzuan said anxiously, Gujian, something big happened. After listening to Tianzuan Rufeng's narration, Gujian Tianzan's face became completely gloomy. The world monster has invaded in an all-round way. Hearing this news, even with Gujian Tianzan's cultivation base, he only felt dizzy. How could they, how dare they? Gujian Tianzan's face was extremely ugly. Don't the Demon Court Emperor think that even if they use the power of the entire Demon Court to destroy my human race, will the Demon Court lose its power to unify the real demon world? This is the most incomprehensible part of Gujian Tianzuan. Doesn't the Demon Court want to unify the real demon world and then destroy the human race? Why did the opponent suddenly change their strategy? Is it? Gujian Tianzuan faintly thought of a possibility. Is the other party afraid of Chen Daoxian, the arrogance of the human race who has survived 5 thunder tribulations in a row? However, based on his understanding of the Demon Court Emperor, it is unlikely that the other party will change the entire Demon Court strategy for the sake of one person. Besides, even if the Demon Court forcibly takes down the human race, it will inevitably lose the strength to unify the real demon world. This is absolutely unacceptable to the Demon Emperor who has the ambition to unify the real demon world and the Phoenix realm. But the other party did do this, and he did it very decisively, directly overwhelming the army. Ancient Sword! Ancient Sword! Seeing Gu Jian pondering, Tianzuan couldn't help but interrupt, let's send more reinforcements. With the defense of my garrison 9th war zone, I won't be able to stop the Demon Court for long. Add reinforcements. Gujian Tianzuan struggled in his heart. In fact, even if all the inspections of the human race are sent over, how much threat can it pose to the Demon Court? The answer is not much threat at all. The 27 inspectors of the human race are like heavenly venerates, the strong ones are like ancient sword heavenly venerates, and the weakest are comparable to ordinary true immortal level world demons. But can the 27 true immortal level combat power reverse the situation in the 9th war zone? Bullshit. With the power of Yao Ting, it is almost a sure thing to fully invade the Jiu war zone, and the Jiu war zone will fall. But Gujian Tianzuan is unavoidable. If you don't go to the rescue, Yao Ting can take down the 9th war zone without much effort, and eat it like this, then the 8th war zone and the 7th war zone. In the end, when the Yao Ting army attacked Tianzuan City, there would not be much damage. In this way, not only will the demons be able to take down the human race, but they will also have the energy to continue taking down the real demon world. Therefore, the human race must fight against it, and even if the entire 9 war zone is lost, they must beat the opponent severely. The human race must let the demon court know that even if they can take down the human race, they will be full of blood. Without this ruthlessness, the human race is really fierce this time. Thinking of this, Gu Jian Tianzhen's eyes became solemn. At the same time, on Tianzuan Mountain in Guanyuan Realm, the mana incarnation of Gujian Tianzuan flew out of Tianzhen's mansion, and soon, the voice of Gujian rang in the ears of the other 26 inspecting Tianzuan. Everyone, the demon court is coming. Come to Tianzuan City. On the Tianzuan Mountain, the inspecting Tianzuan heard the voice of the ancient sword Tianzuan, and his face changed suddenly. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Just when everyone was about to leave, Lingyu Tianzuan stood up and said to stop him, "Everyone, have you ever thought about what would happen if this battle was Yaoting's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain?" Tiaohu Lishan. Gu Jian Tianzuan frowned, "You mean Tianzuan City?" Lingyu Tianzuan said word by word. Hearing this, Gu Jian Tianzhen's complexion suddenly changed. Indeed, even he went to help the 9th war zone. What should Zunqing do that day? Tianzuan City has always been guarded by the strongest people of the human race. In this era, the strongest person of the human race is his ancient sword Tianzuan. On that day, Zunqing was left unguarded. As the most powerful immortal city of the human race, Tianzuan City needs at least one patrol Tianzuan to exert its full strength. And although Tianzuan City can move a short distance, it can't cross to the 9th war zone. If the immortal city of the human race can be moved at will, there is no need for the human race to stick to one place. Although the immortal city of the human race is a fairy artifact, it can only be moved within a short distance, and the speed of movement is extremely slow, which is why the human race Tianzuan does not run around with the guardian immortal city. Not only Gujian Tianzuan, but other human race Tianzuan also reacted at this moment, and it was too dangerous to be taken by Yaoting. If the demon court succeeded in raiding Tianzuan City because of the aid of the 9th war zone, then the demon court would have inserted a most fatal nail in the hinterland of the human race. Once Tianzuan City falls, Yaoting will inevitably send dozens of true immortal-level world monsters to guard it. At that time, the human race will not have the strength to retake the city. Seeing the ugly faces of everyone, Lingyu Tianzuan continued, "So, Tianzuan City must be guarded." Gujian Tianzuan nodded. The pavilion master of Chuanbao Pavilion also nodded and said, "Lingyu Tianzuan is right." Gujian Tianzuan frowned and said, "But this person who guards Tianzuan City?" The 9 war zone was attacked, and as the most powerful heavenly venerate of the human race, he would definitely go to the rescue. Otherwise, Yaoting sent so many true immortal-level world demons, and other inspections of Tianzuan alone would not be able to keep it. But if he leaves, he must leave behind an inspector. Just when Gujian Tianzuan was in trouble, Lingyu Tianzuan said again, "Gujian, everyone, just let me stay." Lingyu bowed his hands to everyone. "In terms of strength, I am the weakest among the many inspections of Tianzuan, but with my strength, it is more than enough to sit in Tianzuan City." "All right." Gujian Tianzuan nodded. The rest of the inspection Tianzuan heard the words and nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone finally negotiated the candidates to sit in Tianzuan City, Rufeng Tianzuan, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly said, "Everyone, since we have discussed the candidates for the guardianship of Tianzuan City, hurry up and help the 9th war zone." "It is good. Everyone, let's go." After a while, Lingyu Tianzuan held the Tianzuan City control token left by Gujian Tianzuan and watched everyone leave, with a smile on his lips. "Good show, it's on." Lingyu Tianzuan murmured, "I just want to become an immortal, don't blame me." Fairy Tomb. Chen Daoxian sat in front of the corpse of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. By observing the corpse of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, he had already analyzed the structure of the divine body. To put it simply, the divine body cultivated by the Emperor-killing heavenly venerate is connected by the avenue, and the monk's mana, spirit, and flesh are integrated into one. After cultivating into a divine body, the cultivator's body will gradually show a trend between energy and flesh. Anyway, from Qin Daoxuan's point of view, the famous Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate is only one step away from being completely energized. After the divine body is completely energized, is it equivalent to the Mahayana true immortal realm of immortal Tao? Qin Daoxian guessed. In this way, Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan has not taken the last step, no wonder he will sit down. But immediately, Qin Daoxian was shocked. Yes, Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan did not take the last step, which means that the opponent's cultivation base is only equivalent to the realm of the 8 tribulations Tianzuan of the immortal Tao, but how could Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan be so strong? As if thinking of something, Qin Daoxian took out the Pangu axe in the storage ring. Is it because of it? Qin Daoxian muttered. This is the only reason, otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate only has a cultivation level equivalent to the 8th Tribulation Heavenly Venerate, but can kill the true immortal level world monsters like slaughtering dogs. After understanding the fleshly body of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, the next thing Qin Daoxian has to do is to transfer from the immortal way to the way of the divine body. The cultivation of the divine body has no secrets in his eyes. What Qin Daoxian has to do is to give up the original path. But since a decision has been made, Qin Daoxian is not the one who hesitates. At the moment, Qin Daoxian began to disperse all his mana. Time passed slowly. Qin Daoxuan's mana and primordial spirit have all dissipated, or in other words, under the framework of the Tao, they are integrated with his fleshly body. At the moment when the three were completely integrated, Qin Daoxuan's body shook violently. Immediately afterwards, his sea of consciousness and dantian completely disappeared. However, although his sea of consciousness and dantian disappeared, the golden scriptures in his sea of consciousness and the instruments in his dantian were still intact in his divine body. This is, nowhere is the sea of consciousness, nowhere is dantian. Qin Daoxian succeeded in shaping the divine body once, and he was in a good mood. He immediately used his divine sense and found that his divine sense was as unobstructed as before. The fact is exactly like this: the divine consciousness was born from the divine soul, and his divine soul was just integrated into the divine body. Of course he could use divine consciousness. But soon, Qin Daoxian thought of an important question. Astral art. Qin Daoxian was apprehensive in his heart. If the constellation technique he had worked so hard to cultivate was abolished because of the cultivation of the divine body, wouldn't it be because of small loss of greatness? But as he ran the constellation technique, the 1,800 orifice stars in the divine body suddenly lit up. In the divine body, the 1,800 stars in the stars kendo map also echoed Qin Daoxuan's 1,800 orifice stars. An extremely terrifying force immediately blessed his divine body. It still works. Qin Daoxian looked overjoyed. It's just, how do I feel that the cultivation of the divine body is improving? After careful sensing, Qin Daoxian found that his divine body cultivation was actually improving. Not only that, Qin Daoxian also discovered that his divine body was actually absorbing the power of the stars transformed by the 1,800 six-star insect soldiers in the star kendo diagram. But, how is that possible? It is clearly recorded in astral art that the 1,800 stars in the star kendo map can only be borrowed by the practitioner using the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Array, and cannot be turned into their own at all. But now, the change in the divine body has broken his cognition. Although the divine body did not absorb the power of the insect soldiers quickly, this was the case when Qin Daoxian did not take the initiative to absorb it. At this moment the 1,800 acupoints and stars in his body are like 1,800 black holes, and the power projected by the 6-star insect soldiers on these 1,800 black holes is gradually being swallowed up by them. What followed was that Qin Daoxuan's divine body was slowly increasing. This divine body is too domineering. Qin Daoxian exclaimed, according to this trend, my divine body will soon be able to catch up with Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. Although Qin Daoxian has become a god, but after all, he only has the cultivation of the 5 tribulations heavenly venerate. Therefore, his divine body is still a lot worse than the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate. But now there are 1,800 6-star insect soldiers replenished, and his divine body is rapidly increasing. Of course, this rapid enhancement is only relative to normal cultivation. Chen Daoxian was obviously not satisfied with this speed. At this moment, a bold idea emerged in his heart. Since the 1,800 acupoints and stars in his divine body have changed, why not abandon the kendo map of the stars and directly set up a great array of stars in his divine body? He thought carefully about the general outline of astral art, and his divine body seemed to be able to meet the requirements for the formation of the sky. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart began to heat up. Just relying on the power projected by the 1,800 six-star insect soldiers, 1,800 acupoints and stars can promote the continuous enhancement of the divine body. If he really integrates the 1,800 six-star worm soldiers and the 1,800 orifice acupuncture stars, his divine body cannot completely break the barriers that Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan has not been able to break through. To do or not to do? Chen Daoxian struggled fiercely in his heart. There was a rational voice in his heart, persuading himself to give up. Because his strength is already strong enough. But Chen Daoxian understands that his strength is strong, but like Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, he has no confidence in taking the last step. In the lower realm, if a cultivator wants to leap from the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate to the Mahayana true immortal, he must resort to the 9th thunder tribulation. But Fengyun realm no longer has this condition. As for going to the true demon realm, unless Chen Daoxian can suppress the entire sacred ancient demon realm by himself. But how is this possible? Even if he got the inheritance of the Emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate, even if he had the constellation technique, it was still impossible to do it. The constellation technique has greatly increased his strength, but for a powerhouse like Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, the increase is not so great, at least Chen Daoxuan's current stage of the asterisk technique. Even if Chen Daoxuan's future strength surpasses Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan with the help of astral technique, can he compare to the entire demon court and the sacred ancient demon realm behind Baiyao court? Impossible. So, he had to find another way. And astral art gave him this shortcut. At this moment, Chen Daoxian finally realized that the path he was taking now completely deviates from the traditional immortal way. Chen Daoxian had no reference for the future. He can only say that with his current divine body cultivation base, he is equivalent to the 8 tribulations heavenly venerative immortal Tao. Since the paths are different, why should I use the experience of immortal Tao to apply the path I'm taking at this time? Chen Daoxian asked back. At this moment, he finally made a decision in his heart, abandoning the star swordsmanship map, using his divine body as the sky, and rebuilding the astral technique. Chen Daoxian opened his mouth. The star kendo map flew out of his mouth. Chapter 513. Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan Cemetery. Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged facing the corpse of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. In his body, the 1,800 acupoints and stars were lit up one by one at this moment, exuding a terrifying devouring power. In front of Chen Daoxian, 1,800 six-star insect soldiers turned into golden light spots scattered around his body like fireflies. The first one. Chen Daoxian took a deep breath. The acupuncture points in the body were swallowed by a 6-star insect soldier outside the god's body. The golden light spot is like a streamer, straight into Chen Daoxuan's body, and it is fleeting. The 1,800 six-star insect soldiers suddenly lost one and became 1,799. However, in Chen Daoxuan's divine body, there is an aperture star occupied by a 6-star worm soldier. Not only that, Chen Daoxian discovered that his aperture was actually devouring this worm soldier, including the energy and matter that made it up. This is. Chen Daoxian did not expect that after cultivating a divine body, the acupoints and stars in his body would actually undergo such changes. This is too overbearing. It actually devoured a 6-star insect soldier directly. Originally, Chen Daoxian just planned to use the divine body as a sky curtain and place these 1,800 6-star insect soldiers. He did not expect that his acupoints were now so domineering that they directly swallowed the insect soldiers. It is also thanks to this insect soldier that he has a simple mind and recognizes Chen Daoxian as the master. Otherwise, once the worm soldier erupted in his aperture would be blown to pieces in an instant. At that time, even his divine body will be damaged. After all, his divine manifestation is only at the level of the 5 tribulations heavenly venerate, and a mere aperture cannot withstand the full blast of the 6-star insect soldiers. As for the remaining 1799 6-star insect soldiers, don't be delusional. But now, the 6-star worm soldier in Chen Daoxuan's body did not resist at all, letting Chen Daoxuan's acupoints swallow it up. At the moment when Chen Daoxuan's orifice acupoint devoured the 6-star worm soldier, the breath it exudes suddenly exploded, forming a distinct difference from the other orifice points in the body. What makes Chen Daoxian even more delighted is that his divine body is also slowly improving under the influence of this acupoint. Sure enough, my guess is correct. Placing the worm soldier in the acupuncture point can indeed lead to an increase in the cultivation of the divine body. Chen Daoxian was full of joy. Because he found a way to take the last step even without relying on the 9th thunder tribulation. Insect soldier. What an insect soldier! Chen Daoxian looked at the remaining 1799 insect soldiers with ecstasy in his eyes. Inner world. In the world opened up by Lingyu Tianzuan. A terrifying breath descended on this world, but Lingyu Tianzuan, as the master of this world, used his means to shield the other party's breath. The outside world does not know that the number 1 enemy of the human race, the Demon Court Emperor, actually teleported through the world and descended into the world of Lingyu Tianzuan. Lingyu Tianzuan wore a white Taoist robe, looked at the domineering man in front of him, bowed and saluted, "Congratulations to the Emperor." Who knows that Yaoting Emperor glanced at him and said coldly, "Clone." Lingyu Tianzuan looked slightly embarrassed, and cupped his hands, "Your Majesty, my subordinate deity is sitting in Tianzuan City. If he leaves his post without authorization, he may be discovered by Gu Jian's old confidant. Although Gu Jian led people to the 9th war zone, he could also bring people back to help at any time, so." The Emperor Yaoting ignored Lingyu Tianzuan's remarks, and directly pierced his mind. "Are you afraid that this seat will cross the river and demolish the bridge and kill you?" Hearing this, Lingyu Tianzuan slammed, and immediately knelt down to the Emperor of Yaoting, and swore to the sky, "The loyalty of the subordinates to the Emperor can be learned from the Great Road." The Emperor Yaoting took a deep look at Lingyu Tianzuan, waved his hand and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Emperor." Lingyu Tianzuan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this level was temporarily over. Next, as long as he does what the other party explained, he will definitely get the opportunity to go to the real demon world to cross the 9th thunder tribulation. At that time, he can fly directly to the upper realm just like the ancient real immortals. As for the grievances between the Fengyun realm and the true demon realm, it has nothing to do with him from now on. Why is it that Lingyu has been practicing hard for tens of thousands of years, and he is going to fall into the last step of becoming an immortal? He is not reconciled, and even more reluctant. He knew that this move might ruin the entire human race in the Fengyun realm, but for the sake of his own path, he would not hesitate to do anything. "I told you what to do, how is it?" "Emperor, everything has been done." Gu Jian led all the inspections of Tianzuan to help guard the 9th war zone. Tianzuan City is under the control of his subordinates. Now the entire inner world is in our pockets. I'm asking about that kid. The Yaoting Emperor looked at Lingyu Tianzuan, a little dissatisfied. Lingyu Tianzuan quickly smiled and said, "Chen Daoxian is currently accepting the inheritance of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan in the tomb." "Oh, did he really accept that guy's inheritance?" The Demon Court Emperor raised his head, looked in the direction of the real demon world, and said silently, "Father, the boy will avenge you. Although I can't kill that guy, I will kill his inheritance in front of that guy with my own hands." "Bye." "Father, have you seen it?" Seeing the Demon Court Emperor in front of him raising his head and saying nothing, Lingyu Tianzuan did not dare to disturb him at all. It has not been a year or two that he has been dealing with this Demon Court Emperor, and he knows that the demons in this world have a deep prejudice against human monks. Of course, the reason for this is also clear to Lingyu Tianzuan. In the past, Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan personally killed the opponent's father. The hatred of killing the father, how not to make the other party hate the human race cultivator. Although Lingyu Tianzuan cooperated with Yao Ting, he has always been uneasy in his heart. After all, the current emperor of Yao Ting hates human cultivators so much. After Yao Ting defeats the human race, what should he do if he turns his face and refuses to admit? However, although Tianzuan Lingyu knew that the other party was very likely to turn his face and deny his account, he still chose to betray the human race when he saw the huge gap in strength between the human race and the world demon, and the temptation to become an immortal by himself. Emperor. A long time. Lingyu Tianzuan said cautiously, I have a map of the location of the immortal tomb here, please take a look at the emperor. Speaking, Lingyu Tianzuan took out a star map and handed it over. The Emperor Yao Ting took the star map, glanced at it, and nodded with satisfaction. When I kill this son, I will take you to the real demon world to transcend the calamity. Hearing this dream sentence, Lingyu Tianzuan trembled with excitement. Thank you, Emperor, thank you, Emperor. In his voice of gratitude, the figure of the demon court emperor completely disappeared. The inner world is extremely vast. But in the eyes of Yao Ting Emperor, the peak true immortal world demon, it is not that big. With his speed, he would be able to reach the fairy tomb where Chen Daoxian was located in 3 days at most. But at the moment, in the tomb of the fairy, Chen Daoxian had swallowed the last 6-star insect soldier into the acupoint. At the moment when the last 6-star worm soldier was swallowed by his orifice, the Zhou Tianxingde formation was once again formed in Chen Daoxuan's divine body. Each of the 1,800 orifice stars exudes extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. The 1,800 orifice stars are integrated through the Zhou Tianxingde Great Array, and a terrifying force that surpasses ordinary true immortals erupts. But now, this force was directly subdued by Chen Daoxian. However, this is not what excites Chen Daoxian. What really excites him is that, under the influence of the power of 1,800 acupoints and stars, his divine body cultivation base is constantly surging. Although he has only spent less than 10 days from devouring the first 6-star insect soldier to the present. But his divine body cultivation level has soared directly from the realm of the 5 robbers to the realm of the 8th robbery. Not only that, his divine body cultivation base is still surging. Chen Daoxian felt that his divine body was becoming more and more fully energized. It seems that his divine body can be completely transformed by just one step. No, even if I don't do anything now, with the power of these 1,800 acupoints and stars, my divine body will transform to that level. Chen Daoxian secretly said in his heart. What a fairy! The cultivator's lifelong desire is nothing but to become an immortal and ascend to the upper realm. And now, Chen Daoxian is within reach of this realm. Originally, Chen Daoxian thought that when he really got to this point, he would be extremely excited. But his reaction was far calmer than he had imagined. Just like the transformation of his divine body, everything is just a matter of course. The only thing Chen Daoxian didn't expect was that he would eventually embark on a path completely different from immortal Dao. Feeling the transformation of the divine body, Chen Daoxian seemed to be unable to do anything except wait silently at the moment. Do not. There's one more thing. Chen Daoxian suddenly remembered something, and immediately took out a spiritual treasure from the storage ring. The treasure known as the Heaven-Opening Axe. Speaking of which, the reason why Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan is so powerful that he can overwhelm an era, all depends on this treasure. It's just that this treasure can only be used if you step on the avenue of the gods. Chen Daoxian had tried it himself, and his mana had no effect on it. But now, Chen Daoxian once again held the handle of the giant axe. Just as he held the axe, Chen Daoxuan's eyes suddenly darkened. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to be pulled into a place of chaos. There is no up and down, no left and right, and naturally there is no heaven and earth. This place is even more lonely than the endless void, and time has no meaning in this chaotic land. I don't know how long it took, maybe 100 million years, maybe only one breath. Chen Daoxian saw a giant in this chaos. A bruised, gasping giant. The giant had bare feet, held a giant axe, and his eyes were determined. The giant held his breath, raised the giant axe with one hand, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said in his mouth, "Open the sky." With this voice, a big explosion suddenly occurred in the chaos, and Chen Daoxian could not describe this explosion at all. It's just that after this explosion, something called matter was born in the chaos, and then there was space and time. Even Chen Daoxian saw a familiar golden light flashing away. Is that the golden scriptures? Chen Daoxian didn't have time to take a closer look. The next moment, his consciousness was moved out of this chaotic place. Although his consciousness was moved out of the land of chaos, the image of the giant holding the Pangu axe to open the sky was deeply imprinted in Chen Daoxian's mind. Want to forget cannot forget. Shen Yun. Chen Daoxian murmured, "I didn't expect that in this small piece of Pangu axe, there would actually be the spirit of opening the sky. This chance, really?" No wonder Chen Daoxian was excited. He did not expect that the giant axe in the hands of the emperor slaughtering heavenly venerate was actually a fragment of the Pangu axe. What's even more rare is that in this Pangu axe fragment, there is still the spirit of opening the sky. Sure enough, the avenue of the divine body that I and the emperor slaughter Tianzuan took is the road of proving the Tao with strength. Before the prehistoric era, the immortal way was only one of the great roads. The way of the divine body is not weaker than the way of the immortal, but after the immortal Tao became prosperous, there were fewer and fewer cultivators who really followed the way of the divine body. There is no distinction between these two paths, only the cultivator has the distinction. Those who are strong in the way of the divine body are like the great Pangu, and those who are strong in the immortal way are like the sage Hongjun. How can the way of the divine body be inferior to the immortal way? The most important thing is that the way of the divine body has an unparalleled advantage in the Phoenix meteor realm. It can reach the level of the Mahayana true immortal without going through a calamity. Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan fell at the last step. Chen Daoxian took the last step because he learned the astral art. Everything can only be said, time, fate. Feeling the Kaitian charm in his mind, Chen Daoxian was reluctant to waste it. He didn't know when the next time Pangu axe would let him watch the Kaitian charm. Kaitian Shenyun will fade away in his mind little by little as time goes by. Chen Daoxian wants to comprehend it as much as possible before he forgets it. At this moment, Chen Daoxian finally understood why Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate only had the divine body cultivation of 8 tribulations Heavenly Venerate, but he could kill a true immortal level world monster like a slaughtering dog. The key is to open the sky and the charm. Although Chen Daoxian didn't know how much the other party had learned in tens of thousands of years, the other party was able to kill the last demon court emperor, relying on the Pangu axe in his hand and the spirit of opening the sky. Although Chen Daoxian didn't have tens of thousands of years for him to slowly comprehend the spirit of Kaitian, he has another more perverted thing, Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic. He couldn't help but think of the golden light that flashed away in the picture of Pangu opening the sky. Sure enough, my golden scriptures are the treasures born at the beginning of Hongmeng. Chen Daoxian secretly said. Shaking his head, throwing off the distracting thoughts in his mind, he immediately activated the understanding stars in God's body. As the comprehension stars burned, his comprehension began to soar. This time, Chen Daoxian directly raised his comprehension to 1,000 times unprecedented state. With 1,000 times comprehension, his current comprehension stars can only last for 1 stick of incense at most. But Chen Daoxian couldn't wait. Kaitian Shenyun has been forgotten more and more, and he must comprehend it as much as possible within a stick of incense, even if it is only a little bit of comprehension. With the blessing of 1,000 times of comprehension, Chen Daoxian felt that the picture of Pangu Kaitian in his mind became extraordinarily slow. Slowly, he saw it clearly. He could clearly see the movement of the great Tao in Pangu's body. What a vast Tao law! Chen Daoxian was shocked by the Tao law in Pangu God's body. Compared with the Tao law of the other God's body, the Tao law in his God's body was as ridiculous as a child's graffiti. However, Chen Daoxian was not discouraged. Because he knew that the one he saw was the great who opened up the great wasteland. Before the chaos opened, this one was the most well-deserved strongest among countless innate gods and demons. The avenues within his body are, of course, incomparably vast. Just looking at it, Chen Daoxian was dizzy and didn't dare to look at the avenue in Panga God's body. Chen Daoxian only observed the trajectory of this axe. In the cemetery, Chen Daoxian closed his eyes, made an axe with his hand, and kept gesturing. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 514. In the blink of an eye, the time for a stick of incense passed. Chen Daoxian withdrew from the state of 1,000 times comprehension. Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan Cemetery. Chen Daoxian opened his eyes and said to himself, unfortunately, it's still a little bit. He already felt that part of Kaishan's charm had been lost, and the picture of Panga Kaitian in his mind was not as clear as it was before a stick of incense. Chen Daoxian didn't dare to delay, and immediately took out a bunch of Jiyuan beads from the gourd-shaped cave artifact he carried with him. With a palm of his hand, these Jia Yuanzhu immediately shattered, and Chen Daoxian was completely wrapped by countless chaotic auras. But he didn't panic at all. The next moment, the golden scriptures in the god's body began to swallow these chaotic qi, while the golden scriptures swallowed the chaotic qi, while transforming the chaotic qi into stardust of understanding. Finally, a brand new star of perception was constructed again. Chen Daoxian's face was overjoyed when he saw the new comprehension stars in the divine body, but he immediately felt that the spirit of opening the sky was constantly passing, so he didn't dare to delay, and immediately entered the state of 1,000 times comprehension again. Only this time, Chen Daoxian clearly felt that it had become a little more difficult to understand the spirit of Kaitian. Is it because of the passage of Kaitian Shinyun? Chen Daoxian muttered. He didn't know the specific requirements for comprehending the heaven-opening charm on Pangus axe, but he obviously couldn't comprehend it at will. Maybe it took a time interval, or maybe there were other conditions. Chen Daoxian didn't care about the time interval. With his divine body cultivation base that was about to break through to the level of a true immortal, he could feel that his lifespan had reached an extremely terrifying level. To a certain extent, with the cultivation of the divine body that he is about to break through, he can already live the same life as heaven and earth. Without the limitation of lifespan, Chen Daoxian naturally didn't care about the time limit for comprehending Kaitian Shinyun. What Chen Daoxian was worried about was that other requirements were needed to comprehend Kaitian Shinyun. Therefore, he must do everything in his power to seize this opportunity for enlightenment. After all, no one knows when the next time they will have such an opportunity will have to wait. Soon, a stick of incense passed by again. Chen Daoxian once again absorbed the qi of chaos and transformed his perception of stardust. Time passed little by little. A day later, Kaitian Shinyun completely disappeared from his mind. He clearly knew that he had seen the picture of the great Panga Kaitian from the fragments of Pangus axe, but he couldn't remember the specific content of Kaitian. It was as if the image of Pangu opening the sky was completely wiped from his mind by an invisible force. Opening his eyes again, Chen Daoxian stood up, and then respectfully kowtowed 3 times towards Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. The other party preached to him with his corpse. For him, although he did not have the name of master and apprentice, he had the reality of master and apprentice. Chen Daoxian's worship is justified. After worshipping the emperor, Chen Daoxian slowly withdrew from the other's tomb. With a flash of light, he found an open space in this immortal tomb. Then, Chen Daoxian took a deep breath. He could clearly sense that his divine body was stronger than the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate at the peak of that year. Moreover, his divine body is still strengthening under the impetus of the 1,800 acupoints and stars in his body. If other cultivators observe Chen Daoxian with divine sense, they will find that his divine body is no longer a pure flesh and blood body, but is developing in the direction of energy. Chen Daoxian knew that this was the avenue of the divine body that was different from the immortal way. The transformation of the divine body cannot be accomplished overnight, it is a slow process. Chen Daoxian wondered if it was the same for other spiritual practitioners, or if the power source to support the transformation of his divine body was insufficient. But Chen Daoxian prefers the latter reason. The ninth Thunder Tribulation by Tianzuan is relying on the power of Thunder Tribulation to complete the transformation from the Tribulation period to the final step of the Mahayana period, and Chen Daoxian cannot use the power of Thunder Tribulation now. Fortunately, the avenue of the Divine Body can not only rely on the power of Thunder Tribulation to complete the final transformation, but also other powers, such as the 1800 acupuncture stars that make up the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array. Fairy Tomb. On a vast expanse of wasteland, Chen Daoxian stood quietly in the wasteland. With a thought, his divine body began to soar. This time, he didn't use the magical powers of the Dharma image. What he showed at the moment was the original size of his divine body. Thousands, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 80,000. After the divine body soared to 80,000 zhang, it continued to rise. But Chen Daoxian can clearly feel that the speed of his divine body skyrocketing has slowed down. It seems that 80,000 zhang is the limit size of the divine body before breaking through. 80,000 feet, converted to the height of the previous life, is 267 kilometers, even if the true immortal Jinpeng world demon that Chen Daoxian had seen before only had a demon body of several 100,000 feet. His current divine body is no longer much smaller than the opponent's. It is foreseeable that once Chen Daoxian breaks through, his divine body will be much larger than that of the true immortal Jinpeng world demon. For monks who follow the way of the divine body, the size of the divine body is very important. Because the body cultivator does not cultivate mana and soul, his strength is all above the body. The larger the body, the stronger the body cultivator is. Of course, in the usual battles, the cultivator of the divine body does not need to unfold the divine body, but only needs to maintain a normal body shape. But once the cultivator fully reveals the divine body, it means that he will go all out. This is the same as the real monster's body when the world monster fights fiercely. Chen Daoxian showed his divine body in this wasteland. Naturally, he did not want to fight with anyone, but to confirm what he had learned from the spirit of Kai Tian. Although the Kai Tian Shinyun had been completely forgotten in his mind, what he learned from Kai Tian Shinyun really belonged to him. Emperor Slaughter Tianzan's strength is so strong, not because of his cultivation, but because of what he learned in the spirit of opening the sky. Now, Chen Daoxian finally has this qualification. It's just that compared to Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, Chen Daoxian is more fortunate, because he also has the astral technique, which can cultivate the divine body to the level of a true immortal. Chen Daoxian stretched out his palm, and a quaint giant axe appeared in his hand, which was the Pangu axe. As a low-grade lingbao, Chen Daoxian drove it, but there was no pressure. This is very different from the immortal artifact. If the cultivator's cultivation base is insufficient, it is not enough to motivate the immortal artifact. But lingbao is different. It is far from enough to motivate lingbao with Chen Daoxian's divine body cultivation, but he can mobilize it. But the strength he exerts cannot be compared with that of earth immortals and heavenly immortals. Holding the Pangu axe, Chen Daoxian looked solemn. Previously, under the blessing of 1,000 times of comprehension, he had comprehended the spirit of opening the sky for a whole day, and he turned the comprehension into 3 moves. Now, Chen Daoxian will confirm and perfect these 3 moves. Looking at the lonely and desolate world of immortal tombs, Chen Daoxian took a deep breath. The first of the 3 types of Kai Tian, killing immortals. In Chen Daoxian's mind, the trajectory of the giant axe cutting through the chaos flashed again. At the same time, the Pangu axe in his hand moved. The trajectory of this axe is exactly the same as that of the axe when Pangu opened the sky, but if a powerful cultivator is watching, he will find that this axe only has its surface, but the inner avenue is completely different. But with Chen Daoxian's divine body cultivation base, it is not easy to imitate his appearance. If you want to imitate a little bit of the charm of Pangu's opening of the sky, let's wait until the day he is sanctified. But it is only a mere appearance, and the power displayed by it is also terrifying. However, the first form in 3 forms of Kai Tian, with Chen Daoxian's current divine body cultivation, can already be perfectly controlled, and even without using the power of 1,800 acupoints and stars in his body, he can perform this move perfectly. Although Chen Daoxian doesn't know how this move compares to the Emperor's slaughtering Heavenly Venerate, if he encounters the true immortal Jinpeng World Demon again, Chen Daoxian has the confidence to kill it with an axe. This axe slashed through the void, but not even the space crack was left. It can be seen that Chen Daoxian's control of the first style of Kai Tian has reached its peak and can be used as a regular move. After performing the first move, Chen Daoxian couldn't wait to perform the second move. The 3 Kai Tian styles he learned from Kai Tian Shinyun were more terrifying than each. Chen Daoxian had a hunch that the second form of the opening day might not be so easy to perform smoothly. However, Chen Daoxian was not sure about the specifics. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxian stopped thinking about it, took a deep breath, and poured infinite divine energy into the Pangu axe. However, not enough. Chen Daoxian's face was ashen. Careless. He didn't expect that the second form of opening the sky had such high requirements on the cultivation of the divine body. This time, Chen Daoxian once again experienced the pain caused by high understanding. If he hadn't comprehended the whole day with 1,000 times his comprehension, how could he have comprehended the 3 ways of opening the sky? It seems that there is no need to try the third style of Kai Tian anymore. With this second style of Kai Tian alone, he can drink a pot. Sure enough, after Chen Daoxian discovered that his divine body cultivation was not enough to support this move, his divine body actually burned completely. Before Chen Daoxian could react, a terrifying energy poured into the Pangu axe. Immediately, the second form of Kai Tian came out smoothly. Feeling the terrifying power of Kaishan's second style, Chen Daoxian did not dare to slash at the earth, but slashed the axe into the sky. The second style of opening the sky, slaying the gods. This axe ripped apart the sky and the space barriers of the immortal tomb world in just an instant. This axe, the rays of light that erupted stretched for thousands of miles. After tearing apart the space barriers of the immortal tomb world, it did not stop at all, and flew all the way to the depths of the endless void. Outside the tomb, the tomb keeper saw the huge gap in the world of the immortal tomb, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his cheek. That's... He didn't know how to describe this axe. After a long time, he murmured, fortunately, it was not aimed at the world of the immortal tomb. Not caring too much, the tomb keeper immediately teleported and flew into the immortal tomb along the space gap opened by Chen Daoxian. Enter the fairy tomb. The tomb keeper saw Chen Daoxian's enormous divine body. He had seen the divine body of the Emperor slaughter Heavenly Venerate in the records of the classics, but he was not too surprised. Now he has only surprises in his heart. You succeeded? The tomb keeper immediately flew in front of Chen Daoxian, facing Chen Daoxian's divine body more than 200 kilometers away. The tomb keeper was as small as a speck of dust. Chen Daoxian naturally wouldn't talk to the other party in this state. With a thought, his divine body disappeared instantly, returning to the normal body shape of the adult race. Looking at the eager eyes of the tomb keeper, Chen Daoxian cupped his hands and said, "Fortunately, I didn't lose my life." Good. 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 Heaven will not kill my human race, and heaven will not kill my human race. The tomb keeper was excited. Chen Daoxian can understand the other party's excitement. The situation facing the human race is becoming more and more dangerous, and there is a possibility of extermination at any time. At this time, there is a powerhouse comparable to the Emperor slaughtering Heavenly Venerate, which is simply a boost to the morale of the human race. Not to mention Chen Daoxian's strength, not to mention counterattacking the real demon world, but there is no problem in cooperating with the various fairy towns to protect the precarious human race. This is already the best situation human race Heavenly Venerate can think of. As for counterattacking the real demon world, they never thought about it, even in the ancient times when the real immortals of the Phoenix meteor realm emerged one after another, the human race could not win the real demon world, let alone now. In today's era, it is lucky enough for the human race to be safe. After the tomb guard was excited, he found that Chen Daoxian's face was pale, and he immediately thought of the axe that cut through the barriers of the world of the immortal tomb, and quickly said, "Are you injured?" Small issue, Chen Daoxian shook his head. I also asked Senior to protect the law for me 1 or 2. The tomb keeper immediately agreed, just rest assured to heal. Chen Daoxian nodded. He had just performed the second form of Tian Tian, and with his divine body cultivation, he could not support this move at all. In the end, he relied on the burning divine body to break out the power of this move. This allowed Chen Daoxian to learn about the new operation of the divine body, or a desperate method, burning the divine body. In order to perform the second form of Tian Tian, my divine body actually burned about 1%. Chen Daoxian shook his head. You must know that his divine body is full of divine soul, and burning 1% divine body also means that the damage to the divine soul reaches 1%. And once the soul is damaged more than 50%, it will fall into a state of fainting. When facing the enemy, falling into a faint, there is only one way to die. In this way, the burning divine body must not exceed 50%. Chen Daoxian remembered this standard line. But then again, if I used the astral technique just now, I wouldn't have to burn the divine body. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but smile. At the critical moment, he forgot about the astral technique. This is also the reason why he performed the 3 forms of the open heaven for the first time. In addition, since he successfully cultivated the constellation technique, he has never performed it before, so it is normal to be unfamiliar. As for the third form in 3 forms of Kai Tian, Chen Daoxian would not dare to perform it even if he was beaten to death. Using the second form of the opening day, he was already forcing him to burn the divine body, and even so, he only exerted the lowest power of the second form of the opening day. If you want to maximize the power of Kai Tian's second form, it is not enough to burn only 1% of the divine body. Of course, if the astral technique is used, Chen Daoxian estimates that the effect is at least comparable to burning 5% of the divine body. The method of burning the divine body desperately is really terrifying. Chen Daoxian muttered. You must know that after performing the astral technique, his basic strength can theoretically be comparable to that of a true immortal. In other words, if Chen Daoxian burns 5% of his divine body, he can burst into power comparable to that of a true immortal. And this is just the basic strength, without any esoteric blessing. What if it burns 40% or even 50% of the divine body at one time? Chen Daoxian finally knew why the emperor slaughtered Tianzuan could kill the previous demon court emperor. Encountering this kind of perversion, who will die if the demon court emperor does not die? 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 515. Immortal Tomb World. The tomb keeper raised his head, looked at the devastated world, tore a huge gap, and sighed slightly. It's okay if it's abolished. If it's abolished, you won't have to guard this broken cemetery anymore. Say it. The tomb guardian flashed and flew out of the world of the immortal tomb, standing above the space gap opened by Chen Daoxian. On the wasteland, Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged and was slowly recovering his divine body. The tomb guardian stood on the space gap with his hands behind his back, not only guarding the immortal tomb, but also protecting the law for Chen Daoxian. Time passed slowly, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Inner void. A stream of light is advancing at a speed that is unimaginable for ordinary monks. If you look closely, you will find that the speed of this streamer is even more exaggerated than the speed of the human race light boat. This is no longer the escape speed that heavenly venerate transcends tribulation can achieve. Looking at the desolate ruins of the true immortal realm in front of him, the demon court emperor took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Is this the human race immortal tomb?" Who? The tomb keeper standing above the gap in the world of the immortal tomb immediately discovered the demon court emperor, who came quickly. In the eyes of the tomb keeper, the demon court emperor is like a scorching sun in the void, extremely hot and dazzling. Oh? There's another fish that slipped through the net. The emperor Yaoting cast his gaze over, with a faint smile on his monstrous face. Are you the guardian of this cemetery? Who are you? The Tomb Keeper had never seen the Demon Court Emperor, but he felt an extremely terrifying aura on him. True fairy level. The opponent is definitely a real fairy level world demon. However, this is the hinterland of the human race, and there are Tianzuan towns guarding it. How can there be a true immortal level world demon here? Could it be that the world demon has broken through the human defense line? Seeing the suspicious look on the face of the Tomb Keeper, the smile on the face of the Yaoting Emperor slowly disappeared. This is the one who is asking you, not you. Agitated by the coercion emanating from the other party, the Tomb Keeper couldn't help but take a few steps back. It's really weak, I can't even resist the pressure I normally exude from me. If it wasn't for the immortal city left by the ancient real immortals of your human race would have been destroyed long ago. Humph. This is not to worry about, Your Excellency. Your world demon is so strong, but you can take down my human race and talk about it. Although the Tomb Guard is not as strong as the opponent, his tone is not soft at all. Interesting, the Yaoting Emperor smiled. You are the first person to face this seat, and there is such a daring person. Yes, I won't kill you today, get out. Who knows that the Tomb Keeper took a deep breath, and a strange look burst into his eyes. Although I don't want to guard this broken tomb, since I am the Tomb Guard, then the tomb is there. After saying that, the Tomb Guard folded his hands together, and his figure skyrocketed. In an instant, a Dharma elephant with a height of more than tens of thousands of meters appeared in front of the Demon Emperor. Facing the Dharma image of the Tomb Guard, the Demon Emperor was as small as dust, but it was this dust that made the Dharma image of the tens of thousands of Tomb Guards dare not act rashly. Although the Tomb Keeper is the heavenly venerate of 8 tribulations, his strength has not reached the level of inspecting heavenly venerate, and he is not the opponent of this true immortal level world demon at all. Now, he only hopes that the war that broke out here will disturb the guards of Tianzuan City. The space gap above the immortal tomb. 2 figures, one big and one small, confronted each other. Man's arm is a car, I don't know whether to live or die. The Yaoting Emperor only said this, then raised his right hand and flicked his finger towards the tens of thousands of feet in front of the Dharma elephant. Next moment, the Dharma image with thousands of feet guarding the tomb seemed to be impacted by an unparalleled force and fell directly towards the world of the fairy tomb. Boom! There was a shock like the earth shaking, and the whole world of the immortal tomb trembled violently. In the wasteland, a giant pit with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers suddenly appeared. Inside the giant pit, there was a gravekeeper who had been destroyed by the Dharma image. Perhaps the Demon Court Emperor kept his hand, or perhaps this blow was not enough to kill the Tomb Keeper. He lay in the giant pit, golden blood gushing out of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The Tomb Guard kept coughing up blood, struggling to stand up. But his injury at the moment does not allow him to do any other action. With a single finger, Yaoting Emperor has already severely damaged his soul and body. If he hadn't left his hand, he would have already been wiped out. Got you. Above the fairy tomb world. The Emperor Yaoting was separated from the world barrier, his eyes passed through the huge space gap above, and cast his eyes on Chen. The collision of heaven and earth caused by the fall of the Tomb Keeper just now did not seem to affect Chen Daoxian. Now, Chen Daoxian's figure is being wrapped in a golden light, floating in the already messy wasteland. Humph. Pretend. The Demon Court Emperor snorted coldly. Next moment, I saw 2 huge black claws like mist at the huge space gap above. These 2 giant black claws are opening up the space gap that was avoided by Chen Daoxian little by little. The immortal tomb world was first opened by Chen Daoxian with the second style of opening the sky, and it has not yet fully recovered, and then this gap was directly opened by the Yaoting Emperor. Even if this true immortal realm did not die, being tossed by Chen Daoxian and Yaoting Emperor, it is estimated that death is not far away. Die! The space gap that had gradually recovered was torn open again by a huge gap. Immediately afterwards, a towering giant claw made of black mist shot towards Chen Daoxian. This scene is like a falling star celestial body, smashing on a small human race. Seeing this terrifying claw, the gravekeeper's heart gradually cooled down. He knew that even though Chen Daoxian got the inheritance of the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate, after all, the time was short, and his strength was not as good as that of the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate, even compared to him. It's over. The tomb keeper closed his eyes in despair, as if he could not bear to watch the next scene. But the moment he closed his eyes, an earth-shattering roar spread throughout the world of the immortal tomb. What? In this roar, in addition to anger, the gravekeeper also heard a hint of pain. The tomb guards didn't even bother to use their spiritual sense to check, and quickly opened their eyes. The sight in front of him will be unforgettable for a lifetime. I saw that the giant black claws that had fallen from the sky before were cut into two halves by Chen Daoxuan's axe. The tomb keeper couldn't help staring at Chen Daoxian blankly. The white Taoist robe had long since shattered, revealing his strong upper body. He held a giant axe, raised his head, looked at the mighty demon court emperor, and wailed wildly there. How is it possible? The tomb keeper couldn't believe his eyes, but the black giant claw that broke on the wasteland could not be faked. It was the claws of the demon court emperor. Die! I want you to die! Outside of the fairy tomb world, the demon court emperor completely revealed his demon body. The monster body of millions of meters, even if the torn space gap is in front of it, it is only a trivial small opening. Chen Daoxian. Give me death. The demon body of the demon court emperor is a violent ape, but compared with the ape of the demon beast, the other party has 6 arms. However, Chen Daoxian cut off one just now, and now there are only 5 left. But for the demon court emperor at the pinnacle of the true immortal level, the injury of cutting off his arm is not even a drizzle. In just a split second, the opponent's arm was restored to its original state. Chen Daoxian ignored the demon court emperor who revealed his demon body, but teleported to the gravekeeper's side. First, he put a healing medicinal pill into the opponent's mouth, and then put the opponent in the Dongtian magic weapon. After completing all this, Chen Daoxian raised his head and looked at the demon court emperor, who was hundreds of feet tall. Compared with the real immortal-level world monster he encountered in Yaoguang City, the monster body in front of him was more than 10 times larger. Although it is impossible to judge the strength of a world monster based on its body, normally, the larger the body of the world monster, the stronger its strength. Anyway, the pressure Chen Daoxian felt in front of him was 10 times or even 100 times more than that of the true immortal world demon in Yaoguang City. This is a real fairy-level peak world monster. Chen Daoxian immediately judged the opponent's strength. There aren't many world demons of this level, even in the demon court, right? Chen Daoxian guessed. Otherwise, the real immortal-level world demons in the demon court are so strong, that human race has long been wiped out. Even if there is an immortal city left by the ancient real immortals, it is useless. Come out! The violent ape roared, and on each of its 6 arms, each arm held a stick-type high-grade pure yang fairy weapon. At this moment, it danced with 6 arms, and the 6 giant sticks waved down at the fairy tomb world. Not good. Seeing this violent scene, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed immediately. Without thinking about it, he just teleported and disappeared into the world of the fairy tomb. At the moment when Chen Daoxian left, the entire fairy tomb world was hit by 6 giant sticks. In this scene, it was as if 2 stars collided fiercely, and the violent explosion caused strong light radiation. But Chen Daoxian was in the void of the inner domain, but he could not hear the slightest sound, and could only witness the scene of the destruction of the sky and the earth. The immortal tomb world was actually blown up by this violent ape. The violent ape was not reconciled to blowing up the world of the immortal tomb with the immortal weapon, and glared at Chen Daoxian, who escaped by teleportation, and roared, "The descendant of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, will you just run away? Brave, fight with me. As you wish." Chen Daoxian took a deep breath and his divine body soared. Just a moment. His divine body rose to about 100,000 zhang. It really is the divine body of Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate. The Yaoting Emperor laughed wildly. "Your divine body looks bigger than the one cultivated by the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate, but I don't know how powerful the axe in your hand is?" Chen Daoxian retorted, didn't you taste it just now? Court death. Chen Daoxuan's words reminded him of the pain of a broken arm, and immediately swung a stick at him. Good come. In the face of the terrifying stick, Chen Daoxian ignored it, raised the giant axe in his hand, and waved it in the face of the stick. Boom! The violent collision triggered a terrifying wave, which spread to the surrounding barren world, making a terrifying sound. This moment. The desolate little world around was captured by the two men's crazy confrontation, like a small boat in a sea of anger, and there is a risk of being destroyed at any time. But whether it is Chen Daoxian or the Demon Court Emperor, they can't care about this at the moment. In the eyes of the two of them, only each other. Happy. Happy. The Yaoting Emperor swung a stick again to repel Chen Daoxian. As expected of the inheritance of that guy who killed the Emperor, it really is strong enough. A humanized smile appeared on the face of the violent monkey, but if you only have this kind of heat, today will be your death day next year. Chen Daoxian also discovered that he used the 100,000 zhang divine body to perform the heavenly first form, and its power was only comparable to a stick fairy weapon in the hands of the violent ape in front of him. But the power of the opponent's previous 6 arms waving together, he is far from comparable. Seeing the opponent's 6 arms attack at the same time, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but think of the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms. But even if he uses this magical power now, it is useless. After all, he does not have 6 pangu axes for him to drive. Think of this. Chen Daoxian immediately displayed the astral art. Open. Following an order, the Zhou Tianxingde formation composed of 1,800 orifices and stars in the god's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying force. Even the Demon Court Emperor felt the terror of this power. He could feel that the power in Chen Daoxian broke that boundary. True immortal. The Yaoting Emperor couldn't believe his eyes. No, your divine body has not changed, you are using the secret method to burst out the power of the true immortal. The Demon Court Emperor is very sure. Okay, I used to kill you easily, and I didn't feel any pleasure, but now you are just right. The Demon Court Emperor is extremely arrogant. Chen Daoxian had no intention of arguing with the other party. At this moment, he only felt that an explosive force was surging in his body. This was the first time he had used it in front of others after he learned astral art. And the target is the Demon Court Emperor of the true demon realm. With the support of this terrifying power, Chen Daoxian finally had the confidence to perform the second style of Tian Tian without burning the divine body. Chen Daoxian looked at the arrogant Demon Court Emperor, and said coldly, the second form of Kai Tian, slaying God. The power of astrology, the second form of the 3 forms of opening the sky. At this moment, Chen Daoxian broke out the strongest attack in history. Facing this axe, the Demon Court Emperor, who had a demon body of several million feet, was stunned. How can it be so strong? How can it be so strong? The Yaoting Emperor was stunned for less than a billionth of a second, then he came back to his senses. Want to kill me? Dreaming. Once again, the 6 giant sticks are swung together and finally combined into one blow. The previous blow that exploded the world of the immortal tomb reappeared. However, this time, the Demon Court monarch did not have the power to destroy the world of the immortal tomb with a single blow. I saw his huge monster body of millions of meters, like a meteorite that was hit, dragging a long tail hui, and flew out towards the void of the inner domain. As for the 6 stick-type high-grade fairy artifacts in its hands, one of them shattered directly, and the other 5 were damaged differently. Its monster body is full of cracks. If most of the power of this blow was not absorbed by the high-grade fairy weapon in its hands, he would be dead by now. He can kill me, he can kill me. The Demon Court Emperor was stunned. But soon, it reacted. Escape. Must escape. Immediately, the Emperor Yaoting took advantage of the distance opened by Chen Daoxuan's axe and fled wildly. After all, it is a true immortal level peak cultivation base after all, and its escaping speed is much faster than that of Chen Daoxian, but the Yaoting Emperor is seriously injured at the moment, and the speed of his escape is similar to the speed of Chen Daoxuan's post-star surgery. In this way, the two flew in the direction of Tianzuan City one after the other. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 516. How dare you escape in the direction of Tianzuan City? In the void of the inner domain, Chen Daoxian bit behind the demon court emperor. Detecting Chen Daoxian, who was chasing after him, the demon court emperor's face was gloomy. It was the first time in his life that he was chased and killed like a lost dog. However, how could he be so strong? He shouldn't be so strong. At this moment, the demon court emperor even wondered if Ling Yu had set up a plan for him in conjunction with the top officials of the human race, and deliberately lured it to come over and kill him. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain how Chen Daoxuan's strength could be hidden so well. Thinking of this, the Yaoting emperor was startled. If Ling Yu sets up a situation for it, then if it runs away in the direction of Tianzuan City, wouldn't it be self-defeating? Thinking of this, the Yaoting emperor secretly regretted in his heart. It is too careless, it should not enter the hinterland of the human race alone. But now it has no way out, except to find Ling Yu Tianzuan and let him use world teleportation to help him leave. Yaoting emperor can't think of a better way to escape. Right now, there's only one chance to gamble. The Yaoting emperor sullenly said, secretly. Chen Daoxian was chasing behind the Yaoting emperor, and he was also happy when he saw the direction of the other party's escape. This guy, he doesn't know that it is the direction of Tianzuan City. Chen Daoxian was secretly happy. It is estimated that the other party will be very surprised to see Gu Jian Tianzuan driving Tianzuan City to block him in front of him. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxian was not in a hurry, and fell behind the other party without any hassle, letting the Yaoting emperor take a sigh of relief. The opponent's speed has slowed down. How sensitive the Yaoting emperor was, he immediately noticed that Chen Daoxian had slowed down. He didn't know if it was time for Chen Daoxuan's secret method, or if the other party deliberately revealed flaws. In short, he didn't dare to gamble. After all, if he lost the gamble, he would die. 3 days later. Tianzuan City is already in sight. Seeing Tianzuan City, Chen Daoxian and Yaoting emperor were both overjoyed. From a distance, Ling Yu Tianzuan, who was responsible for guarding Tianzuan City, felt 2 extremely powerful breaths and flew towards Tianzuan City quickly. He immediately urged Tianzuan City and opened all the defenses of Tianzuan City. Boom! Endless spiritual light, following the giant formation established by the ancient real immortals, gathered around Tianzuan City. Chen Daoxian sensed that the breath of Tianzuan City continued to soar. True immortal early stage, true immortal middle stage, true immortal late stage, true immortal peak. In the end, the coercion displayed by the entire Tianzuan City faintly touched the level beyond the true immortal. Earth immortal. Chen Daoxian looked at Tianzuan City in shock. Until this moment, he really understood that the human race can still stand for 470,000 years in the Phoenix world after all the true immortals and powerhouses have ascended. What a Tianzuan City, this is Tianzuan City. Chen Daoxian sighed. The Emperor Yaoting sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Tianzuan City, and his face changed faintly. But he was immediately suppressed by him. Although Tianzuan City was terrifying, its demon court also had the power to suppress it. Yaoting dared to launch a unified battle against the entire true demon realm because Yaoting received the support of a demon saint in the ancient demon domain. It is because of the support of the demon saint that the demon court dares to launch a war unscrupulously in the real demon world. Otherwise, although the ordinary real immortal level world demon is powerful, it will not make all the forces in the real demon world fear. Chen Daoxuan's eyes passed through Tianzuan City and saw Ling Yu Tianzuan, who was driving the entire Tianzuan City. The Yaoting Emperor also saw each other. Stop it now! Stop him! The two spoke in unison and shouted this sentence towards Ling Yu Tianzuan, who was driving Tianzuan City. Ling Yu Tianzuan was also stunned by the scene in front of him. What did he see? A 5 tribulations heavenly venerate, whom he had only seen before, was actually chasing and killing the demon court emperor. This scene is as absurd as a cheer-refining cultivator chasing and killing Jindan real person. Lingyu Tianzuan even wondered if he was wrong. Chen Daoxuan's eyes became slightly wary when he heard Yaoting Emperor shout, "Stop him." He knew that Tianzuan city was originally guarded by the ancient sword Tianzuan, so the question came, what about the ancient sword Tianzuan? Thinking of the previous Yaoting Emperor's desperate efforts to run towards Tianzuan city, Chen Daoxian had a faint feeling in his heart, and even the speed of chasing the Yaoting Emperor completely slowed down. A mere monarch of the demon court is naturally nothing to worry about when he performs the astral technique and the second style of opening the sky. But with the addition of the powerful weapon of the human race, Tianzuan city, it is not necessarily the case. Chen Daoxian did not dare to be careless. Seeing that Lingyu Tianzuan was indifferent, the demon court emperor released a big move and said, "Lingyu, do you still want to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal and fly to the upper realm? Cross the robbery and become an immortal, soar to the upper realm." Lingyu repeated this sentence in his mouth, his eyes were complicated for a while, and finally turned into a firmness. Cross the calamity and become a fairy. Fly to the upper realm. What does the lower realm have to do with me, the real fairy in the upper realm? Thinking of this, Lingyu Tianzan's eyes completely firmed up. But he was still reluctant to help, and instead said to the Yaoting Emperor, "Emperor, I want you to give me a guarantee." "What guarantee?" The Yaoting Emperor was going crazy. In the past, Lingyu Tianzuan had no right to bargain with him. But now the other party is controlling the human race Tianzuan city, and it is being chased by the fierce Chen Daoxian. It knows that the current Lingyu Tianzuan has this qualification. Seeing that Chen Daoxian had completely stopped chasing, the Yaoting Emperor simply stopped too. Chen Daoxian, Yaoting Emperor, and Tianzunqing have become a triangular confrontation. "Okay, I promise you." The demon court emperor's clothes softened. Immediately, the Yaoting Emperor took the face of Chen Daoxian and the countless human monks in Tianzuan city, and swore an oath, "I swear here, after this battle, I will help Lingyu Tianzuan to survive the ninth thunder tribulation. If there is a false statement, this seat is willing to be abandoned by the great Tao." Boom! Even though he was in the void of the inner realm, there was a thunderous explosion in Chen Daoxuan's ear. The oath of the avenue, done. In Tianzuan city, countless human monks took to the streets, looking at Lingyu Tianzuan, who was wrapped in golden light in the city. His face was full of disbelief. Lingyu Tianzuan betrayed the human race. Tianzuan betrayed the human race. Is this God's death to my human race? Lingyu thief, die. In Tianzuan city, more human monks were unwilling, and they all killed Tianzuan Lingyu, who was wrapped in golden light. But these people, the highest cultivation base is only the Daojun of creation realm, not even a heavenly venerate. How can he be Lingyu Tianzan's opponent, not to mention that the other party now controls Tianzuan city, and his strength even surpasses that of the demon court emperor, even approaching the earth immortal. Countless human monks rushed towards Lingyu Tianzuan, but before they could get close, they were shattered by the golden light surrounding Lingyu Tianzuan. When Chen Daoxian saw this scene, his heart was filled with anger. Why seek death? Lingyu Tianzuan looked at the human cultivator like moths to the flame, and sighed, "I just want to become an immortal, what's wrong?" He seemed to be explaining to the Terran monks, and seemed to be making excuses for himself. "It's not me that's wrong, it's this world where the weak eat the strong, the human race is weak, and I depend on the strong, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Looking at the human cultivator who was still rushing towards him, Lingyu Tianzan's eyes were red with blood. "Why do you force me to kill? Why do you force me?" Lingyu Tianzuan was wrapped in golden light. He saw a Taoist in the realm of creation, shattering a little bit in front of him. After his body and spirit were turned into nothingness, he was completely mad. This creation realm Daojun is not someone else, but one of his disciples. "Why, even you have to force me?" In the eyes of Lingyu Tianzuan, a drop of blood and tears fell. "Master, only by doing this, you will have a chance to fly to the upper realm in the future. Lao Chi, don't you even understand being a teacher?" The Daojun of creation realm wrapped in golden light, all over his body, only his head has been shattered. This head opened his mouth with difficulty and said tremblingly, You don't deserve it. After all, this head has completely turned into nothingness. Seeing the disciples whom he had taught for thousands of years fall in front of him like this, Tianzuan Lingyu was completely cold-hearted. Since you want to die, then die. When the words fell, the golden light around him suddenly burst out. The human monks who rushed towards Lingyu Tianzuan, one counted as one, were all shattered by the golden light and turned into nothingness. The rest of the human race monks either had low cultivation bases, or did not have the guts to fight with Lingyu Tianzuan, and all looked at Lingyu Tianzuan with horror. Humph! After killing the human monks who dared to resist, Lingyu Tianzuan completely controlled the situation in Tianzuan City. Chen Daoxian stood outside Tianzuan City, coldly watching the other party slaughter these human race monks, but he couldn't do anything at all. These human race cultivators are in Tianzuan City, and their life and death are only between Lingyu Tianzuan's thoughts. Even he can't rescue them at all. Ha ha ha! The Yaoting Emperor saw this scene and laughed wildly. Lingyu, good job. Seeing that Chen Daoxian didn't say a word, the Yaoting Emperor pointed at Chen Daoxian and said, You and I will join forces to kill him together. It is good. Lingyu Tianzuan said coldly. As of now, he has no way back. Chen Daoxian looked at Tianzuan City, which was being suppressed above his head, with an indescribable sadness in his heart. He never imagined that the sharp weapon of the human race would be used on his head one day. How ironic. Today, you must die. Chen Daoxian was murderous. Then see who dies first. Lingyu Tianzuan is also crazy, although he does not know why Chen Daoxian's strength is so strong, but this does not hinder his ambition to transcend tribulation and become immortal. Even if Chen Daoxian's strength is comparable to that of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, can you help him become a fairy? Even Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan himself has exhausted his lifespan, let alone Chen Daoxian. Even if Chen Daoxian is talented in the future and can take the last step, it will not help him become an immortal. Therefore, in the view of Lingyu Tianzuan, his choice is correct. Chen Daoxian knew how terrifying the pressure of Tianzuan City was only when he was pressed by the power of Tianzuan City. It is no exaggeration to say that after performing the star, his basic strength has broken through the limitations of the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate and has broken through to the true immortal level. But now being suppressed by Tianzuan town, Chen Daoxian feels that his strength has fallen to the realm of 8 tribulations Tianzuan. Tianzuan City is really extraordinary. It's just the power of repression that makes his power fall to a great realm. Today, you and I will join forces and we will be able to kill this scorpion. After Yaoting Emperor finished speaking, he raised his stick and swept towards Chen Daoxian. Kill immortals. Chen Daoxian raised his axe and struck it horizontally. Boom! The Demon Court Emperor retreated violently. Damn, his axe hurt me too badly before, plus the damage to the fairy weapon, this situation is still not his opponent. The Yaoting Emperor was annoyed in his heart. Chen Daoxian had just fought off the Demon Court Emperor, but before he had time to pursue him, a golden light hit him. It was the attack sent by Lingyu Tianzuan driving Tianzuan City. Kill immortals. Chen Daoxian slashed out an axe again. Although he blocked the golden light, he was beaten by the golden light and rolled out. Fortunately, his divine body is strong, and the constellation technique in the divine body continuously provides power, which further enhances his defense. Therefore, although he was knocked out by this golden light, he was not injured. See. The Emperor Yaoting hurriedly swung his stick towards Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian forcibly stabilized his figure, swung his axe to meet him, and immediately knocked out the Demon Court Emperor. Being knocked flying by Chen Daoxian twice in a row, the Demon Court Emperor knew in his heart that he was far from Chen Daoxian's opponent. Thinking of this, the Demon Court Emperor has already begun to retreat and is unwilling to fight again. Lingyu, send me back to the Demon Court. Lingyu Tianzuan, who was controlling Tianzuan town to suppress Chen Daoxian, was stunned when he heard this, and hurriedly said, Don't kill him. Can you kill him? The Yaoting Emperor looked at the other party with a foolish expression. Chen Daoxian can't beat you and me, but won't he run? As long as he runs, will you chase him or I will chase him? Hearing this, Lingyu Tianzuan fell silent. Indeed, Tianzuan City, or all the immortal cities of the human race, are more than capable of defense, but insufficient to attack. The most typical feature is that the immortal cities of the human race cannot be moved. Although the Tianzuan who controls the fairy city can control it to move in a small area, it is undoubtedly a fool's dream to pursue the enemy of the true fairy level, otherwise the human race will not be beaten everywhere in the struggle with the world monster. The Emperor Yaoting looked at Lingyu, whose face was gloomy and uncertain, and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. It is afraid that Lingyu will refuse. However, Lingyu Tianzuan finally nodded. Okay, I'll send you back to Yaoting. Hearing this, the Yaoting Emperor suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight recklessly with the barbarian Chen Daoxian. The opponent's 3 consecutive days of chasing and killing left a deep shadow on him. Just as Chen Daoxian stabilized his body, he found that Lingyu Tianzuan was actually performing world teleportation. Of course he didn't want the two to flee. Burn the gods. The second form of opening the sky, beheading the god. With this axe, Chen Daoxian slashed directly towards Tianzuan City. In the eyes of Lingyu Tianzuan, a giant axe that seemed to be able to open up the world, slashed towards Tianzuan City. At this moment, there was nothing else in Lingyu Tianzuan's eyes except this giant axe. He didn't care about his own world teleportation, and immediately controlled Tianzuan City with all his strength to resist the attack of this axe. The other side. But before Chen Daoxian's axe attacked, the Yaoting Emperor was teleported away by Lingyu Tianzuan in advance. Before leaving, it saw again the axe that Chen Daoxian almost killed it 3 days ago. No, this axe is stronger than the previous axe. Boom! The entire inner domain is empty. It seemed that they were all lit up by the flames of this explosion. I don't know how long it took, the light went out, and the golden light on Tianzuan City completely dimmed. In Tianzuan City, Lingyu Tianzuan stared blankly at Chen Daoxian, who was standing above his head like a god, and was shocked. I said, today. You must die. Chen Daoxian said murderously. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 517. Lingyu raised his head, a trace of golden blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes gradually revealed a touch of madness. Ha ha ha. Want to kill me? Then try it. A larger mana, close to pure yang immortal power, was poured into the control center of Tianzuan City, and the entire Tianzuan City let out a whimper. Immediately, the dim golden light on Tianzuan City began to become bright again. Call! Chen Daoxian looked at Lingyu Tianzuan, who was planning to fight to the death, and said nothing. The divine body is on fire again. In the previous blow, he only burned 5% of his divine body. This time, his divine body directly burned by 30%, which is already desperate. Cut God! Chen Daoxian waved the axe with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Chen Daoxian did not care about any human race weapon or human race monk in Tianzuan City. He only has one thought now, to split the turtle shell of Tianzuan City and kill the traitor of the tribe. For this purpose, he didn't even care about chasing and killing the demon court emperor who escaped. In Chen Daoxian's eyes, traitors are more hateful than foreign enemies. Inner void. A group of brighter light than before erupted. On the ancient city wall of Tianzuan City, a clatter sounded. Immediately afterwards, the golden light completely collapsed, and cracks appeared on Tianzuan City. Tianzuan City, break it. I am afraid that the monks of the human race will never imagine that Tianzuan City will eventually be destroyed by the monks of the human race. After burning up 35% of the divine body before and after, a sense of dizziness struck Chen Daoxian. But at this moment, his Dao Xian will is extremely firm. Chen Daoxian slowly lowered his body, restrained his soaring body, and returned to his normal body. He stepped in Tianzuan city step by step, and the sound of thumping footsteps seemed to hit Ling Yu Tianzhen's heart. At this moment, Ling Yu Tianzhen's hair is messy and his expression is sluggish. He looked at Chen Daoxian, who was walking towards him step by step, and wanted to ask for mercy, but the last trace of pride in his heart made him turn his head fiercely. "Go ahead." Ling Yu Tianzuan closed his eyes. When he lost, not only did he lose, but he was captured alive by Chen Daoxian. He didn't try to resist in a humiliating way, because he knew that after losing Tianzuan city, his power was as small as a bat in front of Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian didn't ask the reason for the other party's betrayal, and he didn't need to ask. Just as Ling Yu Tianzhen's disciple said before his death. He doesn't deserve it. Chen Daoxian slashed the opponent's soul and body with an axe, leaving not even a trace of residue. Just like those human monks killed by Ling Yu Tianzuan. In Tianzuan city. Seeing Chen Daoxian beheading Ling Yu Tianzuan. Those human monks who had been hiding in the city before had the courage to fly towards Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian raised his head and looked at the leader of the creator realm. Seeing Chen Daoxian, the Daojun of creation realm looked a little embarrassed. Among the cultivators who swore to the death to launch a desperate charge against Ling Yu Tianzuan, most of the cultivation bases were much lower than him. However, he hid in the city and didn't dare to take action against Ling Yu Tianzuan, and he didn't even dare to show his breath, for fear of attracting Ling Yu Tianzhen's killing intent. Now, facing Chen Daoxian, he will naturally feel a sense of shame and even fear. Shame is easy to understand. As a human race cultivator who fled, he despised himself a little. But the fear is because of Chen Daoxian's strength. The Daojun of the creation realm met Chen Daoxian at the Human Race Heavenly Venerate Conference. He knew that Chen Daoxian was the genius of the human race who had survived 5 consecutive thunder tribulations, but he did not expect that Chen Daoxian's true strength would be so powerful. Not only did he pursue and kill the Emperor Yao Ting by himself, but he also broke through the Tianzuan city guarded by the patrolling Tianzuan. You must know that this heavenly venerate city is a terrifying immortal city that the human race regards as the last line of defense. But now, it was destroyed in the hands of Chen Daoxian. It is estimated that when other human race gods see this scene, they must feel the 5 flavors in their hearts. In the face of such a terrifying existence, how could this Daojun of creation realm not feel fear? Heaven. Heavenly venerable. This middle-aged Taoist figure, the creator of the realm, bowed his head in front of Chen Daoxian, trembling. Are you afraid of me? Bei. Ben Tianzuan, under. He shivered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Chen Daoxian didn't want to embarrass him anymore. In the situation just now, shooting at Tianzuan Lingyu was no different from courting death. Thinking from another perspective, Chen Daoxian may not be able to make the choice of the person in front of him. Forget it, let me ask you, what happened to Tianzuan city? What about Gujian Tianzuan? Why did the guards of Tianzuan city change? Chen Daoxian asked 3 questions in a row. Seeing that Chen Daoxian no longer pursued the matter, he had just been greedy for life and fear of death. The Daojun of creation realm hurriedly opened his chat box and told the story of the invasion of the 9 war zone by the demon court. You mean the 9 war zone was invaded by the demon court? Chen Daoxian's expression changed and he said anxiously. The middle-aged Taoist-like Daojun of creation realm was frightened and nodded hastily. Yes, it is precisely because the Jiu war zone was fully invaded by the demon court, which attracted all the inspection Tianzuan, including the ancient sword Tianzuan. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian completely recalled it. This is a plan carefully planned by the Emperor Yao Ting to move the tiger away from the mountain. Even the highest strategic goal of the opponent's move is not only to win the 9th garrison war zone, occupy a bridgehead in the human defense line, but also to get rid of him, the inheritor of the emperor who accepts the emperor. However, even though Yao Ting had overestimated him as much as possible, and even the emperor of Yao Ting had personally taken action, he still failed to take down Chen Daoxian. Not only that, but Yao Court also lost one of their most important chess pieces within the human race. If the Demon Court failed to win the 9th war zone this time, their losses this time would be too heavy. But Chen Daoxuan's first reaction when he heard the attack on the Jiu war zone was the safety of Fei Chenxue. After more than 10 years, Fei Chenxue was still stationed in Haoyue City in the 9th war zone. Although Chen Daoxian entrusted the relationship, let Fei Chenxue stay in the non-first-line logistics team. But based on what he knew about Fei Chenxue, the possibility of the other party staying in the logistics team was very slim. When concubine Chenxue was in charge of Qianyuan sword sect, it was not because she was afraid of war. But Qianyuan Jianzong must have a suzerain who presides over the overall situation. Now that she has stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield, she is no longer the suzerain of Qianyuan sword sect, but a human sergeant on the extraterritorial battlefield. Naturally, she will no longer escape the war. On the contrary, with the 5,000 insect soldiers given to her by Chen Daoxian, she is more confident to stay on the battlefield outside the territory than any Yuanchen Daojun or even Du Jie Tianzuan. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxian really rest assured that the other party is staying in Haoyue City. Otherwise, with his temperament, Fei Chenxue would have been retrieved back to the rear of the human race. As for Yuanchen Daojun's 100-year service rule, Chen Daoxian believed that with insect soldiers in hand, concubine Chenxue must have accumulated enough military exploits to discharge her from the army. The reason why she didn't get discharged from the army was just because she didn't want to. In fact, any human cultivator, after seeing the tragic battlefield outside the territory, has only one choice left to face it bravely. And concubine Chenxue is such a female cultivator who doesn't let her men down. Tell me, who has the world anchor of the 9th war zone? Chen Daoxian grabbed the sleeve of the creator Daojun in front of him with a grim look. Yes, there are monks in the city who are responsible for teleportation. Where? The other party immediately revealed the specific location. Chen Daoxian let go of the other party, and was about to start a spiritual search, but he felt a dizziness hit him. Damn it! The sequelae of burning the divine body. Chen Daoxian was annoyed in his heart. Although the burning body is powerful, it is a real desperate secret technique. With his last axe, he burned 30% of his divine body, and with the blessing of astrology, the basic power he burst out was infinitely close to the pinnacle of the true immortal level. Coupled with the blessing of the second form of Kai Tian, Chen Daoxuan's last blow had already reached the level of Earth Immortal. Otherwise, it will not break through the most powerful city of the human race with one blow. It's just that the outbreak was really happy, but the consequences of the outbreak made Chen Daoxian feel unbearable. The way of the divine body that he cultivates focuses on the fusion of the physical body, the divine soul, and the mana. Therefore, recovering after burning the divine body is not as simple as simply recovering the physical body. But then again, as long as Chen Daoxian didn't actively burn the divine body, the defensive power of the divine body would be 100 times stronger or even more powerful than his original physical body. This was also the reason why he forcibly took an attack that approached the Earth Immortal level, but was unscathed. Once upon a time, physical defense was Chen Daoxuan's biggest shortcoming. But now, Chen Daoxuan's divine body defense ability has become his most powerful part instead of relying on the astrological technique and the secret method of burning the divine body. Restoring the divine body. Chen Daoxian suddenly felt a headache. The Tao of the divine body is powerful, but Chen Daoxian actually did not follow up on the cultivation method. The reason why his divine body was able to be successfully shaped was entirely dependent on understanding the divine body of the Emperor killing heavenly venerate and succeeded in cultivation according to the gourd painting. There were flukes in this, but more, he still used the extraordinary understanding blessed by the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic. But even with this extraordinary understanding, Chen Daoxian could not create a spiritual practice method out of thin air. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he can create, it will not happen overnight. At least he can't solve it right now. There is no divine body cultivation method, which means that Chen Daoxian cannot quickly restore the burning divine body according to the cultivation method in the practice method. He can only rely on the most primitive method to slowly make up for the burning divine body by absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world. But this method, which he tried in the fairy tomb world, is very difficult to work. He had only burned 1% of his divine body in the immortal tomb world, and it took him 2 days to recover slowly. This does not mean that it only takes 70 days to recover from burning 35% of the divine body. In fact, this recovery time is definitely increasing exponentially. In other words, if he burns 35% of his divine body, if he does not have a special secret technique or exercise technique, it will probably take more than 10 years or even decades for him to recover naturally. It is true that this time is not too long for the monks, but Chen Daoxian cannot afford to wait. The Jiao war zone was besieged, and the life and death of concubine Chen Xue was unknown. How can he restore the divine body leisurely here? But Chen Daoxuan's damage to his divine body was too serious this time. Even if he forced his way to the 9th war zone, it was hard to say how much strength he could exert. Even if he can't help at that time, it is very likely that he will become a drag. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxian made up his mind that he must restore his divine body first. Next moment, Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared directly in front of the creator realm Daojun. When he appeared again, he was already in a cave in Tianzuan city. As for the monk who was meditating and retreating in the cave, before he could react, he was directly moved out by Chen Daoxian with a dumbfounded face. Inside the cave, Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged, and he thought quietly about how to quickly restore his divine body. The composition of the divine body is formed by the combination of the physical body, the divine soul, and the mana. Among the three, the physical body is the easiest to recover, followed by the mana, and the most difficult to recover is the divine soul. Perhaps. Chen Daoxuan's eyes gradually lit up. Restore the soul. Restore the soul. Chen Daoxian laughed. Yeah, why didn't I think that the reason why the divine body is difficult to recover is because it contains the divine soul, and the divine soul is injured, how can it be so easy to recover? However, this is not the case for other monks, but not for me. The more Chen Daoxian thought about it, the more excited he became. At a critical moment, he actually forgot his biggest hole card. Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. This mysterious scripture, which he mistakenly thought at first could only restore divine consciousness, with Chen Daoxuan's current cultivation base, it is natural to know that the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic does not restore divine consciousness, but a more essential divine soul. And quickly recovering the soul must be the key to quickly recovering the divine body. Chen Daoxian was extremely certain. Thinking of this, he stopped delaying, closed his eyes, and recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra silently. Sure enough, it was at the moment when he silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic. The divine body that had been burnt was actually recovering quickly, visible to the naked eye. Chen Daoxian only recited it once, and his divine body recovered about 10%. Meditate for up to 4 times, and my divine body will fully recover. Chen Daoxian was extremely excited. This discovery means that the burning divine body that was originally used for desperately will become his regular method. Sure enough, after silently reciting the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic 4 times in a row, Chen Daoxuan's divine body has been completely restored to its original state. As for the time it took to recover the divine body, it was less than half an hour. Feeling the divine body that is slowly transforming, at this moment, Chen Daoxuan's heart is hot. Speaking of his current divine body, it is only stronger than Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate, but it is still at the level of the 8th Tribulation Heavenly Venerate and has not broken through to the true immortal level. And once he burns more than 30% of the divine body, and then cooperates with the constellation technique and the second style of opening the sky, the attack power that erupts breaks through the limit of the true immortal level and reaches the level of the earth immortal. What if his future divine body breaks through to the level of a true immortal? Chen Daoxian is hard to imagine. At this moment, when he looks back at the real enemy of the human race, Chen Daoxian finds that he no longer has any urgency and tension in his heart. The world monster is indeed stronger than the human race now, but because of his existence, the human race is no longer without confidence in the face of the world monster. At least in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the current demon court is nothing more than that. Dong Fuzhong. Chen Daoxian stood up and said firmly, the first shot of the human race to fight back against the demon, let's fire it from the 9th war zone. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 518. Guard the 9th Theater. Main City. The huge main city has been besieged by the Demon Court army for several days. If it wasn't for the help of the human race's inspection Tianzuan 3 days ago, the main city of the 9th war zone would have been occupied long ago. But even so, the situation in this main city is still not optimistic. This can be seen from the dim golden light on the main city. In the main city, Gu Jian Tianzuan looked at the world demon army besieging the main city with an ugly face. In the end, his eyes fell on the 53 true immortal level world demons in the world demon army. In just one main city, Yaoting dispatched 53 true immortal level world demons. Yaoting really looks down on my human race, Gu Jian Tianzuan said with hatred. In the past few days, their group of patrolling Tianzuan has played against the real immortal level world monsters of the demon court more than once, but due to the disadvantage in number, they have always been suppressed by the demon court. If the human race had the main city as a retreat, maybe they would have fallen to the digital inspection Tianzuan now. Although the human race's patrol Tianzuan has the strength comparable to the real fairy level world demon, it is only comparable to the most common real immortal level world monster. Those who can be dispatched by Yaoting here are not ordinary real fairy level demons. Each of these true immortal level world monsters has a strength no less than that of the Silver Wing Heavenly Venerate. As for the Terran side, if not counting the true immortal level combat power of the main town guard, which cannot move, the Terran side only has 25 true immortal level combat strengths. Among them, there are fewer than 10 inspectors who can compare with Ini Tianzuan. In this case, how can the human race not be at a disadvantage? The Yaoting party also knows the power of the ancient sword Tianzuan, so every time it fights with the human inspection Tianzuan, it will send a whole 10 real immortal level demons to entangle the ancient sword Tianzuan. No matter how powerful Gu Jian Tianzuan is, after all, he is not the Emperor's slaughter Tianzuan of that year. Facing the siege of 10 true immortal level world demons, he can only maintain a balance of power at most. Gu Jian, what should we do now? The one who speaks is another inspection Tianzuan who ranks in the top 5 of the human race's strength, named Qian Tianzuan. Gu Jian Tianzuan glanced at the other party, then turned to look at the world demon and said, "Guard." Qian Tianzuan heard the words and frowned. Everyone knows the truth that if you keep it for a long time, you will lose it. But the reality is that they simply don't have the strength to go out of the city and fight to the death with the real immortal level world monsters in Yaoting. 53 true immortal level world demons meant that almost every inspector of Tianzuan had to face nearly 2 true immortal level world monsters, and they were still not weaker than the true immortal level world monsters of Silver Wing Tianzuan. This makes people's inspection Tianzuan unable to resist. Seemingly seeing Qian Tianzuan's concern, Gu Jian Tianzuan said again, "I know what you are worried about, and I also understand the truth that if you stay for a long time, you will lose it. Therefore, I plan to lead all the patrolling Tianzuan to rush out when the world monsters are slack, and concentrate on killing a few real immortal level world monsters, weakening the arrogance of the world monsters." Hearing this, Heavenly Venerate Qian nodded, "That's all. This strategy is not very clever, but under the absolute strength gap, there is no better way to break the game. Can't give up the main city of the 9th war zone. Abandoning the main city of the 9th Garrison Theater means giving up the entire 9th Garrison Theater. If this is the case, Yaoting can rely on this strategy to nibble away the defense line of the human race step by step, and finally invade the city of Tianzuan City. Therefore, this time, even if it is desperate, Gu Jian Tianzuan will take a few bites of these 53 true immortal level demons. If you don't hate them and hurt them, the human race will inevitably be wiped out after this battle. The world demon's offensive continues. But what made Gu Jian Tianzuan embarrassed was that none of the enemy's 53 true immortal level powerhouses actually participated in the siege, but just watched from a distance in the army. It seems that they are indifferent to the casualties of the underworld demons. Also, the real demon world is far wider than the Phoenix meteor world, and there are as many demons in the bottom realm. How could the demon court feel distressed? On the contrary, these real immortal level world demons are the core combat power of the demon court, and they must not be lost. The real immortal level world monsters in the demon court are really ruthless. Qian Tianzuan watched a golden light erupt from the main city, and he wiped out an unknown number of world monsters with one blow, and said with hatred. Gujian Tianzuan also had a gloomy expression on his face. If the enemy's true immortal level world demon does not participate in the siege, they will not be able to seize the opportunity to concentrate their firepower to kill the opponent. The enemy also knew the strength of Gu Jian Tianzuan and did not dare to give him any chance. Back then, when the ancient sword Tianzuan became famous, he killed a true immortal level world demon with one sword. Yao Ting has long recorded detailed records of the long-established powerhouses of the human race. On the contrary, it is the human race that does not know much about the powerhouses of Yao Ting. There is no way. The strength of the demon court is far stronger than the human race. They have never attacked the human race with all their strength, and the human race naturally cannot understand the depth of the demon court. As for the holy ancient demon realm among the 4 major demon realms of the true demon realm, the human race knows even less. All in all, the human race can survive for so long after the end of the ancient times. The human race itself is one aspect, but more importantly, the world monster has never dealt with the human race with all its strength. Otherwise, before Chen Daoxian was born, the human race in Fengyun realm would have already been wiped out. These guys are really tough. Gu Jian Tianzuan sighed. Guard the 9th theater. Haoyue City. It's really tough. Haoyue Qingqing mobilized the immortal city with all his strength, and forced back the real immortal level world demon who kept attacking, frowning. Beside her, there were 2 female cultivators who were controlling the insect soldiers. It was Fei Qinxue and her disciple Qi Yao. Lanxue Tianzuan, concubine Qinxue looked at the pale-faced Haoyue town guard. Let's hold the 2 of them, you can rest for a while. It is good. This cultivator named Lanxue Tianzuan is just a Wujie Tianzuan, and his cultivation level is comparable to that of Chen Daoxian before he entered the world of the immortal tomb. It's just that Haoyue City is only a small immortal city in the 9th war zone, and its status is not even comparable to that of Yaoguang City, where Chen Daoxian served. It is also extremely normal for the human race to send a 5 tribulations heavenly venerate to guard. It is impossible for the human race to be so extravagant that every immortal city is sent to guard the 7 tribulations or even the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate, and the human race does not have so many high-level heavenly venerates. However, the strength of Haoyue City guarded by the 5 tribulations heavenly venerate in a short period of time may not be weaker than that of the 5 rivers heavenly venerate who guarded Yaoguang City at the beginning. In the final analysis, the reason why these immortal cities can burst into strength comparable to true immortals is that they rely on the immortal cities themselves and the formations arranged in the ancient times, rather than simply relying on the strength of the human race. Generally speaking, if the cultivation base can reach the 4 tribulations heavenly venerate, then the full power of a human acropolis can be exerted. Of course, in the main city of the human race, non-8 tribulations heavenly venerate cannot exert all their power. This is also the reason why the human race attaches so much importance to the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate. Every main city guarded by the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate can have a defensive power comparable to the pinnacle of a true immortal.
Although the offensive ability is only equivalent to the late stage of the true immortal, for the human race, it is enough for them to maintain the overall control of the war zones in their own hands. In a human race main city equivalent to the pinnacle of the true immortal level, the world demon side would not be able to attack it without sending dozens of true immortal level world monsters to besiege it. Coincidentally, the real immortal level world demon who was entangled with Lanxue Tianzuan was none other than the Jinpeng world demon who attacked Yaoguang City. It is the ancestor of the Jinpeng world demon, and it has the name of the emperor in the demon court. Of course, the name of the emperor's teacher is nothing. In the demon court, any real immortal level world demon will be named the emperor's teacher, just like the demon general. What really caught the eye was the strength of this Jinpeng monster. At the beginning, this Jinpeng world monster fought against Ini Tianzuan, but finally retreated. Although in terms of strength, this Jinpeng world monster is weaker than Ini Tianzuan, but it is not comparable to ordinary real fairy level world monsters. Its strength has already reached the middle stage of true immortal. Otherwise, in just 3 days, Lanchue Tianzuan could not be forced to the point where he had to rest. Little girl, just you, want to hold me and Brother Xiang. Outside Haoyue City, 2 world monsters covered the sky and the sun, and they looked almost bigger than Haoyue City. Concubine Chengshu's pretty face was solemn. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Can you block it? You can try it." As she said that, a larger golden light spot gushed out from the Dongtian magic weapon around her waist. It was the insect soldier that Qin Dao Xian handed over to her. However, compared with the insect soldiers in Qin Daoxuan's hands, the insect soldiers in Feikingsu's hands were of a higher level. The insect soldiers in Qin Daoxuan's hands have only been promoted to the 6th rank, which is equivalent to the creation of the human race. And the insect soldiers in Fei Chengshu's hands were actually all 7th rank. 7th order, that has the strength equivalent to the heavenly lord of tribulation, and it is not an ordinary heavenly lord of 1 or 2 tribulations. At least it is equivalent to the middle-level Tianzuan. It is conceivable that in the past 10 years, Fi Chengsu controlled the insect soldiers to kill and devour how many world monsters? There are nearly 5,000 7th-order insect soldiers. Even if there are 2 true immortal-level world monsters on the side of the world this time, they would not dare to fall into the siege of so many insect soldiers. For a long time, the 2 world monsters have relied on a faster escape speed to avoid the siege of the insect soldiers. On the contrary, their attacks can knock up many 7th-order insect soldiers every time.
Although the insect soldiers gathered together, it was difficult to be destroyed by them in one blow, but the long-term attack also caused Fei Chenxue to damage a lot of insect soldiers. Today, she has damaged hundreds of 7th-order insect soldiers. Moreover, with the decrease in the number of insect soldiers, the pressure of the 2 true immortal-level world monsters against the insect soldiers became less and less, and they naturally became more comfortable in dealing with them. Seeing the Jinpeng world demon dodging from left to right in the swarm, Fi Chengsu hated. Compared with the pictographic world monster, this Jinpeng world monster is more flexible, and it is more difficult for insect soldiers to besiege it. In addition, they seem to have experience in dealing with insect soldiers. They do not block the void at all, and can rely on speed and teleportation to avoid the siege of insect soldiers, which makes Fi Chengsu unable to take them. Damn! If it wasn't for the insect soldiers who were promoted to the 7th rank, they couldn't be promoted again. It's your too arrogant turn today. Fei Chenxue secretly hated in her heart. She was resentful, and the Jinpeng world demon felt even more resentful the first time she saw the insect soldier. You know, his most proud disciple died at the hands of Qin Daoxuan's insect soldiers. Jinpeng world demon can see that the insect soldier in Qin Daoxuan's hand and the insect soldier in this girl's hand are the same. It has been fighting with the human race for many years, and it is the first time that it has encountered a Taoist soldier like the insect soldier. Therefore, it guessed that this girl must have an unusual relationship with the male monk who killed her disciple that day. Thinking of this, Jinpeng world demon tentatively said, "Speaking of which, the worm-shaped Taoist soldier in your hand, girl, is much sharper than the worm-shaped Taoist soldier in the hands of the kid I met last time." What? Hearing this, the offensive in Feikingsu's hands couldn't help but stop. See. The pictographic demon who was dodging the siege of the insect soldiers on the side flashed light. Good chance. I saw its figure instantly disappear in place, and the next moment, its figure appeared in front of Haoyue City. I saw it suddenly raised its elephant's palm and stepped towards Haoyue City with all its strength. Boom! The golden light shield on Haoyue City swayed violently, and Lanchue Tianzuan, who was adjusting his breath, immediately spit out a mouthful of golden blood, and his breath instantly wilted. "Hey, little girl, don't be distracted when fighting." Jinpeng World Demon sneered aside. Concubine Chen Shui saw that Lanshui Tianzuan was seriously injured due to her distraction, and immediately felt a trace of guilt in her heart. But now she doesn't care about Lanshui Tianzuan at all. While controlling the insect soldiers to continue chasing the elephant demon, she said solemnly to the Jinpeng World Demon, "Is this true?" "Certainly." Jinpeng World Demon said while dodging, "I have nothing to do to deceive you, this little doll. It's a pity that although that kid has many insect soldiers, the most powerful ones are only tier 6. If you want to besiege me like you, it is far from being possible." Hearing this, Fei Chengshu's heart twitched, and her face turned pale. Not only her, Qiao next to Fei Chenxue also turned pale, but soon, she firmly said, "You are talking nonsense, and you want to kill Chen Daoxian?" It turns out that the boy in white is called Chen Daoxian. Jinpeng World Demon nodded. It saw that the two female cultivators who controlled the insect soldiers were so excited, and secretly guessed in their hearts, shouldn't these two be the Taoist companions of his murderous enemy? Thinking of this, the Jinpeng World Demon came up with a plan, and said coldly, "Whether the 6th Order Taoist soldiers can block me, I believe that the two who hold the insect-shaped Taoist soldiers know better than me. Moreover, since I met him and stood here intact, how will it end? Do you two have any doubts?" Hearing this, Qi Yao, who was originally firm in her heart, also began to shake. This Jinpeng World monster must have met Chen Daoxian, otherwise he would never have said something like, "That kid also has insect soldiers." Lanshui Tianzuan saw that concubine Chen Xue and Qi Yao's hearts were shaken, and he didn't care about the injury, and said loudly, "Chen Xue. Qi Yao. Don't listen to its nonsense, the most important thing now is to defend Haiyue City." After all, Fei Chenxue was a woman who had experienced strong winds and waves. She forcibly suppressed the sadness and fear in her heart, and nodded firmly. As for Qi Yao, she is far from having the Taoism of her master. In order to escape everything, she fled to the battlefield outside the territory, but she still did not escape the name Chen Daoxian. But now, a real immortal-level world demon told her that Chen Daoxian was dead and was killed by it. This made Qi Yao's heart empty. Even the insect soldiers controlled by her became stiff. Feeling that the pressure caused by the insect soldiers is getting less and less, the Jinpeng World Demon is very proud. It knew that its way of disrupting the enemy's fighting spirit had worked. Seeing this scene, Jinpeng World Demon continued to add fuel to his jealousy and said, "Speaking of which, although that kid's insect soldier is not strong enough, it did cause me a lot of trouble, but unfortunately, he was finally swallowed by this seat. It's a pity that the cultivation of the 3rd floor of the world does not bring much benefit to this seat." Having said that, Jinpeng World Demon also deliberately conveyed pity to Fei Chenxue and Qi Yao. "I kill you." Qi Yao couldn't bear it anymore, she no longer cared about the pictographic realm demon, and immediately controlled all the insect soldiers to kill the Jinpeng realm demon. Losing the constraints of Qi Yao's insect soldiers, the elephant demon escaped again. Its eyes brightened, and it said secretly, "What a fool. I saw it flashed and disappeared again." Immediately afterwards, an incomparably huge elephant palm stepped down towards Haiyue City again. This time, the elephant demon was more fully prepared and used a special secret technique, which made the power of this kick skyrocket by a notch. If this blow is taken seriously, with the current state of Lanshui Tianzuan, it is very likely that Haiyue City will be defeated. Inside Haiyue City, countless human race cultivators looked at the scene that covered the sky, despairing. Right at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared outside Haiyue City's golden light shield. He stretched out a palm and pushed it upwards. Compared to the elephant palm that covered the sky, the Taoist man in white was as insignificant as dust, not to mention his palm. But this hand held the sky that was about to collapse. All the monks in Haiyue City, including Lanshui Tianzuan, Fei Chenxue, and Qi Yao, were all stunned. The Jinpeng World Demon was also stunned. It is really this picture, too visually impactful. Holding the sky with one hand, like a god. Immediately afterwards, 1,800 acupoints and stars exploded with all their strength. With the blessing of a true immortal, Chen Daoxian threw the monster with a huge monster body hundreds of thousands of feet away. At this time, Chen Daoxian turned his head, looked at the Jinpeng world demon, and said word by word, "You said, who did you swallow?" Being watched by Chen Daoxian with such scrutiny eyes, Jinpeng world demon couldn't help shivering for some reason. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 519. Chen Lang. Inside Haoyue City, a shadowy figure flew out of Haoyue City's golden light shield regardless of who it was. Who was concubine Qinxue, who had been separated for more than 10 years? The beauty fell into his arms, and Chen Daoxian couldn't help hugging her tightly. In the city, Qiao's excitement after seeing that Chen Daoxian was safe and sound, also shattered with the scene in front of him. Chen Dao Xian. Outside Haoyue City, the Jinpeng realm demon saw Chen Daoxian and Fei Qinxue, and they kissed me in front of him. The fear of Chen Daoxian's action in his heart suddenly turned into a monstrous anger. Death to me! The Jinpeng world demon incited its golden wings and rushed towards Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian blocked concubine Qinxue behind him, and at the same time, his figure soared, and the 100,000 zhang divine body appeared again. Feeling the real immortal level coercion emanating from Chen Daoxian's body, the Jinpeng world demon did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly said to its companion, "Brother Xiang, let's kill him together." It is good. The elephant demon that was thrown out by Chen Daoxian's hand also adjusted its figure and collapsed towards Chen Daoxian with great strides again. These two world monsters are all mid-term true immortals, and relying on the strength of Chen Daoxian's star technique alone, I am afraid it is not enough to deal with. But the three forms of Kai Tian broke out with the divine body, and the situation was quite different. In the battle with the Yaoting Emperor, Chen Daoxian had a clear understanding of his own strength. If you use the power of the astrological explosion to perform the first style of the day, its attack power is about the same as the most common peak of true immortals. The Demon Court Emperor holds a stick-shaped pure yang fairy weapon, which is roughly equivalent to a casual blow. But if Chen Daoxian performed the second style of Kai Tian, even if the Demon Court Emperor displayed the unique technique of a six-armed attack, he would not be able to resist Chen Daoxian's attack. The most important thing is that Chen Daoxian used the power of the astrology to perform the second style of the sky, and he did not need to burn the divine body. In other words, the constellation technique plus the second form of opening the sky is considered to be Chen Daoxian's regular moves. Further up, it is the burning of the divine body. Thanks to the rapid recovery of the divine body in the Hongmeng Enlightenment Classic, Chen Daoxian burns the divine body and is no longer as careful as before. Although it cannot be used as a regular method, it is no longer a desperate move. Once he burns more than 30% of his divine body, coupled with the power of the constellation technique, the basic power of Chen Daoxian's explosion can already be comparable to the late stage of the true immortal. Coupled with the second form of Kai Tian, Chen Daoxian once broke through the defense of Tianzhuan City. And Tianzhuan City is said to be indestructible without the immortals of the earth. It can be seen that Chen Daoxian's blow has touched the threshold of the immortals. It is also the most powerful force that Chen Daoxian can explode so far. Of course, Chen Daoxian naturally couldn't use this method for the two real immortal middle stage demons, Jinpeng Realm Demon and Elephant Demon. To deal with them, the most common Kai Tian first style is enough. Kill immortals. Looking at the two world monsters rushing towards him, Chen Daoxian looked indifferent and swept his axe. Facing this axe, the Jinpeng Realm Demon felt a tremor and the soul madly hit it. Danger! In the face of the mental madness warning, Jinpeng World Demon decisively chose to sell his teammates. Its golden wings fanned wildly, the secret escape technique broke out, and the huge monster body turned into a golden light, immediately shrank behind the elephant monster and quickly evacuated. Although the poor elephant demon is full of explosive power, compared with the Jinpeng World Demon, its escape light is too far behind. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's axe, it also wanted to hide, but couldn't react at all. Laugh! A terrifying axe light tore apart the huge demon body of the elephant demon, and cut off a wing along with the Jinpeng World Demon that was hiding behind it. What? The Jinpeng World Demon let out a scream. As for the elephant demon, it didn't even scream, and was cut into nothingness by Chen Daoxian with an axe. Escape! How dare the Jinpeng World monster dare to fight Chen Daoxian again? It flutters its only golden wings and wants to fly away. As for the other wing, it is slowly recovering. It has to be said that after breaking through to the true immortal level, the demon body of the world demon becomes even more terrifying, especially its resilience. As long as there is no one-shot kill, it can quickly recover. But even so, Chen Daoxuan's axe also caused absolute heavy damage to the Jinpeng World Demon. This can be seen from the slow recovery speed of its broken wings. At the beginning, Yini Tianzuan also injured the opponent, but it could recover instantly, but this time it was hit hard by Chen Daoxian, and the broken part of its wings seemed to be entangled by a terrifying force, making it extremely difficult to recover from the injury. If the Demon Court Emperor was here, he would be able to recognize the power at the break of the Jinpeng World Demon's wings at a glance, because it was also deeply troubled by this power. This power is exactly what Chen Daoxian realized from Kaitian Shenyun. Compared with the god of Pangu, this power is naturally too far behind, but compared to the immortal power of other true immortals, this power is undoubtedly much more difficult to deal with. Chen Daoxian has a cheeky face, so he also called it Kaitian Shenyun. Of course, this is just his private name for this power. Do you still want to run? Chen Daoxian saw the Jinpeng World Demon struggling, and still wanted to use the golden light escape technique to escape, but he would not give him this chance again this time. I saw Chen Daoxuan's figure flashing, and he stepped on the top of the Jinpeng World monster's head. The Jinpeng Realm Demon's light escape secret technique was interrupted instantly. Forgive your life, Shangxian, spare your life. The Jinpeng World Demon has cultivated to this day, and naturally does not want to die. It quickly said, I would like to take refuge in Shangxian and be a mount for Shangxian. My Jinpeng family is especially good at escaping speed, and my speed is very fast. The Jinpeng World monster was afraid that Chen Daoxian would disagree, so he chopped off its head with an axe, directly explaining his advantages. Sure enough, Chen Daoxian really stopped when he heard the Jinpeng World Demon saying that he was good at speed. Because the Jinpeng World Demon was speaking of Chen Daoxuan's heart, his escape speed was very slow. At least at the level of a true immortal, it's very slow. Although the Kaitian 3 style can make his attack power skyrocket to a level comparable to that of an Earth immortal, his escaping speed, in the final analysis, is only at the level of an ordinary true immortal. This still relies on the power of the constellation technique, otherwise his escaping speed is only at the level of the ordinary 8 tribulations heavenly venerate. Not to mention compared with the peak of the true immortals, it is the ordinary true immortal level world demon who is good at escaping speed. Chen Daoxian saw the speed of the Jinpeng monster's escape. Even the first style of the opening of the sky that he broke out can be avoided, which shows how fast he escapes. At the beginning, Yini Tianzuan didn't chase down the Jinpeng World Demon because its escaping speed was too fast. Even the silver-winged Tianzuan, who is the most good at escaping light among the human race, was not sure to catch up with the other party, so he simply let the other party go. However, such a true immortal-level world demon who is good at escaping speed has to take the initiative to act as Chen Daoxuan's mount. How do I know you didn't lie to me? Chen Daoxian directly put the Pangu axe on the neck of the Jinpeng demon. I would like to sign a soul contract with you, master. The soul contract is a kind of soul contract similar to soul seal. Seeing that the other party really had the heart of surrender, Chen Daoxian was finally moved. Okay, let go of your soul, don't resist. Chen Daoxian ordered. The Jinpeng World Demon did not dare to resist, and Chen Daoxian skillfully engraved the soul seal, secret seal on his soul. Chen Daoxian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he really planted a soul imprint in the soul of the Jinpeng world demon, and he was immediately overjoyed. The speed of escape is slow, which is one of his current shortcomings. Now that he has this Jinpeng world demon, this shortcoming has finally been filled. You must know that even in the huge real demon world, the speed of the Jinpeng family is second to none. As the ancestor of the Jinpeng family, it is conceivable how fast this Jinpeng world monster escapes. If it turned around and ran away as soon as it met Chen Daoxian really had no good way to take it. It's a pity that it actually dared to attack Chen Daoxian. That's why it became Chen Daoxian's mount. Now that he has become his own mount, Chen Daoxian will naturally not leave Kaitian Shinyun to continue torturing the other party. As soon as he waved his hand, he immediately erased the open sky charm at the broken wings of the Jinpeng realm demon. Losing the suppression of Kaitian Shinyun, the wings of the Jinpeng world demon that had been cut off by Chen Daoxian recovered almost instantly. Thank you, Master. Jinpeng world demon is very knowledgeable about practical matters, and quickly set his position. Chen Daoxian saw that it had assumed the role of a mount so quickly, and nodded with satisfaction. Condense the demon body, let's go down. Yes, Master. The Jinpeng world demon did not dare to resist, and immediately retracted its demon body and returned to its human form. In general, although Jinpeng's humanoid appearance is a little dark in temperament, it is very handsome and looks quite pleasing to the eye. Walk. Chen Daoxian didn't talk nonsense, and with a flash of light, he flew into Haoyue City. However, the Jinpeng world demon was blocked by Haoyue City's golden light shield. Chen Daoxian flew straight to the side of concubine Chenxue and Lanxue Tianzuan, and bowed to the town show Lanxue Tianzuan. There are so many heavenly venerates of the human race. This Lanxue heavenly venerate, Chen Daoxian, had seen it at the heavenly venerate meeting. Since the immortal city she guarded was where concubine Chenxue served, of course Chen Daoxian remembered the other party. It was the first time for the two of them to just talk to them. In the face of Chen Daoxian, the peerless arrogance of the human race, no, it should be the peak powerhouse of the human race, Lanxue Tianzuan naturally did not dare to neglect at all, and even there was a trace of fear in her heart. Although Lanxue Tianzan's own strength is not strong, she can see that Chen Daoxian's strength seems to be even better than Gujian Tianzuan. Slaughter Emperor Tianzuan. Lanxue Tianzan's first reaction was to think of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. One of the purposes of the last Tianzuan meeting was to let Chen Daoxian go to the immortal tomb to accept the inheritance of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. Now it seems that he succeeded. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why his strength has become so terrifying. Thinking of this, a flash of excitement flashed across Lanxue Tianzan's Yingwu face. Seeing Lanxue Tianzuan hesitated, Chen Daoxian smiled and said, Lanxue Tianzuan called me by my name. Lanxue Tianzuan nodded, okay, Daoyu Chen, you can just call me Lanxue. Chen Daoxian nodded, Lanxue, how is the situation in the 9 war zone now? Very bad. Talking about the situation in the 9th war zone, Lanxue Tianzuan frowned, as far as I know, our Acropolis is not bad, only scattered real immortal level world monsters are besieged, while the main city of the 9th war zone is surrounded by dozens of real people. Immortal level demon besieged. However, except for Lingyu Tianzuan and the Silver Wing Tianzuan who guarded Yaoguang City, all of our human inspection Tianzuan went to the main city, so you don't need to worry too much. Hearing that the Jiu war zone was besieged by dozens of true immortal level demons, Chen Daoxian's heart immediately became hot. Dozens of true immortal level world demons, let's start with you. Chen Daoxian secretly said. Lanxue, I have to go to help Gujian Tianzuan and them, you. Lanxue Tianzuan shook his head and said, fellow Daoist Chen, don't worry about me, you kill and recover 2 true immortal level world demons. The danger of Haoyue City has been resolved, just help Gujian Tianzuan and the others. Chen Daoxian nodded, then looked at concubine Chenxue and Qiyao again. But Qiyao lowered her head instinctively when she saw Chen Daoxian looking at him. Chen Daoxian didn't care about this either, and ordered, you and Lanshui Tianzuan are responsible for guarding Haoyue City, and am going to support Gujian Tianzuan. Fei Chenxua nodded and said, be careful. She neither blocked nor proposed peers. Because she knew that this was the best support for Chen Daoxian, it is good. Chen Daoxian took one last look at Qi Yao, and then he didn't say anything, and flew out of Haoyue City in a flash of light. He teleported directly from Tianzuan City to Haoyue City to rescue the siege of Haoyue City. Of course, he had selfish intentions. Now that the selfishness has been resolved, the rest, of course, has to solve the siege of the world demon in the entire 9-war zone. Boom! Chen Daoxuan's escape light fell on the Jinpeng world demon who had recovered his demon body again, and shouted, go to Fuyuan City. The Jinpeng world demon turned into a ray of light and flew towards Fuyuan City, the main city of the Jiao war zone. Sitting on top of the Jinpeng world demon, Chen Daoxian sighed, you are really not bragging, the speed of escaping is really extraordinary, actually much faster than the speed of my human race light boat. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's praise, the Jinpeng world demon looked complicated, but now it has signed a soul contract with Chen Daoxian, and believes that it is the master, so don't think about rebellion. By the way, I forgot to ask, what's your name? Jinpeng world demon immediately replied, my name is. But before it was finished, Chen Daoxian waved his hand, forget it, the previous name doesn't matter, they'll give you a new name. Seeing your Jinyu, they'll call you Xiao Jin. Jinpeng world demon. Xiao Jin is Xiao Jin, and the owner recognizes it. What is a name? Xiao Jin, how is your speed at the level of a true immortal? When Xiao Jin heard this, his expression flashed a hint of arrogance. In the demon court, there is only one who can escape faster than me. Oh? Chen Daoxian was startled, Emperor of the demon court is actually faster than you. Who knows? Xiao Jin shook his head and said, although the Emperor is strong, he is only as fast as me. I'm talking about the demon saint. Monster saint? This is the first time Chen Daoxian has heard the name of the demon saint. For a long time, he thought that the demon court emperor was the first powerhouse in the demon court. He had chased Yaoting Emperor like a lost dog before, and he couldn't help but look down on Yaoting in his heart. Now, he learned from Xiao Jin's mouth that there is actually a demon saint in Yaoting. This can't help but make Chen Daoxian a little irritable. The demon court, or the real background of the demon world, is far more terrifying than the human race guessed. Is the demon saint strong? Chen Daoxian asked in a deep voice. Master Yaosheng is an Earth Immortal level powerhouse. Earth Immortal? Chen Daoxian was shocked. In the lower realm, how can there be Earth Immortals? 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 520. True Demon World. Greedy Wolf Demon Domain. A figure shuttled between the majestic buildings of Yaoting in a woeful way. During this period, some people saw this worrisome figure and knelt down to him in a salute, but did not let the figure stop. This embarrassed figure is the Demon Court Emperor who escaped from the hinterland of the human race. Finally, the Demon Court Emperor, whose body was covered with cracks, stopped in front of a quaint palace. Lord Monster Saint. Looking at the quaint palace in front of him, the Yaoting Emperor fell to his knees with a plop and whined. Oh, little monkey, how did you do this? An old voice came into the ears of the Yaoting Emperor. When he raised his head, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was already in a simple palace, and an old man with immortal style appeared in front of him. I don't know, I thought it was a fairy from the human race who became immortal. The person in front of him is the demon sage in the mouth of the Demon Court Emperor, and the biggest backer of the Demon Court's unification of the true demon realm. Master Demon Saint. At the moment, the Demon Court Emperor, 1510, told all his experiences without concealment. Oh? You actually lost in the hands of a human cultivator, and that human cultivator is not yet a true immortal? The face of the Blue Bull Demon Saint finally changed. Yes. The Yaoting Emperor's face paled. I lost. That human cultivator named Qin Daoxian inherited the lineage of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. Hearing this, the Green Bull Demon Sage shook his head. The Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate is not so powerful. This. The Demon Court Emperor was stunned. After all, Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan was a character from 200,000 years ago. At that time, it had not yet broken through to the true immortal level, and he had no idea how strong the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan was. It only knows that his father, the Emperor, died at the hands of the Emperor Slaughtering Heavenly Venerate. Little monkey, your strength has already surpassed your father's Emperor, even if it is compared with the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate back then, it is not inferior, perhaps even better. The Green Bull Demon Sage murmured, how could the inheritor of the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate hurt you? This is what the Qingniu Demon Sage told it more than once, and this is also the greatest confidence for the Demon Court Emperor to dare to rush to the hinterland of the human race to kill Qin Daoxian. Even the Emperor Slaughtering Heavenly Venerate may not be his opponent, let alone a small 5 tribulations Heavenly Venerate who inherited the other party's lineage. In order to kill Qin Daoxian, the dignified Demon Court Emperor personally went into action, which was already the safest way he could think of. However, it is so safe, it still loses, even if it is not for Lingyu Tianzan's cover, it has now died in the hinterland of the human race, which makes the Yaoting Emperor how to let go. Seeing Yaoting Emperor stunned and speechless, Qingniu Yaoxing sighed, don't think about it for now, let me see your injury. After all, the Qingniu Yaoxing waved his hand gently, and the body of the Yaoting Emperor suddenly dispersed, turning into a little monkey with golden hair all over his body. When the Blue Bull Demon Saint stretched out his hand, the golden monkey jumped to its palm. Immediately, a cyan demonic force enveloped the golden monkey's body. Soon, the Qingniu Demon Sage discovered the heaven-opening verve hovering around the Demon Court Emperor. This is. Faintly, there was a strong excitement in the tone of the Blue Bull Demon Saint, but soon, this emotion was suppressed by him. It began to try to use its own demon power to clean up the heaven-opening charm for the Demon Court Emperor, but it immediately discovered that although his demon power was strong, it couldn't shake the heaven-opening charm at the Demon Court Emperor's wound at all. Not only that, its demonic power was actually absorbed by the Kaitian charm at the wound of the Demon Court Emperor, making it even stronger. Feeling the pain at the wound, Yaoting Emperor's face paled even more. The Green Bull Demon Sage did not dare to neglect, and said, your injury is very difficult, I have to take you to the holy ancient demon realm. Hearing the ancient demon domain, the holy land of the world demon, the eyes of the Demon Court Emperor flickered. After all, he nodded in agreement and cupped his hands, it's all according to the instructions of the Demon Saint. The Green Bull Demon Sage's face was full of smiles, but he secretly said in his heart, as expected of the spirit of opening the sky, it really is extremely difficult to deal with. Guard the Ninth Theater. Fuyuan City. The ancient sword Tianzan's robe was stained with blood, and he looked at the real immortal level world demon outside the city. Just before that, their 25 patrolling Tianzuan rushed out, and together they killed a real fairy-level demon in the demon court, but the human race couldn't get any benefits, and the loss was even greater. 25 people from the human race inspected Tianzuan, and now there are only 23 left, and 2 have been damaged. 1 for 2, the disadvantage of the human race is even greater. But this is also something that can't be helped. The strength of the human race is not as good as that of the upper world demon, and the real immortals on the side of the world demon are extraordinarily wretched, and they will not give people a chance at all. The two sides have been fighting for so many years, even if they are fools, they have become human essence until now. The human race wants to use the negligence of the world demon to obtain more results, which is simply a dream. In the past, in order to unify the real demon world, the demon court couldn't bring out too much power to deal with the human race. But now, Yaoting only showed a small part of its strength, and the human race couldn't stand it anymore. If the army is overwhelmed, it will definitely be able to easily take down the human race. Gu Jian, what should we do now? With the screams of killing outside the city, Qiyun Tianzuan said with a pale face, get out. If we fight again, the power of our human race will all be damaged here. There are so many immortal cities in the 9th war zone, even if the world monsters occupy it, they must send a large number of true immortal-level world monsters to guard, otherwise my human race can seize the city at any time. As long as I take away the heavenly venerate, my human race will one day be able to recapture the lost immortal city. Hearing Qi Yun Tianzhen's deafening voice, Gu Jian Tianzhen's hand trembled slightly. Take it back. Can you get it back? Since ancient times, no, since the end of the era of Emperor Slaughter Tianzun, how many immortal cities have fallen into the hands of the world monsters, and how many have been recaptured now? None. The strength of the world demon is far superior to that of the human race, and it is simply not reliable to rely on the method of dispersing the forces of the true immortal-level world demon. Yes, the withdrawal of the human race from the 9th war zone can indeed keep the few human beings who patrol the heavenly venerate and keep the heavenly venerate in the major immortal cities of the human race. But what about Xianqing? What about the countless ordinary human monks in the major immortal cities? It is impossible for the human race to retreat with all the monks. Retreat with the heavenly venerate of all races in the mouth of Qi Yun Tianzun is an extremely optimistic idea. The real situation is that the human race can only rely on these inspection Tianzhens to bring other Tianzhens to break through. You must know that in order to wipe out the elite power of the human race, the world demon completely locked the void after inspecting the Tianzun to enter the net. Now in this void, any means of teleportation, world teleportation, etc. cannot be used at all. Human monks want to kill, only by breaking through. However, there are still 52 true immortal-level powerhouses on the side of the world demon, while the human race has only 23 patrolling Tianzun. Do you want to break out of the encirclement? Impossible things. This point, whether it is Qi Yun Tianzun or Gu Jian Tianzun, all know well. But at this juncture, no one wants to say anything that is discouraged. Breakthrough seems to be the only option. Gu Jian. If we continue to consume it, our losses will be even greater. We are not as strong as others, let's break through. Qi Yun Tianzhen's voice was heavy. I wanted to rescue Fuyuan City, but I didn't expect to bring almost all of the human race to inspect Tianzun to fall here. Thinking of this, Gu Jian Tianzun was in a terrible mood. Gu Jian Tianzun is also a decisive person, and he immediately found the guardian of Fuyuan town, Rufeng Tianzun. When Tianzun Rufeng heard Gu Jian Tianzhen's suggestion to break out of the encirclement, he was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Gu Jian, everyone, break through the encirclement, and leave me alone. Furious. Tianzun Rufeng, don't be impatient. Yeah, we will retake Fuyuan City sooner or later. Many heavenly venerates have persuaded. However, Tianzun Rufeng kept shaking his head and said with a smile, Gu Jian, everyone, you know, how many years have I been guarding here? For more than 50,000 years, it is no exaggeration to say that since I broke through to the calamity period, all the time and hard work have been left in this fairy city. While controlling Fuyuan Xiancheng and resisting the attack of the world monsters, Tianzun Lifeng talked eloquently. For so many years, such as the situation in front of this world demon besieging Fuyuan City, he did not know how much he had experienced, and he was already extremely skilled. He was even in the mood to say a final goodbye to everyone. I don't want to run away. Lufeng Tianzun said solemnly, for more than 50,000 years, I've had enough of this kind of life. I have seen too many juniors who served in my Fuyuan City and died in battle. Their blood and corpses are like monuments, building this Fuyuan City together. Everyone, I can't abandon it, I can't do it. At the end, Lu Feng Tianzhen's eyes turned red. Including Gu Jian Tianzun, everyone was silent. Yes. They have been guarding this fairy city for more than 50,000 years. The lifespan of an 8 tribulations heavenly venerate is only 90,000 years. It can be said that for the sake of Fuyuan Immortal City, Lufeng Tianzun paid everything. It is no exaggeration to say that this fairy city is the whole meaning of his life. Other heavenly venerates can give up the immortal city of Fuyuan from the perspective of preserving the vitality of the human race, but he can't fight against the wind heavenly venerate. He can't do it. Gu Jian, let's go. Everyone was motionless, and all looked at him solemnly, even the most ruthless inspector of Tianzuan. At this moment, his eyes were red. Brutal wind, cherish. Brutal wind, cherish it. Gu Jian Tianzuan clenched his fists towards him. Everyone clasped their fists at him. At this moment, an inexplicable thing stirred and burned in everyone's chest. You gentlemen, cherish. Li Feng Tianzuan raised his sleeves with both hands and smiled at everyone. With this smile, he forgot the gains and losses, and forgot about life and death. Let's go, break through. Gu Jian Tianzuan roared in a low voice. Rufeng Tianzuan has something he wants to protect, and Gu Jian Tianzuan also has something he wants to protect. Their goals are different, but their aspirations are the same. Looking at the inspection Tianzuan flying out of the city, the eyes of Lufeng Tianzuan became extremely determined. If you want to eat my Fuyuan city, you need to knock out a few teeth first. The next moment, the bright golden light broke out completely. Outside the city, countless world monsters were wiped out by the sudden burst of golden light and turned into nothingness. In the group of demons, the leader is a true immortal level world demon of the barbarian bull family. Speaking of which, this true immortal level world demon of the barbarian cattle family is still a distant relative of the Qingniu demon sage. Of course, whether the blue bull demon sage will recognize this distant relative, then maybe. But since this bull demon can lead more than 50 true immortal level demons, his strength is definitely not weak. That's the truth. The strength of this bullock demon has actually reached the late stage of the true immortal, and it is also the only one among the 53 true immortal level demons. As a matter of fact, this savage bull demon has never made a single shot so far. Even the last time Gu Jian Tianzuan led the team suddenly rushed out of Fuyuan Xiancheng and fought the world demon, it didn't make a move. It's waiting. This time, when it saw the golden light of Fuyuan city burst out suddenly, and then Gu Jian Tianzuan took the lead in rushing out of the city, its eyes changed. Are you finally going to break through? This bullock demon grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Everyone, follow me to encircle the human monks. Yes, my lord. The rest of the true immortal level world demons joined in one after another. This time, the world demon used all the power of the true immortal. Vows to eat all the inspection Tianzuan of the human race. Gu Jian Tianzuan saw this scene and also saw the intention of the world demon. He immediately pulled out the immortal sword he was carrying, and planned to fight the world demon for life and death. At this moment, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from Fuyuan Immortal City, and the golden light, carrying terrifying coercion, slammed over the 52 true immortal level world demons. This burst of golden light was incomparably mighty, and it actually made the figures of 52 world monsters stunned. At the same time, the voice of Rufeng Tianzuan appeared at the same time in the 23 patrolling Tianzuan Sea of Consciousness. Walk! Gu Jian Tianzuan slashed out a sword in anger and shouted, Go! Only then did everyone extinguish their thoughts of fighting the world demon and break through in the agreed direction. Want to go? The bull demon grinned when he saw this scene. Today, none of you can escape. After all, he took the lead in chasing the ancient sword Tianzuan. As a high-ranking member of the demon court, this savage bull realm knows Gu Jian Tianzuan's status in the human race. It is no exaggeration to say that once the ancient sword Tianzuan died, the will of the human race to resist would be at least half damaged. As long as there is this victory, even if a few Terrans are finally released to inspect Tianzuan, it will not hurt. Thinking of this, the bull demon was even more excited. Gu Jian Tianzuan saw the bull demon who was chasing him alone, and immediately turned around and slashed at him with a sword. In the void, a sword light like the Milky Way hangs upside down, slaying the bull demon. Seeing this terrifying sword light that almost divided the void, the face of the bull demon's face suddenly became serious. This sword light made him feel the threat of death. As expected of the first monk of the human race, it's really interesting. Immediately, the bullock world demon no longer hides its clumsiness, and directly reveals the demon body. In an instant, a gigantic bull demon body that was nearly 1,000,000 zhang appeared in front of Gujian Tianzuan. Facing the Jinguang of Gujian Tianzuan, the bull lowered his head and used a bull horn to push towards Jinguang. The sword light collided with the tens of thousands of horns, and a dazzling light erupted. But in the endless void, there was no sound at all. Everyone could only feel the terrifying pressure that erupted from the impact. Chen Daoxian also felt the terrifying coercion that erupted near Fuyuan City. He knew that the battle between the human race and the world demon was probably already heated up. Xiaojin, speed up. Chen Daoxian ordered. Facing the master's order, the Jinpeng world demon did not dare to resist. Immediately, it displayed the secret technique of escaping light that it had escaped under Chen Daoxian's hands, and the entire demon body was wrapped in golden light. So fast! Chen Daoxian's pupils shrank. The other side. The bull demon smashed the sword light of the ancient sword Tianzuan, and the momentum did not decrease, and slammed directly towards the ancient sword Tianzuan. Unlike other heavenly venerates, the ancient sword did not display the Dharma image, but raised the fairy sword in his hand. The next moment, a huge world appeared above Gujian Tianzan's head. This world is at least hundreds of millions of feet in diameter. But if you look closely, this world is made up of countless sword qi. Pick me up. Sword world. The extremely huge sword world was suppressed towards the bull demon. Gujian Tianzuan even saw fear in the eyes of the bull demon. Master Yaosheng, help! At a critical moment, a terrifying finger stretched out from the demon body of this bull demon. The next moment, this finger directly pierced Gujian Tianzan's sword world, and with unabated power, he crushed it towards Gujian Tianzuan. Earth! Earth immortal! Gujian Tianzuan was desperate. Just as he was about to die. Kill immortals! The terrifying giant finger did not fall, and a majestic figure stood in front of him. As for the terrifying giant finger, it was completely smashed by an axe light. Gujian Tianzuan recognized the person, and his face suddenly showed an unbelievable color. Chen Daoxian. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 521. Yu. The bull demon looked at Chen Daoxian, his throat seemed to be blocked. One blow smashed the immortal technique sealed by the green bull demon saint in its body, such a fierce performance that the bull demon could hardly believe his eyes. Who is this person? It has never heard of such a strong person in the human race. For a time, the bull demon couldn't help being annoyed by Yaoding's negligence in the human race's intelligence work. If you know that the human race has such a strong person, with its cautious nature, it is impossible to charge ahead. But now, it's too late to say anything. The bull demon knows what to say now. Neither Gujian nor this unknown human race heavenly venerable can let it go. The fact is as it is expected. After Gujian Tianzuan was briefly surprised, his face immediately showed ecstasy. Chen Daoxian, let's take action together and kill it. It is good. Although Chen Daoxian has absolute certainty to kill it, but he can bully the less with more, why not do it? This is a war between the human race and the world monsters. Chen Daoxian has never been a pedantic person, and he also pays attention to one-on-one with the enemy. Seeing this, the bull demon turned around and ran away. It's a pity that just after it escaped, it crashed into a world constructed by countless sword qi. It is the sword world displayed by the ancient sword Tianzuan. Before his sword world had not shown his power, he was shattered by the immortal finger of the seal of the green bull demon sage. Now, without the immortal technique that the green bull demon saint seals in the body of the bull realm demon, it clearly knows the horror of this move. The demon body of the bull realm is nearly 1,000,000 feet, but it is a pity that it is shrouded in the boundless sword world, like a bug caught in a spider web, unable to extricate itself. As for its escape, it has become a complete joke under the involvement of the sword world. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxian looked at Gu Jian Tianzuan in surprise. You must know that this bull demon is a late-stage true immortal, and it is only a small realm worse than the demon court emperor. With such strength, he was pressed and beaten by the ancient sword Tianzuan. It can be seen that the strength of the ancient sword Tianzuan, even if it is not as good as the real fairy peak level world monster, the gap will not be too far. However, Chen Daoxian is still optimistic. Although the outbreak of the ancient sword Tianzuan is strong, but after all, he relies on the high-grade pure yang fairy sword in his hand and his superb swordsmanship. In terms of lasting combat power, only the ancient sword of the 8 tribulations is far from being on a par with the barbarian bull. In other words, if Chen Daoxian was not involved in this battle, the best outcome would be for Gu Jian Tianzuan to have the upper hand for a while, and then run for his life. Because of the sword world displayed by the ancient sword Tianzuan, it is difficult to kill the bull demon in an instant. Or as a real fairy mid-stage demon, the situation will be very different. Although the ancient sword Tianzuan still can't consume the real fairy mid-stage demon, but with his explosive power, it is enough to kill the opponent with one sword, so it does not need any staying power. Seeing that the bull demon was struggling in the sword world of the ancient sword Tianzuan, Chen Daoxian no longer hesitated, immediately raised the Pangu axe in his hand, and slashed towards the bull demon. Kill immortals. Performing the first style of opening the sky again, Gu Jian Tianzuan finally saw the power of this axe clearly. The pinnacle of true immortals. Gu Jian Tianzuan was shocked. No wonder, he was able to smash that terrifying finger with an axe just now. The immortal art sealed by the green bull demon saint in the body of the bull realm demon is only a little stronger than Chen Daoxian's normal unfolding of the heavenly first form, not to mention reaching the level of earth immortal. A short distance away. It's just that this finger has the coercion that belongs to the earth immortal level, and it looks more bluffing. It's not that the blue bull demon sage cannot seal stronger immortal techniques, but the demon body of the bull demon cannot withstand stronger immortal techniques. As for the demon court emperor, unless it is the Qingniu demon saint, the immortal art it seals alone cannot compare to the demon court emperor's own strength. Do not. Looking at the bright axe light from top to bottom, the bull demon was desperate. But it is now trapped in the sword world of the ancient sword Tianzuan, and it can't do anything except resist this attack. Laugh! The dazzling light of the axe easily cut through the demon body of the bull demon, and the huge demon body was wiped out by Chen Daoxian with one blow. But after all, it is a world monster of the late stage of the true immortal. Although this blow has caused it to be absolutely severely damaged, it is not enough to kill it with one blow. No, don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. The bull demon begged for mercy madly. It is a pity that this time, Chen Daoxian did not intend to let the other party go, because his hands were stained with the blood of too many human monks. Late. Chen Daoxian said something coldly, and chopped off with his axe again. This time, Chen Daoxian completely annihilated the demon body and soul of the bull realm demon, and even the true immortal origin realm in his body was exposed, exuding an aura of dilapidation. This axe actually damaged the opponent's true immortal origin realm. Otherwise, with the tenacious vitality of the true immortal origin realm, even if the world demon dies, the true immortal origin realm can maintain its vitality for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Gu Jian Tianzuan looked at the broken true immortal origin realm with a hint of pity in his eyes. It's just that Chen Daoxian's words brought his mind back before he could regret it for long. Gu Jian Tianzuan, you and I split up to support other Tianzuan. It is good. Although Gu Jian Tianzuan's face was pale and consumed a lot, his eyes were still very firm. Chen Daoxian didn't say anything, and immediately called Xiao Jin and rushed towards the battlefield closest to him. Unfortunately, while Chen Daoxian beheaded the bull realm demon, all the real immortal level realm demons on the realm demon side began to flee frantically without saying a word. Don't give Chen Daoxian a chance to kill them at all. Nonsense, these world monsters can practice the level of true immortals, one is more shrewd than the other. Even the bull demon in the late stage of true immortal fell into the hands of Chen Daoxian, and the other party only used 2 moves. Wouldn't it be an axe to replace them? This kind of fierce people, where are they able to deal with? It is right to escape. Want to run? No. Chen Daoxian closely followed behind the group of true immortal level demons, but immediately realized something was wrong. It stands to reason that these 51 true immortal level world monsters will definitely flee if they want to escape, so the chance of escaping is the greatest. After all, no matter how strong Chen Daoxian is, there is only one person. He is not strong enough to be able to kill the real immortal level world demons who have escaped with 1 axe. The only explanation is that this group of true immortal level world demons escaped is false, and it is true that they want to unite to deal with him. How dare you fight back? Chen Daoxian's face was relaxed, but he was secretly alert. In any case, the 51 world monsters in front of them are all existences in the middle stage of true immortals. Although Chen Daoxian boasted that his strength was superior to them, he could not guarantee that the other party would have any means of fighting for his life. Just like formation. Just when Chen Daoxian and Xiao Jin were about to catch up with the 51 realm monsters, the middle stage real fairy headed by the real fairy roared, "Arrange formation." The words fall. 51 world demons turned into 51 streamers, and instantly scattered around Chen Daoxian and Xiao Jin. Sure enough, they just took advantage of the escape, secretly preparing the formation. Outside the array. The inspection Tianzuan of the human race also came here one after another, but their escaping speed is not as fast as the real immortal mid-stage demon and Xiao Jin, so it will take a while to really come. This moment, for ordinary people, may be just a moment, a breath. But for these true immortal level powerhouses, it is an opportunity to turn life and death. Shoot together, don't stay. It is good. The rest of the true immortal level world demons joined in one after another. Next moment. 51 world monsters unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. In the end, these attacks were transformed by the formation method and gathered together to form a giant beam of light. Then, the beam of light slammed towards Chen Daoxian. Seeing this, Chen Daoxian's expression suddenly changed. How strong is the combined force of the world demons in the mid-51 true immortals? Although it is not a perfect joint force, this power has broken through the barriers of the true immortal level and touched a higher level. Earth Immortal. Chen Daoxian did not expect that in just a few days, he actually encountered the power of the Earth Immortal twice. It's just that the last time he encountered the defense power of the Earth Immortal level, this time he encountered the attack power of the Earth Immortal level. Looking at the beam of light that bombarded him, Chen Daoxian took a deep breath. Astrology. Breakout. Divine body burns 50%. This time, Chen Daoxian directly burned 50% of the divine body, not because he didn't want to burn more divine body. Because if he burns more divine bodies, he will fall into a faint in an instant. That's not fighting for life, it's suicide. The second style of opening the sky. Slaying the gods. Chen Daoxian roared. Holding the Pangu axe, he charged towards the giant beam of light with an indomitable aura. This time, without any axe light, all the power was gathered in the Pangu axe in his hand. After the giant beam of light touched the axe, it melted like ice and snow, and was directly broken by Chen Daoxian. Afterwards, the axe's remaining power continued to be undiminished, and with its infinite power, it directly slaughtered 51 true fairy world monsters. At this moment, Chen Daoxian even clearly saw the fear in the eyes of this group of true immortals. Are you afraid? Chen Daoxian smiled. It turns out that you will be afraid too. Go to hell. Chen Daoxian waved vigorously. What beams of light, formations, and world demons are all under this axe, and they will be wiped out. It seemed that apart from this dark void, all the original things no longer existed. Such a highly condensed power was the first thing Chen Daoxian felt. Previously, whether he used the first style of opening the sky or the second style of opening the sky, his strength was actually very scattered, which can be seen from the power of his moves. It's not that Chen Daoxian wants to be so exaggerated, but that he can't control his own power, or that he is not proficient in the 3 types of Kaitian. But this time, when Chen Daoxian started the second day, he felt an unprecedented joy. This kind of hearty feeling was something he had never felt before when he performed the 3 heavenly forms. It stands to reason that with Chen Daoxuan's power, it should be easier to perform the first style of opening the sky, but he did not expect that the first one he perfectly controlled was actually the second style of opening the sky. Kill 51 real immortal mid-stage demons with 1 axe. The Inspector Tianzuan who came to see this scene couldn't help swallowing and smearing. Fierce. Too fierce. They have never seen the strongest heavenly venerate in the history of the human race, the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate, but according to the records in the human race books, they are definitely not so powerful. This is 51 true immortal level demons, not 51 pigs. Just die. They supported it hard, and even finally considered giving up Fuyuan City, giving up some of the great enemies who inspected Tianzuan, and the whole army was wiped out. If Chen Daoxian just defeated these real immortal level world monsters, these inspection Tianzans of the human race would only regard him as the second emperor killer Tianzuan. But Chen Daoxian is not, he is beheading the opponent. This is different from defeating 51 true immortal level demons. To defeat 51 world monsters, according to the strength of the Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan recorded in the ancient books of the human race, the opponent can barely do it. After all, as long as he doesn't fall into the formation, Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan can completely use guerrilla means to deal with this group of true immortal level world monsters. But Chen Daoxian was not like that. He fought hard and directly defeated 51 true immortal level world demons. Compared with Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, Chen Daoxuan's strength is undoubtedly much stronger. Everyone stared at Chen Daoxian blankly, and for a while, no one dared to speak. In the end, it was Gujian Tianzuan who broke the silence first. Chen Daoxian. Gujian Tianzuan carefully arranged his words, "Thank you for this battle. Killing the monsters is the common obligation of the people of the Phoenix Meteor Realm. Why should Gujian Tianzuan say thanks? Speaking of which, I also have one thing to tell Gujian Tianzuan." Just as Chen Daoxian was about to speak about Lingyu Tianzuan and Tianzuan City, he stumbled. Chen Daoxian. Chen Tianzuan. Everyone panicked when they saw that Chen Daoxuan's breath was unstable and his expression was sluggish. The one in front of him is a strong man who surpasses the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate, the hope of all the human race in this era. If Chen Daoxian had an accident, everyone would feel guilty to death. After all, an Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate has brought an era of incomparable stability and peace to the people. What can Chen Daoxian, who is stronger than the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate, bring to the human race? Needless to say, everyone understands this. Gujian Tianzuan reacted the fastest. Although he was running out of mana, at least he was not injured compared to Chen Daoxian. "Are you all right?" Gujian Tianzan's figure flashed, and he supported Chen Daoxian, who was crumbling. Chen Daoxian shook his head, glanced at Gujian Tianzuan, and then looked at everyone again, saying, "I need to retreat and recuperate. Quick, go back to Fuyuan City." Gujian Tianzuan ordered. Everyone did not dare to neglect, and all surrounded Chen Daoxian, escorting him back to Fuyuan City. Fortunately, the battlefield where Chen Daoxian and the world demon fought was not far from Fuyuan City. At this moment, Fuyuan City is still besieged by countless world monsters. They don't know that all their true immortal level powerhouses have fallen. Look, the human race inspects Tianzuan. In the distance, a demon court will see 25 human races headed by Gujian inspecting Tianzuan. Although everyone's cultivation base is the same, the strength of Yaoting God will undoubtedly be different from that of Patrol Tianzuan. If nothing else, inspecting the top pure Yang immortal artifact in the hands of Tianzuan is not something that the ordinary nerves of Yaoting can count on. But the strange thing is that these inspectors have no intention of paying attention to them. Only along the passage cut open by the ancient sword Tianzuan, he flew into Fuyuan City. What's going on? Didn't the human race inspect Tianzuan to break through? What about the emperors? This demon court will have a delicate mind, and a bad feeling haunts his heart, which makes him want to retreat. But more demons didn't pay attention to this scene at all. In other words, they didn't take it seriously when they saw it. The human race inspected Tianzuan in the days when they were attacking the city. I don't know how many times. They also only think that this is the normal operation of the other party. Only the delicate-minded demon general began to slowly retreat to the back of the battlefield. Just entered Fuyuan City. Rufeng Tianzuan appeared in front of everyone. What's the matter? Didn't you break through? Gujian Tianzuan shook his head and said solemnly, don't ask, first prepare the best cave for Qin Daoxian. Seeing Tianzuan Rufeng's hesitant expression, Gujian Tianzuan said again, don't worry, the world demon outside the city, leave it to us. Hearing this, Tianzuan Rufeng suddenly widened his eyes, and even his breathing became rapid. You mean? Well, let's go. It is good. Lufeng Tianzuan immediately stepped forward to support Qin Daoxian and flew towards the immortal mansion where he retreated. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. Chapter 522, a month later. Fuyuan City. Rufeng Tianzuan Immortal Mansion. Qin Daoxian took the insect soldier handed over by concubine Qinxue and looked at it carefully. I really thought that you actually promoted the insect soldier all the way to the 7th star. Qin Daoxian sighed, these years, I have suffered for you. Fei Qinxue looked at her Taoist companion, shook her head and said, compared to the sergeant who died in the battle at Haoyue City, I don't even count the suffering I suffered, at least I still have insect soldiers to protect my body, and they mostly rely on their own flesh and blood. Hearing this, Qin Daoxian's face was heavy. Insect soldiers are not easy to refine, even a 1-star insect soldier requires 6th-order spiritual materials to refine. But in the entire Phoenix Meteor world, how many spiritual materials above the 6th rank can there be? Although the insect soldiers are strong, they are still unable to satisfy all the monks of the human race. However, it is still feasible to use it to replace the humanoid Taoist soldiers and greatly enhance the strength of the human race monks. Qin Daoxian once had this idea, but due to his own strength and background, he never had the chance to bring it up. But it's different now. As the #1 powerhouse of the human race, his right to speak is not the same as before. During this period, Gujian Tianzuan was sitting in Fuyuan City while arranging inspections for Tianzuan to lift the siege of the Acropolis in the Wujiu war zone. In addition, Qin Daoxian felt that the biggest change was that Gujian Tianzuan actually came to discuss the arrangements with him every day. Originally, Gujian Tianzuan did not need to discuss these things with Qin Daoxian at all. But with the exposure of his strength, everything changed. Not only Gujian Tianzuan, but even other human race Tianzuan had excited expressions in their eyes when they saw Qin Daoxian. From their eyes, Qin Daoxian could see that they regarded themselves as the Emperor Slaughter heavenly venerate 200,000 years ago. Qin Daoxian was about to say something, but suddenly raised his head. Next moment, a figure appeared in front of Qin Daoxian and Fei Qinxue. It was the ancient sword Tianzuan. Didn't disturb the two of you? Gujian Tianzuan smiled and looked at the two people. It's been disturbed. During this period of time, Qin Daoxian and Gujian Tianzuan are also familiar with each other. When they talk, their tone has gradually become more casual from the serious one at the beginning. Gujian Tianzuan didn't care, he sat down in the pavilion with a smile, and said, tell you the good news, all the demons in the Wujiu war zone have been wiped out since today. Hearing this, Qin Daoxian and Fei Chengshu's eyes lit up slightly. This is indeed good news. This time Yaoting raised its troops to attack the Wujiu theater, which brought enormous pressure to the national defense line. But with Qin Daoxian beheading 52 true immortal-level demons in the demon court, the two sides were instantly reversed, and the human race changed from defense to attack. In the entire Wujiu war zone, they slaughtered the army of world demons everywhere. In a month's time, they finally wiped out all the large-scale world demons. After this discussion, even if Yao Ting still has a lot of strength left, it has reached the level of injury. Yao Ting may not care too much about the loss of real-world demons below the true immortal level. But the real immortal level world monsters are different. Even if the whole monster court adds up, there are not many world monsters at this level. This time in the Wujiu Theater, 76 were lost at one time. 53 of them died in the hands of Chen Daoxian, and the remaining 24 were captured and killed by the human race inspection Tianzuan. This kind of victory has never happened even in the era of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. Seeing that Chen Daoxian was in a happy mood, Gu Jian Tianzuan seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, last time you said you had something to tell me, what is it?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxian sighed slightly. "It's Ling Yu Tianzuan." He? Gu Jian Tianzuan frowned. Immediately, Chen Daoxian told the story of Ling Yu Tianzuan colluding with the demon court emperor and betrayed the human race in a deep voice, especially when Gu Jian Tianzuan heard that Tianzuan city was destroyed by Chen Daoxian. He stood up in shock. "What? Tianzuan city was destroyed by you?" Gu Jian Tianzun's face was ashen. If the person standing in front of him is Chen Daoxian, and he is far from Chen Daoxuan's opponent, Gu Jian Tianzuan would have drawn his sword and chopped him off. The destruction of Tianzuan city, what does this mean for the human race? The most important line of defense of the human race is gone. And it was still destroyed in the hands of the Terran's own people. Originally, Gu Jian Tianzuan had been complacent about this great victory, but when he thought of the destruction of Tianzuan city, his heart was as uncomfortable as eating a fly. "Do you know what Tianzuan city means to my human race?" Gu Jian Tianzun's face was ashen, suppressing the anger in his heart. "I know." Chen Daoxuan's face was equally heavy. On the side, Fei Chenxue saw that the atmosphere between the two was a little bit tense. She immediately looked at Chen Daoxian with some worry, and unconsciously clenched Chen Daoxuan's right hand. "No, you don't know." Gu Jian Tianzuan stood up. "Yes, your strength is extremely powerful now. In the tens of thousands of years with you, my human race will be safe, but have you ever thought that you are gone?" Chen Daoxian didn't give in. He looked at him and said, "I have the confidence to become a true immortal." Although Chen Daoxian didn't know what would happen when the way of the divine body broke through to the level of a true immortal, with the blessing of the constellation technique, the strength of his divine body was increasing day by day. At this speed, it is a sure thing that Chen Daoxuan's divine body will break through to the level of a true immortal. The only difference is the speed of breakthrough. This point is completely different from the Emperor Slaughter Heavenly Venerate, who is stuck at the level of the Heavenly Venerate of 8 tribulations. "Can you become a fairy?" Gu Jian Tianzuan was stunned. Immortal. For the Phoenix cultivators, it was already a distant dream. As strong as Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan, he finally sat down and left, failing to take the last step. But now, Chen Daoxian said that he could become an immortal. Gu Jian Tianzuan instinctively felt disbelief, but thinking of Chen Daoxuan's exaggerated strength, he couldn't help but shake. Could it be that he can really become an immortal? Half an hour. Gu Jian Tianzuan finally recovered from the shock of Chen Daoxian becoming an immortal, and he sighed, "Even if you can become an immortal, so what? I said, you are in this world, the real demon world, and naturally dare not offend my human race, but one day, you will fly up to the upper realm. At that time, what will happen to the human race who lose Tianzuan city?" At this moment, Gu Jian Tianzun's heart no longer has much anger, he is only worried about the future fate of the human race. Although he may not see that day, he is still worried about the human race. Perhaps, for Gu Jian Tianzuan, the human race is all he has. "Why do you only want to guard?" Chen Daoxian said solemnly, "In the past 470,000 years, my human race has been invaded by world monsters many times, but they only dare to hide in the immortal city and tremble. Even so, one immortal city will fall one after another. Today's Wujiu war zone is preserved just because of my variable. What if there is no me? With Tianzuan city, can the human race defend it? I tell you, the human race can't hold back." Chen Daoxuan's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Gu Jian Tianzhen's heart ruthlessly. How could he not know? The human race couldn't hold it. There is no need for the entire real demon world to attack, just one demon court, the human race can't stop it. Not to mention that there is an even more unfathomable holy ancient demon realm in the real demon world outside the demon court. It is only self-deception to say that the human race can rely on Tianzhuan City to defend. Tianzhuan City can't even block Chen Daoxian alone, let alone block the entire real demon world. Thinking of this, Gu Jian Tianzhen's momentum suddenly weakened. You are right, my human race can't stop it, but Tianzhuan City is the confidence of my human race. For so many years, my human race has been able to persevere and not be discouraged, all relying on Tianzhuan City and Guanyuan realm. Without Tianzhuan City, my human race's confidence has been shattered by half. Pedantism. Chen Daoxian scolded, I have never heard that the confidence of the human race is brought by a fairy city that can only stay in place. The confidence of the human race can only be brought by one victory after another. Chen Daoxian stared at him, didn't you say that the human race monks will lose confidence? Then let us tell them that the world demon can do things to my human race, and my human race can also go back. Hearing this, Gu Jian Tianzhen's heart tightened. What are you going to do? Recover the human fairy city. Chen Daoxian was decisive. Since the fall of Emperor Slaughter Tianzhuan, all the immortal cities in the 9 major war zones of the human race and 4 war zones have fallen into the hands of the world demon. Now, Chen Daoxian wants to take back all the immortal cities in these 4 war zones. Back then, when Emperor Slaughter Tianzhuan was there, the human race also accomplished this feat. Thinking of this, Gu Jian Tianzhen's dead heart suddenly became hot. We have to tell them that everything we stole from my human race will be taken back by my human race bit by bit. Chen Daoxian looked at him. As for the future of the human race you are worried about, I can only say that before I ascend to the upper realm, I will definitely solve the serious trouble of the world demon. Hear this promise. Gu Jian Tianzhuan took 3 steps back, bowed deeply to Chen Daoxian, and said, if you can do this, I will do my best to assist you in accomplishing this great cause of the ages. These words, Gu Jian Tianzhuan is already handing over the power of the human race to Chen Daoxian. Although the human race has never had a nominal leader, but as the first powerhouse of the human race, Gu Jian Tianzhuan is the leader of the human race in the real sense. But now, this human race leader is willing to hand over the power of the entire human race to Chen Daoxian. It can be seen how much impact Chen Daoxian's strength and his thoughts have brought him. Although in the world of cultivating immortals, in the end everything still has to be about strength. But without the support of Gu Jian Tianzhuan, even though Chen Daoxian's strength is the first in the human race, it is still not an easy task to take over the power of the human race. After all, if you want to be in power, in addition to strength, you must have enough prestige. Chen Daoxian killed 53 true immortal-level world demons in one fell swoop, and his reputation was barely enough, but he was too young, and he could be said to have almost no connections within the entire human race. His sudden rise to the throne will make the major forces of the clan feel uncomfortable and unaccustomed. But with the support of Gu Jian Tianzhuan, everything is very different. Gu Jian Tianzhuan has held the power of the human race for so many years, no matter in terms of connections or background, it is not comparable to Chen Daoxian, the first powerhouse of the new human race. With his support, Chen Daoxian can not only secure the position of the leader of the human race, but even have a nominal title. You must know that even the identity of Gu Jian Tianzhuan on the face is only one of the inspection Tianzhuan, and the inspection Tianzhuan does not distinguish between superiors and subordinates. That is to say, in theory, Gu Jian Tianzhuan, Silver Wing Tianzhuan, and Qiyun Tianzhuan are all equal. This is also the reason why the human race has never been a leader in the true sense. In the 470,000-year history of the human race, even the Emperor slaughtering Heavenly Venerate has not been able to become the nominal human race leader. The reason is simple. Although the Emperor slaughter Heavenly Venerate is strong, his cultivation is only the 8th tribulation Heavenly Venerate, and there is no essential difference from other 8 tribulations Heavenly Venerate, which will naturally make many monks who are not aware of it feel dissatisfied. Besides, it's just a name in name. Emperor Slaughter Tianzun himself didn't care, and neither did other people. Inside the gazebo, Chen Daoxian watched Gu Jian Tianzun leave, and his heart was extremely surging. After a month, Gu Jian Tianzun finally made a choice that was beneficial to himself and the entire human race. It is about the authority of the entire human race. Even if people are no longer greedy for power, it does not mean that they can let go. At least Chen Daoxian asked himself that it was difficult to do it, but Gu Jian Tianzun did it. This is a great man who truly cares about the human race. Chen Daoxian muttered. Well, I have heard about the prestige of Gu Jian Tianzun among the monks of the human race in Haoyue City. Yes. Chen Daoxian turned his head and looked at her. Of course. Concubine Chen Xue said with a smile, among all the inspectors, Gu Jian Tianzun has the heaviest burden. Not only does he have to guard Tianzun City, but sometimes he encounters difficult enemies, and he has to invite other inspectors to sit in Tianzun City. He goes to the rescue. After all, his strength is much stronger than the ordinary inspection Tianzun. Yes. Chen Daoxian sighed again. It turns out that Lingyu Tianzun sits in Tianzun City, which is not the first case. No wonder Gu Jian Tianzun has never been suspicious. Chen Daoxian shook his head and stopped thinking about these issues. By the way, how many insect soldiers do you have now? What's wrong? Fei Chenxue immediately took out the gourd-shaped cave artifact. There are a total of 2,756 insect soldiers in it, all of them are 7-star insect soldiers. The rest of the insect soldiers are in Qi Yao's hands. Qi Yao. When Fei Chenxue mentioned Qi Yao, her tone couldn't help but hesitate. But seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression was the same, he felt both joy and guilt in his heart. Chen Daoxian took over the gourd-shaped cave artifact and said, I practice an immortal art that requires the use of insect soldiers. Fei Chenxue smiled, take it, you gave it to me anyway. Chen Daoxian laughed when he heard this. After this battle, the Wujiu Theater will be completely peaceful, you can go back with me. Well, listen to you. Fei Chenxue's eyes curved into crescents. Seeing her cute and charming appearance, Chen Daoxian felt a long-lost peace in his heart. Stay warm with Fei Chenxue for a while. Chen Daoxian chose to retreat. He retreated this time, not to improve his cultivation, but to improve the celestial art of constellation. Speaking of which, Chen Daoxuan's astral technique has been modified several times by him. One is to use one's own divine body as a star curtain, and the other is to directly let the orifices of the divine body devour the insect soldiers and act as the stars in the sky. In addition to not changing the Zhou Tianxing degrade array, this immortal art was almost changed by Chen Daoxian. But thanks to his transcendent perception, astral art was modified very successfully by him. At least for now, it's been very successful. What Chen Daoxian has to do in this retreat is to devour the insect soldiers to strengthen the acupuncture points and stars in his body. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP.
Chapter 523. Xianfu's Secret Room. Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged. He first took out a 7-star insect soldier and looked at it carefully. I didn't expect that Xue actually cultivated the insect soldiers to such a level. The killing she has experienced in these years may be far beyond my imagination. Chen Daoxian sighed and stopped thinking about it. Immediately, the acupoints and stars in the god's body were activated, and a terrifying devouring force came out of his body. The 7-star insect soldier was sucked into his divine body by this devouring force. Since the insect soldier has recognized Chen Daoxian as the master, there is no resistance to his actions at all. As long as the acupoints of his divine body can withstand the power of the insect soldier, he can devour him infinitely. Of course, with the strength of Chen Daoxuan's divine body, if he wanted to devour the insect soldiers indefinitely, he would be courting death. Even Chen Daoxian was not absolutely sure of swallowing the 7-star insect soldiers. After all, the 7-star insect soldiers are already considered heavenly venerate level combat power, which is at the same level as the power level of Chen Daoxian divine body. Chen Daoxian has a total of 1,800 orifices in his body. With so many orifices, if he wants to devour all the insect soldiers, it means that his divine body has to accommodate the power of 1,800 heavenly venerates. To be honest, even if Chen Daoxian breaks through to the level of a true immortal, he cannot guarantee that he can accommodate 1,800 heavenly venerate level forces. However, Chen Daoxian's move was not purely to improve the constellation technique, he was using the power of the constellation technique to speed up the process of his breakthrough to the realm of true immortals. Due to the influence of the astrology, Chen Daoxian's divine body is changing all the time. But he still thinks that the transformation speed is a bit slow. Chen Daoxian wanted to speed up the process of transformation and enhance the power of the constellation technique, which naturally became the first choice. A long time. The first 7-star worm soldier was completely swallowed by Chen Daoxian's acupoint star, and then, the acupoint star began to transform, and its power level suddenly changed from the creator realm Daojun to the Tianzuan level. Affected by this terrifying force, Chen Daoxian felt that his divine body suddenly felt a sense of tension, and at the same time, the transformation speed of his divine body really accelerated. Chen Daoxian knew that the feeling of tension in the divine body was caused by the strength of the stars in the acupoints, and the divine body as the starry sky could not bear this force. As his divine body transforms and evolves, this pressure will become less and less. However, Chen Daoxian did not intend to stop.
Since the end of the ancient times, the human race has given birth to another true immortal. The significance of this to the human race is too important. Compared with the cultivators at the bottom, the biggest enemies of the heavenly venerate in the Phoenix meteor realm are not even the realm monsters, but themselves. For the heavenly venerate of the Phoenix meteor realm, there is no hope and the road is cut off, which is even more terrifying than the threat of the world demon. Immortal cultivators, especially cultivators who have cultivated to the level of heavenly venerate, may be more afraid of being cut off than death. There is a saying that is well said, it is probably this kind of feeling. But now, they have even become extravagant to hear the news, and they can only struggle hard in the attack and aggression of the world monsters. For the heavenly venerate of the Phoenix meteor realm, the immortal city on the battlefield outside the human race is more of a prison for them to escape from the road cut off. They keep themselves in cages, out of contact with the outside world. It seemed that this would vent their desperation that the road would be cut off. Especially the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate who is only one step away from the true immortal. In this era, true immortals can really be born. True immortals can still be born. Rufeng Tianzuan looked at Chen Daoxian's divine body, and his eyes filled with tears of excitement. Even when Fuyuan City fell, he didn't have such a big mood swing. But at this moment, when he saw hope in the broken path, he couldn't hold back any longer. Tens of thousands of years of waiting. If it weren't for the limitations of the Phoenix meteor realm, with his talent, he would have broken through to the true immortal long ago. Not only him, the human race 8 tribulations heavenly venerate, especially the human race's patrol heavenly venerate, one counts as one, all of them can break through to the level of true immortals. Without this talent, they would not be able to compete with the true immortal level world demon with the cultivation of the 8 tribulations heavenly venerate. One after another, the celestial venerables flew to Chen Daoxian's head and congratulated him. Congratulations to Chen Tianzuan for breaking through the true immortals. From now on, his longevity will be equal to that of the heavens, and immortal blessings will be enjoyed forever. Congratulations Chen Tianzuan. Congratulations. A voice of joy came from the mouth of the human race heavenly venerate. Chen Daoxian could see that they were congratulating him sincerely. Because they saw hope from Chen Daoxian. Gujian Tianzuan smiled and said, "My human race is now in good fortune, not only won the war with the demon court, but also gave birth to a true immortal." Ladies and gentlemen, the appearance of Qin Jinxian may be God's redemption for the human race of the Phoenix meteor realm. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. Qian Tianzuan heard the words and laughed loudly. "Gu Jian, you bastard, there are no outsiders here, why are you talking so bewildering? Don't you just want to propose that Qin Jinxian lead the human race? I don't know about the others, but I agreed anyway. The human race really needs a person who can command the heroes." Gu Jian Tianzuan looked at Qian Tianzun's eyes, showing a trace of gratitude. You must know that Qian Tianzuan represents not only himself, but also the top forces behind him. Compared with the top family like the Jiang family, the sect behind Qiyun is the top 3 existence among all the top forces of the human race. This means that the other party has a huge influence in the human race. This influence does not even have to be much weaker than the influence of the ancient sword Tianzuan in the human race. Hearing Qiyun's straightforward answer, the rest of the inspection Tianzuan were a little silent. But Tianzuan Lufeng took the initiative to stand up and said, "We used to disagree with each other, that's because everyone's cultivation base, strength gap, and there is no essential gap. But it is different now. Dao Yuchen's strength is obvious to all. Now that he has broken through to the level of a true immortal, his strength will be even higher. Coupled with the merits he has made for the human race this time, he will not be the emperor of the human race. I am the first to disagree. Emperor. Compared with ancient sword Heavenly Venerate and Qiyun Heavenly Venerate, Rufeng Heavenly Venerate is more ruthless, and even the title of human sovereign is directly taken out. But the strange thing is that no one dared to stand up to refute. Nonsense, that is the real fairy of the human race. And it is a human race true immortal with outstanding combat power. Even if some inspectors have criticisms in their hearts, they do not dare to refute in front of Qin Daoxian. Seeing this, Tianzuan Lifeng cut the mess with a quick knife and said, "Since everyone doesn't speak, I will assume that you all agree." After saying that, he turned to Qin Daoxian again, and cupped his hands. "Qin Jinxian, we would like to honor you as the emperor of the human race. I don't know this position, can you take it over?" Qin Daoxian's eyes swept across the faces of the celestial venerables. The human race gods in front of him, except for the wind gods, are all human inspection gods. If they all agree that Qin Daoxian will become the emperor of the human race, then his position as the emperor of the human race can really be firmly established. Emperor. The king of the human race. This position not only has the strength to dominate the world, but also means endless responsibility. To be honest, if there is a choice, Qin Daoxian is not willing to take over the throne of this emperor. Taking over this position also means that he has to take over all the cause and effect of the human race and the world demon. And this cause and effect is too heavy. It's so heavy that even now he can't bear it. But, he is a human race. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are tall people on it. And he is the tallest person in the human race. Thinking of this, Qin Daoxian nodded and said solemnly, "I am willing to take over this important task." Good. The eyes of everyone looking at Qin Daoxian suddenly changed. If it was said that before, everyone looked at Qin Daoxian with expectations. And now, they have regarded Qin Daoxian as the only hope of the human race. That's exactly what happened. The current Qin Daoxian is the only hope of the human race. Meet the Emperor. Meet the Emperor. In the void, 25 heavenly venerates bowed to Qin Daoxian together. In Fuyuan City, more and more human cultivators heard the shouts of the heavenly venerates, and they followed behind the many inspecting heavenly venerates, shouting loudly. The human race desperately needs a strong leader to lead them to win the war with the demons, and to lead them out of the quagmire that has been staggering for 470,000 years. Looking at the expectant gazes of many human race monks, Qin Daoxian knew that from this moment on, he would officially take over the cause and effect of the human race and the world demon, and he would never die. Controlling the divine body to change into a normal body shape, Chen Daoxian met with many human race gods again in the Rufeng Xianfu. This time, in the face of Chen Daoxian, who had restrained his divine body, everyone's pressure suddenly felt much less. Speaking of which, he was a little more casual. Human sovereign, everyone, Gu Jian Tianzuan suggested, the emperor's ascension to the throne is a major event for my human race. Although I will wait for an agreement in private, this matter has to pass the Tianzuan meeting after all, and then make it known to the world. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, although the current situation of the human race is not good, the emperor's ascension to the throne is not only related to the human race's face, but also to the cohesion within the human race. This is a major event and should not be sloppy. Chen Daoxian nodded and said, this matter will be done according to Gujian Tianzun's intention. Sir, obey the law. Gujian Tianzuan entered the role the fastest. When the other heavenly venerates heard Gujian Heavenly Venerable calling him a minister, their expressions could not help but change. In the past, everyone was inspecting the heavenly venerate, and their status was equal. Even if Gujian Tianzuan has the reputation of being the #1 powerhouse in the human race, he will never give orders directly to everyone, but to negotiate. But now, the human race has one more emperor, and the situation will be very different. Since Chen Daoxian is the emperor, they will all become his subjects and subordinates. When facing Chen Daoxian in the future, they will obey each other's decrees. This invisible restraint made them feel uncomfortable. Chen Daoxian and Gujian Tianzuan naturally also saw this. But Gujian Tianzuan did it on purpose. He has to create a situation that is unequivocal for Chen Daoxian, otherwise, this human emperor is just a powerful display. Although with Chen Daoxian's strength, it is impossible to become a puppet, but everyone can completely disobey his orders. No matter how strong Chen Daoxian is, can he still kill all the heavenly venerates? Therefore, the surrender of the gods must be sincere. But it is easier said than done to let the sloppy Tianzuan suddenly be restrained. Gujian Tianzun's move is just a reminder to everyone. Rufeng Tianzuan also felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and smiled, human sovereign, I have one more thing to do. Say. It's about the human race's counterattack against the demons and the recapture of the occupied fairy city. Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears and looked solemn. The human race now has 5 large theaters, A, B, C, D, and E. Each large theater can be divided into 9 small theaters. The location where they are now is the Wujiu Theater. In fact, the human race originally had 9 major war zones and 81 small war zones. Now, there are only 45 small war zones left in the human race, and 36 small war zones have fallen. 36 small war zones, more than 1,000 immortal cities. This is the number of immortal cities lost by the human race since the end of the era of Emperor Slaughter Tianzuan. 7017K. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website, WAP. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.